Chapter 1272. As soon as the Ghost Emperor died, a soul imprint containing the essence of ghosts collapsed and turned into nothingness. Like a meteor shower, stars fell from the sky and landed on the Tsangji plain. Countless blood-colored dark clouds gathered, and a rain of blood fell from the sky and scattered on the earth. An emperor has died. Who is it? In a strange river of time, the primal chaos spider mother opened her eyes, and countless runes flickered, and she looked towards the void. An emperor has died. Who is it? Who died? The old monsters that were slumbering in different spacetimes and perilous lands opened their eyes one after another, sensing everything around them. The Ghost Emperor has died. The Heaven Holy Yangfeng actually killed an Empyrean. What a ruthless fellow. He didn't even do anything, yet he killed an emperor. How terrifying. That idiot Ghost Emperor. Now is not the time to wake up yet. To interfere with the world, he's really courting death. The emperors obtained the information through various secret methods, and the contingency plans they set up in the world. With a thought, they hid themselves even more secretively. It's no longer safe here. The figure of the primal chaos spider mother blurred, and countless threads sprayed out and formed a huge cocoon. The cocoon trembled slightly and blurred, then disappeared from where it stood. Stars are falling, blood is raining. An emperor has died. The laws of heaven and earth have changed. An emperor of our universe has died. This phenomenon means that an emperor has died. Which emperor has died? In the Tsangji plain, the faces of the Holy Spirit rank powerhouses and above changed dramatically when they saw the various phenomena in the sky. Stars fell, and a rain of blood covered the sky. This was a phenomenon that would only appear when an emperor fell. An emperor has died. Could it be the Ghost Emperor? All emperors are sleeping in different places. Only the Ghost Emperor has reappeared in the world. Could it be that the Ghost Emperor has died? Did the Heaven Holy really slay the Ghost Emperor? When the Holy and Great Holy rank powerhouses around the God-murdering mountain saw the phenomena of stars falling and blood rain, a chill welled up in their hearts. The black-haired Ghost Emperor has fallen. A path has been cleared, but it doesn't have much meaning. As long as he's around, no one will be able to compete with him for the position of emperor. The 7 quasi-martial emperors hidden in the void watched as the stars fell, and blood rained down from the sky. A grave look flashed in their eyes. Those quasi-emperors could sense the collapse of a soul imprint in one of the paths in the universe, and the others could use that path to become emperors once more. Under the joint attacks of Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Great Saint, Void Eyes Tiger Great Saint, and Blue Thunder Great Saint Babadarok, who was riddled with wounds, actually spurted out a mouthful of blood. With a ferocious expression, he roared at the top of his lungs. How is this possible? My lord, how could my lord have fallen? Even if it's an emperor, only death awaits him if he goes against Big Brother. With a crisp sound, 3 dragon heads emerged from the void, bit Babadarok, and tore him to pieces. 3 rays of light shone, swept away Babadarok's torn body, and sealed it in a jade box. The Void Eyes Tiger Great Saint and the Blue Thunder Great Saint looked at the jade boxes in their hands with satisfaction in their eyes. The remains of a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse were absolutely treasures of heaven and earth. Treasures among treasures. Whether it was used to refine secret treasures, or to refine top-notch elixirs, it was a top-notch treasure, enough for quasi-emperor rank powerhouses to act. Quasi-emperor rank powerhouses, such as the Void Eyes Tiger Great Saint and the Blue Thunder Great Saint, could naturally sever their arms and squeeze out their blood essence to refine secret treasures and elixirs. However, doing so would consume a lot of their energy, and the losses outweighed the gains. It's over. From now on, it's the era of the Heaven Sage. Rays of light flickered, and then all the saints and great saints who were gathered here transformed into rays of light and vanished into thin air. White Knight sighed faintly. From today on, no one in the universe can compete with the Heaven Sage, the human race's 9th Warlock Emperor. Without saying anything, Mofasaraja turned into a stream of green light and disappeared. The Tsangji Plains magic network. The Heaven Sage has returned, devoured the heaven-devouring demonic dragon, defeated the ancient 3 quasi-emperors, and killed the archaic Emperor Black Fur Ghost Emperor. An explosive piece of news spread on the Tsangji Plains magic network. How is that possible? The heaven-devouring demonic dragon is the strongest person under the emperor rank in the eternal era. How could he be defeated? The heaven sage has returned? Did he come out of the eternal path? Even if he did, he may not be the opponent of the ancient three quasi-emperors. This piece of news is definitely false. The ancient emperors are equivalent to the warlock emperors of the 8 warlock dynasties. Each one of them is extremely powerful and invincible. How could they be killed by Yang Feng? However, the heaven sage's return should be true. The voices of discussion spread in the magic network. Almost no one believes that the heaven sage can defeat the heaven-devouring demonic dragon, the ancient 3 quasi-emperors, and the archaic emperor Black Fur Ghost Emperor in one go. Did the heaven-devouring demonic dragon, the ancient 3 quasi-emperors, and the Black Fur Ghost Emperor really die at Yang Feng's hands? That's right. I saw the heaven-devouring demonic dragon and the ancient 3 quasi-emperors die at Yang Feng's hands with my own eyes. He also killed the Black Fur Ghost Emperor's clone. Shortly after, a star fell and a rain of blood filled the sky. The Black Fur Ghost Emperor died. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Yang Feng's doing. How is that possible? The heaven sage is just a great holy. No matter how tyrannical he is, how could he kill an emperor? It's impossible for the heaven sage to kill an emperor at his peak. However, that emperor's soul is close to decaying. The heaven sage should have found the hiding place of his true body. In the end, he was forced to act, and his soul decayed and died. Even if he was forced to act, an emperor should be able to escape from the heaven sage. That can only mean that the heaven sage's means are far beyond our expectations. In a holy forum that only saints can participate in, a group of saints are communicating in secret. Many saints who didn't go to the god-murdering mountain, for various reasons, are listening to what happened there. Chills ran down the backs of those saints and great saints. Yang Feng's terror is far beyond their imagination. To have 3 quasi-emperors following him, he must be invincible on the eternal path. Who has information on the eternal path? You guessed correctly. Practically half of the eternal emperor clans on the eternal road have already formed an alliance with the heavenly saints. They have become their allies. Are you sure they're just allies and not subordinates? With the strength of the heaven sage, what's the difference between allies and subordinates? It's just in name. Maybe allies are even worse than subordinates. The eternal path has appeared in the world of warlocks, and has become another center second only to the Tsangji Plain. Many experts returned from the eternal road, bringing with them a lot of information regarding the eternal road. Since the eternal wall was shattered, more than half of the eternal emperor race on the eternal path have submitted to Yang Feng and become his subordinates and allies. The Void-Eye Tiger wholly decisively submitted to Yang Feng and became his subordinate. The Green Thunder wholly chose to become Yang Feng's ally. Yang Feng hasn't appeared in advance because he has absorbed the support of countless powerhouses on the eternal path. The heaven sage is invincible. In this era, no one is his opponent anymore. Not necessarily. As long as he hasn't advanced to the Empyrean realm, there's a chance that someone will surpass him. That's right. At the time, the Star Lord was also suppressed by others. In the end, he relied on an opportunity to ascend to the Empyrean realm and suppress all his enemies. The saints and great holy have discussed spiritedly on the holy forum. Outside the branch floating continent where the Tsangji Plains Battle Demon Sect is located, countless robots are flying. One celestial body after another is captured by the Battle Demon Sect's powerhouses, and then transformed by the engineering robots. In an interstellar port built outside the branch floating continent, there are countless ships anchored. The ships are grotesquely shaped, full of the style of different planes. The door of a battleship opened, and a man with a vertical eye between his eyebrows and an extraordinary temperament slowly walked out of the battleship. Greetings, God Eyes Holy. The beautiful Shiryu came to the front of the warship, a fragrance wafting from her, and smiled sweetly at the man. Behind Shiryu were a dozen or so beautiful angel warriors. The God Eyes Holy asked with a smile, Shiryu Holy, where is the heaven sage? Shiryu replied with a smile, The heaven sage is still in closed-door cultivation. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to see him. However, he told me to take you to see him if you come. The god Holy's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered slowly. In closed-door cultivation, is he going to break through and advance to a quasi-Empyrean? Or is he going to step into the Empyrean realm and become the 9th warlock emperor of the human race? In theory, Pinnacle Great Holy can already advance to the Empyrean realm. In fact, all quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses are Pinnacle Great Holy powerhouses who have taken a half-step into the Empyrean realm. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Star Lord is a peerless genius who directly stepped into the Empyrean realm from the Pinnacle Great Holy realm and advanced to the Warlock Emperor realm. Sure, you smiled sweetly and avoided the topic. Only my big brother knows what he's thinking. This is really a scene of myriad races coming to pay their respects. When the god Holy strolled in the starport, he saw at a glance that the powerhouses of countless races gathered in the starport, making it extremely prosperous. Chapter 1273. In the starport, powerhouses of countless races gathered. Ever since the news of Yang Feng devouring the heaven-devouring demonic dragon, defeating 3 archaic quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, and slaying the Black Fur Ogre Emperor spread, the branch-floating continent where the Battle Demon sect is located has become the center of the universe. Countless races brought all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth to trade here. At the same time, many races are eager to meet Yang Feng, either to seek refuge or to form an alliance. Sure, you said with a sweet smile. The stronger Big Brother is, the stronger the human Supreme Council will be. After all, Big Brother is a member of the human race. A scorching shade flashed in the eyes of the god Great Holy. That's right. In the future, when the Heaven Holy promotes to the 9th Warlock Emperor, the human race will be able to become the overlord of the universe again. Under the lead of Sure Yu, the god Great Holy came to the Gold Lake in the center of the branch-floating continent. In front of the Gold Lake, a copious amount of gold water churned and surged towards the center of the lake. In the center of the lake, Yang Feng closed his eyes. Countless mysterious runes appeared all over his body, and transparent rune threads revolved around him and formed a rune cocoon. Wisps of fearsome aura permeated Yang Feng, as if a peerless beast is sleeping, transforming, and evolving. What a fearsome aura! He's just a great holy. When the god Great Holy saw Yang Feng in the center of the Gold Lake, there was a flash of jealousy in his eyes. Even the god Great Holy felt tremendous pressure from the wisps of might exuding from Yang Feng. Greetings, Heavenly Saint. When the god Great Holy arrived in front of the Gold Lake, he saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng opened his eyes, sat cross-legged in the center of the Gold Lake, and said slowly, God Great Holy, what brings you here? The eyes of the god Great Holy shimmered with a complicated shade, and he uttered slowly, I want to know why the Wheel of Time is in your hands. The Wheel of Time is a protective Empyrean grade secret treasure of the first Warlock Emperor, the Time Lord. It is an invincible secret treasure, and the symbol of the Time Dynasty. At the time, when the Time Lord disappeared, the Wheel of Time, which represents the orthodoxy, also disappeared. Many powerhouses of the Time Dynasty fought over the throne of the First Warlock Dynasty, which eventually led to the collapse of the First Warlock Dynasty. The Wheel of Time was the symbol of the legitimate successor of the First Warlock Dynasty. This Wheel of Time was naturally left to me by the Time King. Yang Feng told the god Great Holy about how he obtained the Wheel of Time. The divine Great Sage remained silent for a while before slowly saying, Heavenly Saint, the Wheel of Time is the symbol of the legitimate successor of the Time Dynasty. Since you've been waiting for the Wheel of Time, you've obtained the recognition of the Lord of Time. Our Time Dynasty will follow your lead from now on. Yang Feng said, I won't treat you unfairly. The god Great Holy flicked a finger, and a blue crystal flew into Yang Feng's hand. This is the inventory of the Time Dynasty's treasury. I'll take my leave first. If you have any instructions, don't hesitate to contact me. All right. The god Great Holy saluted Yang Feng, turned around and strode away. Big brother, the Time King is truly amazing. Just a final order was enough to make the entire Time Empire submit to you. Mykelia walked out from the side, picked up the wheel of time, and played with it while letting out bell-like laughter. Yang Feng said with a smile, "The Time King is indeed amazing. However, it's not just a final order that can make the Time Dynasty submit to me. It's because I'm already strong enough to make the Time Dynasty submit to me, that the God I Great Holy is willing to serve me." Yang Feng, who killed the Black Fur Ghost Emperor, has boundless potential. He is already recognized as the future 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race. Once he ascends to the throne, the human Supreme Council will fall under his control. The God I Great Holy only took the initiative to submit to Yang Feng, using the Wheel of Time as a pretext. Now that the Time Dynasty has taken the initiative to submit to Yang Feng must reciprocate in the future. The central starfield of the origin world. Suddenly, the Tier 4 hive attached to the Tier 5 hive shone, countless runes flickered, and a tremendous force entered the Tier 5 hive. Boom! After absorbing a tremendous amount of force, the Tier 5 hive trembled slightly, and then suddenly collapsed and burst apart. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying energy storm tore through the sky, destroying and tearing apart everything in its path. Shit! There's a change in the central starfield. Those guys from the Gamana universe are going to launch an attack. To blow up a Tier 5 hive, how extravagant. The Gamana universe's powerhouses are definitely extravagant. The eyes of the human warlocks monitoring the central starfield shimmered with shock, and they quickly sent back information. There's a change in the central starfield. The Gamana universe blew up a Tier 5 hive. One by one, the news spread to all the major races, and all the major races attached great importance to this matter. One by one, the experts cast their spells and flew toward the central starfield. Once the Gamana universe's powerhouses occupy the universe of the world of warlocks, they are bound to carry out a purge. They will kill the vast majority of this universe's powerhouses, and use them as sacrifices to fuse the two universes and enhance the universe's energy level. In the center of the Tier 5 hive's explosion, a distorted hole collapsed. Countless fat, 100-meter-long worms gnawed at the distorted hole, gnawed away at the universe barrier between the two universes inch by inch, and formed a passage. An expert of the giant god race walked through the distorted space, his upper body naked, and his lower body draped in beast skin. His entire body was covered in countless mysterious runes, and he had a sinister appearance. He wielded a giant bone club. Every time the giant god powerhouse took a step, a fearsome backlash force came from the void. The countless huge worms would explode and turn into a sticky liquid that spilled onto the ground. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the giant god powerhouse reached the edge of the universe barrier and took a step with great difficulty. In an instant, countless fat insects exploded. The body of the giant god powerhouse also split open. Suffering a tremendous backlash, a copious amount of blood sprayed out from all over his body, and his soul became very weak. On the other side of the Gamana universe, a huge eye full of mystery and abstruse opened and fell on the giant god powerhouse. The bloodline of the giant god powerhouse was stimulated, and he roared, took a step, crossed the universe barrier, and descended into the world of warlocks. At the moment when the giant god powerhouse crossed the universe barrier and descended into the world of warlocks, his body split open. 7 rays of light flew out of the giant god powerhouse and descended into the world of warlocks. A flamewell powerhouse covered in flames glanced at the quasi-Empyrean ranked giant god powerhouse, who no longer has soul fluctuations, and frowned. Sure enough, the laws of the universe have loosened enough to allow quasi-Empyrean ranked powerhouses to descend. However, in order to send us over, they sacrificed a quasi-Empyrean ranked giant god powerhouse. They're really ruthless. A ghost blade quasi-Empyrean ranked powerhouse covered in sharp blades uttered in a harsh voice. This is a great tribulation, a battle concerning the survival of 2 universes. Except for Eternals, all of us are chess pieces. Wasn't the Bo Yin Lord also sacrificed? A peerlessly handsome expert of the star god race, whose entire body was wreathed in dazzling starlight, frowned slightly and said, "Even Master Bo Yin has been sacrificed. This universe is far more dangerous than we think." If an Empyrean were to take action, none of us would survive. A red rhombus race powerhouse uttered coldly. Impossible. The Empyreans of this universe are sleeping. Unless our universe's Empyrean comes, they won't come out. If their Empyrean had taken the initiative to take action, the Bo Yin Lord would have been killed by them. A green rhombus race powerhouse uttered. Our mission is to defend this cave for 7 days. As long as we can defend it for 7 days, the barrier worms will be able to open a path for quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses to pass. With our universe's underlying strength, as long as we can send a steady stream of quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses into this universe, we can inflict heavy damage on this universe. A dark sea race powerhouse shrouded in endless dark light uttered with a smile. We have the Shadow Claw. No matter how many powerhouses of this universe come, only death awaits them. The rest of the powerhouses nodded, and their gazes fell on the last Shadowclaw powerhouse, who is shrouded in a layer of distorted shadows. The Shadowclaw is one of the top 6 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe. He is one of the strongest supreme geniuses of the Gamana universe, as well as one of the most promising powerhouses of the Gamana universe, to promote to the Empyrean rank in this era. The Shadowclaw said coldly, "If we passively defend this place, we will only fail. We should attack and kill every single person in the central starfield. Let's confuse them about our purpose. By attacking instead of defending, we can better complete our mission. Let's go kill. Don't leave a single person alive in the central starfield." Okay, that's right. Kill everyone in the central starfield. Haha. Let the lowly life forms of this universe experience our terror. The 7 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses showed ferocious and excited smiles, turned into streams of light, and disappeared. Central starfield. Above a celestial body occupied by humans. Ants of the human race turned to ash. Ripples flickered, and the Scarlet Flamewell powerhouse appeared. With a ferocious smile, he turned into a scarlet sun and fell on the celestial body. Boom! With a loud noise, the celestial body was engulfed by endless flames. Chapter 1274. In an instant, the celestial body with the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse stationed there was engulfed by endless flames, and the 20,000 Moonlight Warlocks and above stationed here were burned to ashes. A bunch of ants. The figure of the Flamewell quasi-Empyrean powerhouse fluttered, and he flew out of the starry sky and disappeared. In the starry sky outside a celestial body, light shone, and a Ghostblade quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse flew towards a fleet. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The fleet issued alarms, and countless battle robots flew out and rushed towards the Ghostblade powerhouse. Since the outbreak of the war between the two universes, the major forces have ordered a large number of arms from the Battle Demon sect. Many powerful forces already have their own fleets. Along with flashes of light, a dense rain of light drowned the Ghostblade powerhouse. In an instant, the huge fleet disintegrated and turned into countless fragments comparable to dust that scattered in the sky. The Ghostblade powerhouse passed through the huge fleet and slammed into the celestial body. Boom! Twisted blade rays slashed at the celestial body, and the celestial body disintegrated in an instant. From the celestial body, countless human warlocks turned into a rain of light and flew in all directions. It was as if an invisible hand had swiped across the void. A quarter of the light rain directly exploded, turning into countless fragments. Fresh blood splattered across the sky. The number 324 celestial body was destroyed. The other party is suspected to be a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. The number 876 celestial body was destroyed. The other party is suspected to be a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. In the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, information came back one after another. With unsightly expressions on their faces, the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council looked at each other helplessly. Wu Meiying sighed faintly, and her eyes shimmered with determination. Sure enough, strength is everything. Even the chairman of the Human Supreme Council can't order a holy, let alone a great holy. Wu Meiying's talent is extremely outstanding, not inferior to Regina's. But she is passionate about power, and so she chose to become a chairman of the Human Supreme Council. After becoming the chairman of the Human Supreme Council, the progress of her strength had become slower, and the gap between her and Regina had widened. A half-emperor-level powerhouse was far beyond the limits of what the Human Supreme Council could deal with. Mount Void Saint was a virtual forum in the deepest part of the magic net built by the human race. Only half-step emperors could enter this forum. In the middle of Mount Susheng, there were 14 seats. With a flash of light, God I Great Sage's projection appeared on one of the seats. A streak of light flashed, and a peerlessly handsome projection with the lofty aura of a god appeared in the air. The peerlessly handsome projection with the arrogance of a god said slowly, "Divine I Great Sage, I heard that you went to see the heavenly saint." The Divine I Great Sage said lightly, "That's right, Great Sage Wind God." The handsome projection is the Wind God Great Holy, a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty. He was also one of the 8 great divine generals, under the command of the Lord of Demonic Gods. Wind God Great Sage said, "Divine I Great Sage, my master will soon awaken from his slumber. Isn't it too hasty for you to make a choice now?" The Divine I Great Sage said flatly, "The person who possesses the Wheel of Time is the legitimate successor of the Time Dynasty. I have no reason to violate my master's last will." An enigmatic ray flashed in the eyes of the Wind God Great Sage, and he uttered, "Last will, it seems that the Time Lord has really died. Since he has died, then my master will be the only one who will step into eternity in the future. For the sake of the future of the Time Dynasty, I hope you can think it over." The Divine I Great Sage fell silent. Along with flashes of light, a projection that seems to be shrouded in endless starlight appeared on Mount Susheng. This projection, constructed from starlight, is the quasi-emperor rank powerhouse of the Star Dynasty, the Myriad Star Great Sage. The Myriad Star Great Sage glanced at the other empty seats and said with a faint smile, "This time, it seems that there are only the 3 of us." The Divine I Great Sage frowned slightly and sighed slowly. "Those guys want to see the Gamana universe weaken the strength of the human race. At this time, they still want to scheme and preserve their strength. What a bunch of short-sighted guys." The Wind God Great Sage said, "Divine I Great Sage, can the Heaven Holy take action? If he takes action, those guys are just clowns. They won't be able to withstand a single blow." The Myriad Star Great Sage nodded, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Previously, Yang Feng killed 4 archaic quasi-emperor rank powerhouses, and even killed the Ghost Emperor, an Empyrean rank powerhouse. He is now recognized as the #1 expert in the world of warlocks. The Divine I Great Sage uttered lightly, "He's transforming. He's ready to take that step." The Wind God Great Sage's face flickered. "He's about to take that step?" The Myriad Star Great Sage sighed faintly. "As expected of a Heaven Holy. What should we do now? Those are 7 quasi-emperor rank powerhouses. Even I am not a match for one of them." A dignified look in his eyes, the Wind God Great Sage asked, "Even you are not his opponent? Is that person really that strong? Who is he?" The Star Imperial Court's powerhouses are proficient in prophecy. They are the strongest of the 8 warlock dynasties. Even though they haven't fought, the Myriad Star Holy can still predict the strength of the enemy through prophecy. The Myriad Star Great Sage answered, "The Gamana Universe's Shadowclaw powerhouses." The Divine I Great Sage uttered decisively, "In that case, let's shrink our defensive line and withdraw all our forces. Let's defend our foundation and abandon the defensive line in the central starfield." The Wind God Great Sage uttered with a smile, "Okay, since they are unwilling to contribute, then we don't have to care about them." The Myriad Star Great Sage frowned, glanced at the empty seats, and remained silent. In the world of warlocks, there are more than 14 quasi-emperor rank powerhouses who have awakened. However, only 3 human quasi-emperor rank powerhouses have appeared on Mount Illusionary Holy. Clearly, the other powerhouses don't want to stand out. They want the human forces and the Gamana universe's forces to exhaust each other. In the central starfield, a rain of light flickered as the human warlock fleets withdrew and returned to the Human Supreme Council's strongholds. "The humans have retreated. Curses those human bastards. Human warlocks, those damn beasts. They retreated. When the other races in the world of warlocks saw the humans retreat, they were stunned, and a chill welled up in their hearts. The Gamana universe's powerhouses, who have been suppressed by the human warlocks in the central starfield, poured out and swarmed towards different parts of the world of warlocks like locusts. One battle after another broke out in different parts of the universe. The humans have really retreated. The other races of this universe are not willing to cooperate with the humans and want to preserve their strength. Naturally, the humans won't fight to the death on the front line. Sure enough, offense is the best defense. Shadowclaw Void. Do you want to gather our forces and attack the Human Supreme Council? They only have 3 quasi-emperor rank powerhouses guarding them. No, the underlying strength of the 6 human warlock imperial courts is too strong. They are comparable to our holy races. With our strength, we can only take down one dynasty at most. Everyone will die. If we want to attack, there is only one place that we have to attack at all costs. What place? The Battle Demon Sect. The Sky Saint wanted to ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a perfect ranker. We can't let him succeed. Once he advances to the Empyrean realm, who knows how many hundreds of millions of life forms of the Gamana universe will die at his hands. We must kill him. That's right, the Heaven Holy. We must eradicate him. In the void, 7 fearsome thoughts reached a consensus and converged from all directions. In the central starfield, one Tier 4 hive after another flew out, gathered countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe, and disappeared without a trace. The Battle Demon Sect's headquarters on the branch floating continent. A fearsome aura suddenly soared into the sky and tore through the sky. Within millions of light years in radius, a tremendous amount of cosmic energy converged here. What happened? Someone is attacking the Empyrean realm. The Heaven Holy is attacking the Empyrean realm. The Heaven Holy is attacking the Empyrean realm. He wants to advance to the Empyrean realm in one step. That's the Heaven Holy. He wants to attack the Empyrean realm. That's terrifying. He has been cultivating for less than 5,000 years, yet he has already reached this step? Empyrean realm. He wants to attack the Empyrean realm. Is the human race going to give birth to a 9th warlock emperor? Within millions of light years in radius, all powerhouses above the Holy Spirit warlock realm sensed the change in heaven and earth, and their countenance changed dramatically, and they looked in this direction. Along with flashes of light, countless Holy Spirit warlocks and great holy rank powerhouses rushed over. The promotion to an Empyrean realm is a rare occurrence, even in 100,000 years. The brilliant Great Holy's eyes shimmered with a complicated shade, and he sighed faintly. So fast. I didn't expect him to advance to a warlock emperor. Empyrean realm. He's going to advance to a warlock emperor. Haha, I Huang Iha have taught a warlock emperor. Haha. I'm so lucky. Ha ha ha. When Huang Iha sensed the fearsome aura, his eyes flashed with the shade of ecstasy, and he danced with joy. His sage-like temperament is nowhere to be seen. Empyrean realm. Warlock emperor. Is our Battle Demon Sect going to give birth to a warlock emperor? Yu Jinggang and the other former great elders of the Battle Demon Sect looked in that direction with a dazed expression and incredulity in their eyes. Chapter 1275. Yuani sensed the fluctuations of breath running through the sky in the distance, and his eyes flickered with enigmatic light. So fast, he's going to advance to the Empyrean realm. At the time, when Yuani was a glorious sun warlock, Yang Feng was just a great warlock. Now, with the help of the Battle Demon Sect's massive resources, he has only advanced to the Infinity Warlock realm. However, Yang Feng has already begun to attack the Empyrean realm, which naturally filled Yuan-Yi with complicated feelings. With a flash of fearsome light, a figure flew out of the Battle Demon Sect, soared into the sky, and revealed itself. It was Yang Feng. The energy gathered from millions of light years in radius combined with the laws of the universe, formed a gate engraved with countless runes, and exuding mysterious aura in the void. Countless mysterious runes emerged on the black stone gate. The Emperor Gate. As long as you blast open the Emperor Gate, and engrave your soul and essence in it, you can advance to the Empyrean realm. That's the legendary Emperor Gate. It's an aggregation of the laws of the universe. The Heaven Holy, you really reached this step. As long as you take this last step, the Heaven Holy will be able to advance to the Empyrean realm and become the 9th Warlock Emperor. From all directions, people looked at the Emperor Gate that emerged out of thin air with enigmatic glints in their eyes. The Divine I Great Holy flew over with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. The 9th Warlock Emperor. So fast. Divine I Great Holy, please wait. A beam of light flashed, and a terrifyingly handsome expert with a blood-red curse mark tattooed on his forehead and countless hairs on his head that seemed to have a life of their own, as well as chrysanthemum-like sharp teeth, walked out of the void and stood in front of Godly I Great Sage. The Divine I Great Holy said coldly, Blood Hair Snake Great Holy, I'm going to protect the Heaven Holy. Are you going to block my way? The Blood Hair Snake Great Holy said coldly, That's right. It's not just me. Everyone in the universe doesn't want to see a Heaven Holy advance to the Empyrean realm. You humans have dominated the universe for too long. This opportunity to advance to the Empyrean realm won't be given to you humans. This is the consensus of all life forms in the universe. The Divine I Great Sage said indifferently, You are no match for me. The Divine I Great Sage was, after all, a quasi-emperor expert from the Time Imperial dynasty. His battle prowess was ferocious and peerless. However, the heaven-swallowing demon dragon was the #1 person below the Emperor realm and could easily defeat the God I Great Sage. The Divine I Great Sage was not afraid of the other half-martial emperors. I'm indeed no match for you, Divine I Great Sage, but my mission is only to stall you. Blood-haired demonic serpent sage's body blurred, countless blood chi surged. Thousands of blood hair flew out of his head, turned into blood-colored demonic serpents, and directly pounced towards Divine I Sage. A cold light flashed in God I Great Sage's eyes. Runes flashed in his vertical eye, and dense beams of light blasted toward the blood-colored demonic snake. In a starry region, a dark bright tortoise, whose body was over 10,000 miles long and entirely made out of dark bright magic rock, was standing in front of Star and Moon Heavenly Serpent. The black tortoise said, Star Moon Sky Snake Great Saint, this time Heaven Saint is charging for Emperor Realm. Why are you still helping him? As long as he dies, you and the Starry Moon Heavenly Snake clan will be freed. Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage said coldly, Black Radiant Black Tortoise Great Sage, since I have already acknowledged Heavenly Saint as my master, I must serve him. You don't have to say any more. Get out of my way. Otherwise we can only fight. Then let's fight. My mission today is to stop you. Radiant Black Tortoise Great Sage's eyes flickered with ferocity. Countless runes surged as he pounced towards Star and Moon Heavenly Snake Great Sage. The Star and Moon Heavenly Serpent Great Sage had also revealed his true form. He had turned into a terrifying beast as big as a star. Two fierce beasts that were as large as stars fought in this star field, causing terrifying shockwaves to spread in all directions. In a star field, a peerless beauty with a head of red hair and a pair of crane wings on her back stood in the void, quietly looking at the great void-eyed tiger sage on the other side. The great void-eyed tiger sage sighed faintly and said, Flying Crane Sage, are you really going to block my way? Do you know that if a Heaven Saint can take that step and become an emperor, your Flying Crane God race will be in danger of extinction? Flying Crane Sage advised, Great void-eyed tiger sage, the Heaven Saint has a blood feud with your great void-eyed tiger race. Now is the best opportunity. As long as you attack with us, we can take advantage of this great opportunity to kill the Heaven Saint. In this universe, besides the human race, no one is willing to see the Heaven Saint step into the Emperor realm. The great void-eyed tiger sage sighed faintly and said, It's too late. Back when the Heaven Saint had just risen, if you had joined forces with us, there would have been a 70 to 80% chance of defeating him. But now, he has already matured. No one is a match for him anymore. The Heaven Saint is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Listen to my advice, stop. A strange glint flashed in Flying Crane Sage's beautiful eyes as she said, Great void-eyed tiger sage, from your tone, you are also not willing to serve the Heaven Saint. As far as I know, you have not been restricted by the Heaven Saint. This is the best time, and the only time. That's right. I am not willing to serve the heaven saint. Unfortunately, he is too powerful. So powerful that I fear him. Flying crane sage, since you are blocking my path, then we can only fight. Otherwise, when the heaven saint seeks the Tao in the future, it will be hard for me to refuse. And as a friend, I do not want you to go there and die. The great void-eyed tiger sage's body flashed with countless runes as he took a step forward and attacked the flying crane sage. The flying crane sage frowned slightly as a feather flew into her hand and turned into a white crane blade. She took a step forward and faced the great void-eyed tiger sage. In a star field, countless green lightning interweaved with a sea of light, and a terrifying impact spread out in all directions. Green Thunder Sage, why are you helping the Heaven Saint? He is the only existence that can advance to the eternal realm. Our universe needs him. Light Ocean Great Sage, please stop. The Heaven Saint's advancement is the will of this universe. If you stop me, once he succeeds, your light sea race will also be in danger of being exterminated. No. The Heaven Saint is taking the risk to barge into the Emperor's door. His accumulation is not deep enough, and he is destined to fail. This is our best chance. And our only chance. In the void, countless powerhouses are fighting fiercely. Yang Feng's reinforcements are being blocked by different forces. Once Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm, no one else in this era will have any hope of advancing to the Empyrean realm. The human race will welcome the 9th Warlock Emperor and suppress countless powerhouses in the universe. Moreover, Yang Feng's soul has reached the Great Circle, and his battle prowess is heaven-defying. Once he advances to the Empyrean realm, he will be infinitely close to invincible overlords like the 7 Warlock Emperors. Most of the Empyreans sleeping in the River of Time have decayed souls. They don't want an invincible overlord rank Empyrean to appear in this era and compete with them for the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. In the starry sky outside the Battle Demon sect, everyone's eyes are focused on Yang Feng. Come. Yang Feng barked and pointed down. A copious amount of gold lake water gushed into the sky from the gold lake and entered Yang Feng's body. Along with fluctuations of the law of karma, the gold lake on the other branch floating continents churned, and a tremendous amount of gold lake water surged towards Yang Feng in accordance with the laws of the underworld. The Azure Dragon Clan and the other powerhouses didn't interfere with the flow of the gold lake. Open. After absorbing the power of the gold lake water, Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he bellowed. Countless runes flashed on his fists, and he sent a punch containing the essence of power barreling towards the Emperor Gate. He dares to attack the Emperor Gate. What gall! Isn't the correct way to open the Emperor Gate to use all your strength, manifest your path, and communicate with the Emperor Gate? This is the textbook method passed down by the human 8 Warlock Emperors. That's the Emperor Gate formed from the laws of the universe. Is he crazy? Seeing this scene, the many holy and great holy experts in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Boom! The Empyrean Gate formed from the laws of the universe radiated resplendent silver light and shot towards Yang Feng. In an instant, countless wounds appeared on Yang Feng's body, the Dawn God armor cracked, and a copious amount of blood gushed out of his body and sprinkled into the sky. Interesting. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of excitement. Countless runes flickered, and the wounds on his body healed quickly. Then, he flew towards the Emperor Gate again. Boom! 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 Yang Feng frantically bombarded the Emperor Gate, formed from the laws of the universe. Every strike shook heaven and earth, and a fearsome backlash force cracked his body, and blood sprinkled into the sky. Is he crazy? Is the heaven holy crazy? The holy and great holy experts looked at Yang Feng with incredulity on their faces. Fourth form open. Yang Feng's power suddenly climbed to the limit, merged with the projection, and slammed a fist into the Emperor Gate. Torrents of time, spatial portals, power stars devour black holes, and nets of fate suddenly appeared. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, a hole was blasted open in the Emperor Gate. From the cave, countless laws of the universe, as well as all kinds of power essence of the universe poured down, sprinkled on Yang Feng, strengthened his body and soul, and sublimated his body and soul. Virtually at the same time, a fearsome backlash force enveloped Yang Feng and blasted his right shoulder and right leg to pieces. The holy bones containing wisps of immortal holy force, and comparable to holy-grade secret treasures, as hard as holy-grade secret treasures crumbled and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1276. Ripples flickered, and a green figure boosted by the essence of speed surpassing the speed of light appeared in front of Yang Feng from the clouds 10,000 kilometers away in an instant, and stabbed at him with a dagger in hand. Great Sage Azure Paragon, that was a half-emperor-ranked powerhouse, who was reputed to be the fastest during the Black Emperor era. His grasp of timing is really ingenious. This is the moment when the heavenly saint is at his weakest. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the saints and great saints who were watching from the side. The eyes of the seemingly seriously injured Yang Feng flickered brightly, and he waved his left hand, and the torrent of time, the spatial portal, and the power star appeared, distorted space-time, and slammed into the green Jew Holy's dagger. An incomparably terrifying power burst forth, and the dagger directly shattered into pieces. No! Great Saint Qingju had a horrified expression on his face as he let out a shrill scream. His body crumbled inch by inch into countless pieces that flew in all directions. Yang Feng's body split open again in an instant, and a large amount of blood spilled into the starry sky. A devouring black hole appeared and swept towards the remains of the green absolute great sage. Sky Saint, stop! An enraged voice came from afar, and a streak of azure light flashed as a gorgeous woman with an extraordinary temperament flew over from afar and descended into this part of the starry sky. The Devour Black Hole released a fearsome devour force that devoured the green Jew great sage and devoured all his life origin. Another half-step emperor has fallen. So scary. A heavenly saint was actually able to instantly kill a quasi-emperor expert. How terrifying. Although he also paid the price. But his strength is too terrifying. As expected of a monster that can break through the emperor's door. The holy and great holy experts inhaled a breath of cold air and stared at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. Tian Sheng, you killed my husband. I, the great green plum sage, swear that in this lifetime, I will use everything I have to kill you, no matter who it was, as long as they could kill a heavenly saint. I, the great sage of green plum, am willing to be his slave and serve him. A look of despair flashed in the eyes of the green plum great sage, as she made a vow filled with resentment. An incomparably beautiful great sage was willing to be his slave, and do whatever he wanted. It was very attractive even to a quasi-emperor. With a flash of green light, a figure surpassing the speed of light appeared behind the green plum great sage, and slashed out with a sword so fast that it beheaded the green plum great sage. Green afterimages flashed, and the green plum great sage was sliced into countless pieces. His soul was also shattered. Hee, now you have become a corpse. Even if you wanted to be a slave, no one would want you. Along with bell-like laughter, Mycelia's figure appeared. A blue box appeared in her hand, and a fearsome attractive force emerged and sucked in the remains of the green plum sage. The flesh and soul of any great sage were extremely precious treasures. A drop of the blood of a great sage can change the fate of an ordinary person. A steady stream of mystical power and laws of the universe gushed out of the Emperor Gate, strengthening Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul, allowing him to transform and evolve at a terrifying speed. With every breath of time, he would become more powerful. Awed by Yang Feng's ferocious might when he killed the green plum sage with a single punch, the enemies hiding in the dark fell silent and waited to see what would happen, giving Yang Feng a short period of time to recover. Do it! A loud roar came from the void, ripples flickered, and a fire star shrouded in flames appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng. The handsome star god quasi-emperor appeared, chanted an incantation, and shone with starlight. 13,600 stars flew out from the body of the star god clan's half-step emperor, forming an incomparably profound barrier that locked down the void. The starlight in an area of millions of kilometers in radius was forcibly extracted, gathered in the 13,600 stars, and formed a barrier that concealed a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse. It is easy to defeat a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse, but it is very difficult to kill one. The quasi-emperor of the Star God clan sealed this space. What followed next was an endless battle to the death. The red rhombus race quasi-emperor, dressed in a red gold armor and holding a red gold dragon spear, appeared and stabbed at Yang Feng. The green rhombus race quasi-emperor, dressed in a green armor and holding a green dragon spear, stabbed at Yang Feng. Shrouded in a sea of negative energy, the dark sea race quasi-emperor pointed at Yang Feng with a scepter in his hand, and curses barreled towards Yang Feng. The Ghostblade powerhouse moved at a high speed. Leaving afterimages in the void, he approached Yang Feng, looking for an opportunity to kill him in one blow. 6 quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses, they are assassins of the Gamana universe. They are assassins sent by the Gamana universe. Did the Gamana universe send them to assassinate the Heaven Holy? When the Holy and Great Holy rank powerhouses saw the 6 quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, but no one took action. Facing the quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses, unless the Holy and Great Holy rank powerhouses go all out, they may not be able to resist their attacks. Mykelia glanced at the 6 quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses, and her eyes shimmered with derision. Only the few of you came to die. With a flash of derision in his eyes, Yang Feng's aura trembled, countless runes shone, and quasi-Empyrean steppe fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. In the sky, the Emperor's door also began to collapse inch by inch. Quasi-Empyrean. It turns out that he didn't choose to attack the Empyrean realm, but to advance to the quasi-Empyrean realm. So that's how it is. If he advanced to the Empyrean realm, he would have been weak for a period of time. But now, he is even stronger than before. But he gave up the opportunity to advance to the Empyrean realm in a single bound. The next time he wants to advance to the Empyrean realm, it will be much more difficult. The Holy and Great Holy rank powerhouses commented, and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension. Go to hell. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the green sun halberd appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the fire star with the halberd. In an instant, 100 green suns suddenly appeared, combined into one, and exuding indestructible immortal Empyrean might, slashed at the fire star. Boom! The fire star was slashed into countless pieces by the green sun, and the Flamewell quasi-Empyrean was also slashed to pieces. A black hole appeared and engulfed the Flamewell quasi-Empyrean, green rhombus quasi-Empyrean, red rhombus quasi-Empyrean, dark sea quasi-Empyrean, star god quasi-Empyrean, and ghostblade quasi-Empyrean, and fearsome devour light frantically extracted the life origin of the 6 quasi-Empyreans. In a breath of time, the Flamewell quasi-Empyrean was turned into ashes, and his life origin was sucked dry. The other 5 quasi-Empyreans cast spells and joined forces to attack the black hole. The combined attack of the 5 quasi-Empyrean smashed the devour black hole. A green halberd ray slammed into the dark sea quasi-Empyrean and sliced him into pieces, which were instantly swallowed by the black hole. Virtually silently, a person jumped out from the shadow behind Yang Feng, and as if he doesn't exist, a claw stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart. Shadowclaw Powerhouse, you're really amazing. If I didn't know of your existence, I might have been seriously injured by you. Unfortunately, since I already know of your existence, you're doomed to die. A torrent of time surged around Yang Feng, and his speed increased by 300 times. The green sun halberd in his hand turned into a green arc and slashed backwards. When the halberd slashed at the Shadowclaw Powerhouse, one of the Gamana universe's 6 heroes was split in 2. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, a shadow life bead shattered, and the Shadowclaw Powerhouse disappeared. Shadow life beads are life-saving secret treasures of the Shadowclaw race. Each shadow life bead can die in place of a person once. Quasi-Empyrean steppe shadow life beads are extremely precious. After a quasi-Empyrean dies, only one will be born. There are less than 10 shadow life beads in the entire Shadowclaw race. Escaped? Unfortunately, you must die. If a top assassin like you doesn't die, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Yang Feng frowned slightly, a fierce ray flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand, and a net of fate appeared and entered the void. Threads of fate spread all over this starfield. Found you. How pitiful, to be sealed in this starfield. The star god race's myriad star saint sealing barrier is truly amazing. Yang Feng glanced at a certain place in the void, showed a frigid smile, and blurred into motion and flew towards that area. Red Caltrip Soulbreaker Spear. The red rhombus race quasi-empyrean burned his blood essence, and the rhombus crystal on his forehead shone, and turned into a crimson soul spear stabbing towards Yang Feng. Red Caltrip Soulbreaker Spear is a desperate secret method of the red rhombus race. This secret method requires the red rhombus race powerhouse to burn their bloodline and soul in order to display it. It can attack the enemy's fleshly body and soul. You're courting death. Yang Feng frowned and slashed out with his halberd. The 100 suns split the sky combined into one, and formed a green halberd ray that slashed towards the red Caltrip Soulbreaker Spear. Boom! Green light and red light intertwined, cancelled each other out, and annihilated each other. Before the red radiance was completely extinguished, a blood-red radiance flew out from the radiance and entered Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge. Chapter 1277. In Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge, a bloody spear appeared, tore through the sky, and stabbed towards the corpse with devastating force. Break! In Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge, Yang Feng's figure suddenly appeared, tore through the sky, and slammed a fist into the bloody spear. A frightening soul force surged, and the bloody spear was smashed by Yang Feng's strike. At the moment when the bloody spear was smashed, Yang Feng's true body shook slightly, and blood flowed out of his mouth. A devour black hole appeared, and swallowed the remains of the red rhombus race quasi-emperor. With a flash of an afterimage, the ogre blade quasi-emperor appeared behind Yang Feng, and slashed at him with his sword. Layers of barriers suddenly appeared on Yang Feng's body. When the ogre blade quasi-emperor's sword strike landed on the overlapping barriers, it directly smashed the barriers, and then slashed at Yang Feng, and cut open the Dawn God armor. The sword strike cut into Yang Feng's body, and cut open a long wound. A large amount of blood sprinkled in the sky. Die! His face unchanged, Yang Feng brandished his halberd, and countless martyrs emerged and slashed at the ogre blade quasi-emperor, cutting him in two. A devour black hole appeared, and devoured the ogre blade quasi-emperor. The wheel of time flew out, and a torrent of time enveloped Yang Feng. Enveloped by the essence of time, a copious amount of blood flew back, and entered Yang Feng's body. The wound inflicted by the ogre blade quasi-emperor disappeared in the flow of time. Time reversal. The most fearsome spell of the Time Lord. With the power of time reversal, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed to its original state. This is a heaven-defying spell that only the Time Lord can master. The Heaven Holy actually mastered this spell. How despairing! When the powerhouses hidden in the void saw this scene, a chill welled up inside them. Green Rhombus Soulbreaker Spear. The eyes of the green rhombus race quasi-emperor shimmered fiercely, and he burned his flesh, blood and soul. And the rhombus crystal on his forehead released countless mysterious runes. Red rhombus, green rhombus, white rhombus and purple rhombus. These four sacred races of the Gamana universe are in fact four branches of the same race. They have the same ancestor, and are proficient in the same secret method. Do you think I will be hit by the same spell a second time? The activation speed of this spell is too slow. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng, who accelerated by 300 times, appeared behind the red rhombus race quasi-emperor as if teleporting, and showed a mocking smile. With a flash of a green halberd ray, the red rhombus race quasi-emperor's body was torn apart, and devoured by a devour black hole. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the star god race's quasi-emperor, and he said with a glib tongue, Tiansheng, this time, when you break through to the emperor's domain, you won't be able to escape. It's not of our universe's powerhouses, but your universe's powerhouses. Your reinforcements and allies were all stopped by the people of your universe, giving us this opportunity. Give up on this universe, and rely on our universe. As long as you pledge your allegiance to our universe, the three eternal sovereigns will definitely help you become an emperor. Once Yang Feng joins the Gamana universe, the situation of the universe will change dramatically. Once Yang Feng joins the Gamana universe, the situation of the universe will change dramatically. Before the Empyreans wake up, no one will be able to stop Yang Feng's army. It's impossible for me to join your universe, because your universe's 3 Eternals will never let me advance to the Eternal Realm. With a faint smile, Yang Feng treaded on a river of time, appeared in front of the star god race Quasi-Emperor, and slashed with his halberd. Carrying destructive power, the halberd crushed all starry sky barriers, and cut the star god race Quasi-Emperor in two. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the star god race Quasi-Emperor. You're the only one left. Yang Feng looked into the void. In an empty void, an afterimage flickered, and the blurry shadow claw void appeared in that area. Heaven holy, you are very strong. Unfortunately, the universe you were born in is wrong. You are destined to die in this era. Killing intent streaked past the eyes of the shadow claw void. His figure fluttered, countless runes flickered, and his body twisted and divided into 3. The 3 shadow claw void exudes quasi-empyrean rank breath. Their figures fluttered, and in an instant, countless afterimages appeared in the void, exuding the same breath, and approached Yang Feng. Afterimages that confused the real. What an amazing spell. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the spell is, it can't escape the net of fate. Eyes flashing with mysterious and unfathomable light, Yang Feng, like an invincible transcendent, brandished his halberd and slashed out. Countless martyrs emerged, and unleashed a fearsome battle skill that crossed the river of time. The halberd ray that tore through the sky slashed the shadow claw void in the void, and blasted him into pieces. Suddenly, a devour black hole appeared and devoured him. Scarred all over, blood dripped from Yang Feng's body. His eyes shimmered coldly, and he scanned the void and said with a frigid smile, "I'm right here. If anyone else wants to take my life, then come." In the void, the 5 quasi-empyrean step powerhouses kept silent and left. With a cold smile, Yang Feng opened his mouth and inhaled. Within an area tens of thousands of light years in radius, a fearsome energy storm set off, and a copious amount of energy converged from all directions and poured into Yang Feng. 1,000 springs of immortality suddenly appeared and nourished Yang Feng. The holy and great holy rank powerhouses looked at the 1,000 springs of immortality with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Countless mysterious forces and laws interwove inside Yang Feng, and he is transforming and becoming stronger at every moment. Although the quasi-empyrean step powerhouses are essentially pinnacle great holy rank powerhouses, but they have already touched upon the Empyrean domain. When Yang Feng blasted open the Emperor Gate, he absorbed countless forces and laws that only Empyrean powerhouses can absorb, and obtained tremendous benefits, which allowed him to easily kill the Gamana universe's 7 quasi-empyreans. In the void, countless blood-colored demonic snakes covered the sky, entangling with beams of dazzling divine light. The blood-colored demonic snakes exploded one after another, but they managed to block the beams of dazzling divine light. What? The Heaven Holy actually blasted open the Emperor Gate and advanced to a quasi-empyrean. The blood-haired demonic snake great sage's terrified and despairing voice came from the void. Sure enough, since the Heaven Holy is so cautious, how could you have found a flaw? The calm voice of the divine I great sage rang out from within the boundless divine light. God I great holy, give me face. As for what happened today, please promise me that you will treat it as if nothing happened. Help me cover it up. Our Blood Fiend Sky Serpent clan will definitely remember your kindness for generations to come. Furthermore, our Blood Fiend Sky Serpent clan is willing to give you 1,000 springs of immortality. Please, you must help me. You must help me. The countless bloody snakes turned into strands of hair that flew into the head of the blood hair snake great holy. His face pale, his eyes flashed with despair, and he pleaded bitterly. The god I great holy looked at the begging blood hair snake great holy, and said with a cold smile, "Do you think the Heaven Holy will listen to your excuses? Get out of the way." With a look of despair on his face, the blood hair snake great holy stepped aside. In the starry sky, A radiant black tortoise that was as large as a star was fighting with a celestial moon serpent that was also as large as a great sun star. The incomparably terrifying battle caused stars to be blasted into smithereens. The Taishuai tiger rode on an incomparably terrifying spear that pierced through everything, stabbing towards the black radiant tortoise. The rock layer covering the dark tortoise's body was blasted apart, and then quickly healed. The strongest spear and the strongest shield fought each other, with neither side able to do anything to the other. The dark tortoise suddenly sighed faintly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the depths of the starry sky. A heaven holy broke through the emperor's gate, advanced to a quasi-emperor, and killed 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe. Amazing! This time we lost. The eyes of the star moon heavenly snake great holy shimmered with a complicated gleam, and he sighed faintly. I knew he wouldn't lose. To kill 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe, how terrifying. He hasn't promoted to an emperor yet. In the starry sky, the flying crane great holy's face suddenly turned pale, and she stopped attacking. Standing quietly, her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear and despair. With a flash of sympathy in his eyes, the void-eye tiger great holy sighed faintly, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Broke through the emperor's gate, and advanced to a quasi-emperor. This is what it means to be a heaven holy, one step at a time. Flawless, despair-inducing. However, it is beyond my expectations that 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe died at his hands. He has become stronger. Flying crane great holy, I have already advised you. You're on your own. In the starry sky, with a pale face, the light sea great holy said with a bitter smile. Broke through the emperor's gate, advanced to a quasi-emperor, and killed 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe. That's amazing. The heaven holy really has no flaws. Admirable. Green thunder great holy. Can you put in a good word for me in front of the heaven holy, and spare my light merfolk this time? The green thunder great holy took a look at his old friend, the light sea great holy, and said with a bitter smile, do you think the heaven holy will listen to my advice? The light sea great holy was silent for a while, and then sighed faintly. I don't think so. The heaven holy broke through the emperor's gate, advanced to a quasi-emperor, and killed 7 quasi-emperors of the Gamana universe. He is already invincible. A piece of news spread rapidly in the weave of the world of warlocks. When the powerhouses who are intercepting Yang Feng's reinforcements saw the news, their countenance changed dramatically and revealed looks of despair. Chapter 1278. The earth of an abandoned celestial body suddenly cracked open, and a huge fleet flew out of the celestial body. Countless runes flickered, and the huge fleet disappeared from where it was. After a few jumps, the huge fleet appeared in the outer space of a desolate, dead and spacious star. With flashes of light, beams of light from the holy slaughtering cannons bombarded the spacious star, shattering it with a single strike. Stop! From the empty celestial body, a 10,000-kilometer-long stone wolf exuding fierce breath flew out. Behind the huge stone wolf, there are 36 other stone wolves, each of which exudes warlock monarch rank breath. There is also a holy spirit warlock rank stone wolf. Rock wolf holy, you finally showed up. How dare you try to kill my people? I just happen to be in need of a wolf dog to guard the door. If you swear to be my guard dog, open your soul, and let me set up a restriction, then I'll spare your life. There was a flash of ripples in the void, and Yang Feng walked out of the void, glanced at the rock wolf holy, and uttered coldly. The eyes of the rock wolf holy shimmered with apprehension, and he uttered unhurriedly, Heaven holy, the people who came to kill you are part of the forces of the universe. Do you want to be enemies with them all? Are you going to make all of them your enemy? Do you want to be an enemy of the Gamana universe? I can be your ally and fight with you against the Gamana universe's powerhouses. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng sent a fist barreling towards the rock wolf holy. Countless runes shone, and a star containing the essence of power barreled towards the rock wolf holy. Countless runes flickered, and a terrifying star containing the profound meaning of power fell from the sky and blasted towards the rock wolf great sage. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the rock wolf holy. Countless runes shone, and a giant claw containing the essence of power barreled towards the star. Boom! A fearsome energy shock wave spread in all directions, and the rock wolf Great Holy was engulfed by the star's strike, and its fleshly body exploded. A black hole suddenly appeared, and directly swallowed the remains of the rock wolf Great Sage. My lord! Damn human! How dare you kill my lord? I'll kill you! The eyes of the stone wolves flickered fiercely, and they pounced at Yang Feng. A devouring black hole appeared and swallowed the Saint-grade stone wolf. A huge mechanical torrent devoured the remaining stone wolves. One after another, the stone wolves were slain by the Ruler Series battle robots and turned into evolution resources. The rock wolf Great Sage has fallen. The entire rock wolf Holy was wiped out. The Sky Saint is going to sweep away all enemies in the world. The Saint intents in the void that were spying on them felt a chill run down their spines. The races that participated in intercepting Yang Feng were filled with fear, fearing that they would become his next target. Next, I'll choose the Blood Devil Sky Snake clan. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he willed, and the blue mirror of fate appeared, shone with countless runes, and wisps of fate breath diffused from the blue mirror of fate. A world shrouded in a sea of blood, shrouded the celestial body, appeared in the blue mirror of fate. Yang Feng looked at the strange world of blood, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing frigid killing intent. Do you think that by escaping into astral boundary, you can escape my pursuit? Too naive. Originally, a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse wanted to escape. As long as they escaped into astral boundary and the edge of the universe, even a warlock emperor would find it difficult to find them. But Yang Feng has the blue mirror of fate. Unless the target is proficient in the essence of fate, it will be difficult to escape the pursuit of the blue mirror of fate. This is... Yang Feng suddenly frowned, looked in the direction of the central starfield, and his figure blurred and disappeared. In front of a huge cave in the central starfield, 12 Tier 4 hives activated a powerful barrier and distorted the void, making it impossible to perceive anything here. Within the huge cave, there were countless fat wall worms crawling all over, devouring the strange wall of the universe. Originally, even eternal sovereigns couldn't break through the barrier between the two universes by force. The barrier worms couldn't do it either. However, since the two universes devoured and merged with each other, the laws changed, allowing the barrier worms to devour the barrier and open up a path. Ripples shone in the void, and Yang Feng stepped out and looked in the direction of the cave. That area is distorted by a mysterious extraordinary force, making it impossible to see what is happening there. Countless runes shone on the 3 Tier 4 hives, and one of them turned into a 1,000-kilometer-long monster, with a centipede-like body and strange eyeballs all over its body. One of them turned into a 1,000-kilometer-long monster with a scorpion tail and a fierce aura. The last one turned into a 1,000-kilometer-tall giant with 3 heads and 100 arms. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he brandished his halberd, and 100 green suns appeared out of thin air and shot towards the 3-headed monster like shooting stars. The eyeballs of the monster with countless strange eyeballs shone brightly, forming an incomparably distorted barrier in front of it. A cyan sun slammed into the distorted boundary and blasted it into smithereens. Another cyan sun slammed into the freak with countless strange eyeballs, and the freak was smashed into pieces. Fearsome cyan sun flames engulfed the freak. Rays of light flew out from the monster's body and were ignited by the cyan flames, turning into balls of cyan flames. The scorpion tail monster and the giant with 3 heads and 100 arms were also engulfed by the green sun flames, and then burned them into ashes. The hives were triggered, and countless runes flickered and turned into monsters with a length of more than 1,000 kilometers and great holy step fluctuations of power. The monsters formed by the 11 hives can even fight quasi-emperor step powerhouses. Come out! Yang Feng waved his halberd, countless runes flickered, and a spatial gate appeared out of thin air. 3 quasi-emperor step powerhouses, including the Void-Eyed Tiger Holy, the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy, and the Green Thunder Holy, flew out from the spatial gate. the void-eyed tiger holy, and the star-moon heavenly snake holy flickered with countless runes, and they turned into fierce beasts as big as stars, and engaged the hive monsters. With the green lightning spear in hand, the green thunder holy, who has turned into a fearsome thunder god, operated various thunder secret methods, and barreled towards the hive monsters. As soon as the 3 quasi-emperor step powerhouses attacked, they blocked the 11 hive monsters. Strolling among the hive monsters, Yang Feng slashed with his halberd, and a beam of light sliced the hive monsters into pieces. Countless engineering robots appeared in the void, and collected the remains of the hive monsters. The Gamana Universe's hives are the crystallization of the Gamana Universe's technology. These divine nest monsters were all treasures refined from all kinds of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so they were extremely valuable. Any piece of the divine nest's wreckage could be made into a treasure comparable to a level 9 artifact after being processed. What's that? What's that? After the hive monsters were blasted apart by Yang Feng, the huge hole formed by the hive's explosion appeared in front of everyone. When the sages and great sages who were watching everything through various spells saw the countless barrier worms in the cave, they immediately felt a sense of danger that made their blood run cold. Stop! A furious roar that shook the heavens and earth came from the terrifying cave. A jade bottle engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared on the other side of the hole, and a stream of frost flew out from the jade bottle and crossed the universe barrier. In the wake of the stream of frost, all the barrier worms were frozen into ice sculptures. Almost in an instant, the frosty chi flew out and blasted the body of the great void-eyed tiger sage. A copious amount of ice force pervaded the air, and the void-eyed tiger wholly was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell into the void. An eternal. It's the eternal frost. The Gamana Universe's eternal frost has taken action. What a terrible monster. That crossed the universe barrier. Sure enough, only an eternal can fight an eternal. Seeing this scene, the holy and great holy felt a chill in their hearts. Even among quasi-empyrean step powerhouses, the void-eyed tiger holy is an above-average existence. For such a powerhouse to be frozen by the eternal frost that crossed the universe barrier is simply appalling. Yang Feng frowned and waved his hand, and countless devour rulers flew to the ice sculpture. Countless runes shone as the devour rulers devoured the frost force. The devour rulers can devour virtually any kind of energy, but after devouring a tremendous amount of frost force, they were frozen into ice cubes and fell from the void. After the 10,000 devour sovereigns were frozen into ice, the 100 saint-grade devour sovereigns forcibly digested the ice power, completely devouring and absorbing the massive ice power. Crack! Following a burst of brittle sounds, the great void-eyed tiger sage broke free from the ice and flew out. He was enveloped in a layer of frigid chi, and his aura became extremely weak. Chapter 1279. Heaven Holy, thank you for your help. The great void-eyed tiger wholly flew to Yang Feng's side, his face pale, and he belched out a stream of frigid air that condensed into ice cubes in the void. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's help, the great void-eyed tiger wholly would have been frozen for 100 years by the frigid air. You've injured your vitality, go back. Yang Feng waved his halberd, and a spatial gate appeared. Thank you, Heaven Holy. The great void-eyed tiger sage didn't bother with pleasantries. With a sway of his body, he flew into the space door and disappeared. That frost energy contained the undying power of eternity. Although the amount was not large, the energy level of the universe was extremely high. If the great void-eyed tiger wholly wants to completely dispel the frigid air, it will take him a lot of resources and energy. Heaven Holy, you're pretty good. I am the eternal frost. I will give you a chance to submit to me. As long as you submit to me, I can help you promote to an Empyrean in the future and become a member of our universe's sacred race. In the future, you can also become the master of the human race. You will be the master of the human race. I won't interfere. A dignified voice came from the other side of the universe passage. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Sorry, but I have no interest in joining the Gamana universe." The eternal frost's cold and cruel voice came from the other side of the universe passage. In that case, you will be destroyed along with your universe. A handsome Empyrean rank powerhouse of the Red Rhombus race, the Red Rhombus Lord, wearing a crimson gold armor, holding a crimson gold dragon spear in hand, with a crimson rhombus crystal embedded on his forehead, appeared in the universe passage and walked over. Empyrean. Another Empyrean is about to cross the universe. What do we do? Our universe's Empyreans are asleep. Will the Ice Lord come to save us this time? Impossible. When the Ice Lord woke up from the River of Time and killed the Wave Rock Lord, he suffered a space-time backlash. If he wakes up again, only death will await him. It is impossible for the Ice Lord to wake up. Who can save us this time? When the saints and great sages saw the Red Caltrip Lord exuding Empyrean might, they felt a chill in their hearts. They finally understood why the Gamana universe blew up a Tier 5 hive. The Gamana universe detonated the Tier 5 hive, not to send 7 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, but to send a Warlock Emperor rank Red Caltrip Lord to the world of warlocks. Once the Red Caltrip Lord comes to this world, unless the emperors of the world of warlocks wake up and fight her to the death. Otherwise, no one in the entire universe would be a match for him. Many emperors had survived since the primordial era, and the longer they lived, the more they were unable to act. For a terrifying existence like the primal chaos mother spider, once it came out of its hiding place, its soul would be corroded by time, and it would directly fall. Because Shui had a reincarnated body, she could barely resist the power of the backlash of time. Even so, he was forced to hide in the River of Time and never wake up. Fortunately, we discovered it early. If we were a little later, he would have descended directly, and there would have been nothing we could do. Yang Feng looked at the Red Caltrip Lord, who exudes an invincible aura, and his eyes flashed with joy. I'll do it. When the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy arrived in front of the huge cave, he cast a secret method, and 10,000 stars flew out, absorbed the light of countless stars, gathered the starlight of millions of light years, and formed a starlight barrier sealing the huge cave. Break! Inside the cave, the eyes of the Red Caltrip Lord shimmered fiercely, and the Red Caltrip crystal on her forehead radiated brilliant light, and turned into a scarlet beam that slammed into the starlight seal barrier. Boom! Under the attack of the scarlet beam, the starlight seal barrier formed from 10,000 stars collapsed inch by inch. A terrifying ray of light tore through the sky and pierced Star Heavenly Serpent Sage. It exploded and blasted a huge bloody hole on Star Heavenly Serpent Sage. A large amount of blood filled with starlight dripped down from the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy, and the wound with a diameter of 10 kilometers shone with red light, unable to heal. Inside the cave, after the Red Caltrip Lord's attack, there were cracks on his handsome face, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his handsome face and sprinkled on the ground. Universe backlash. Fortunately, he isn't an eternal after all. No, even if he is an eternal, he has to pay a huge price to attack across the universe. Otherwise, he would have killed all of us already. When the spectating Holy and Great Holy saw this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes shimmered with joy. Yang Feng glanced at the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy and said lightly, "Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy, step back." "Thank you, my lord." The Star Moon Heavenly Snake Holy Heavenly Snake heaved a sigh of relief, stepped back, and began to heal himself by absorbing starlight. He was afraid that Yang Feng would use him as a consumable to consume the power of the Red Caltrip Lord. Ripples flickered in the void, and 2 figures walked out. One of them is the Divine Eye Holy. The Divine Eye Holy introduced, "Heaven Holy, this is the Myriad Star Holy." The Myriad Star Holy saluted Yang Feng and uttered, "Greetings, Heaven Holy." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Hello." The Divine Eye Holy said, "The Human Supreme Council has 3 quasi-emperors who have awakened, and one is called the Wind God Holy. He is currently guarding the Human Supreme Council. The 2 of us have come here to lend you a hand. If there's anything you need, please let us know." Yang Feng replied, "Okay." The Divine Eye Holy said, "I saw everything that happened just now. I also have a sealing secret method that can seal this passage and consume the power of the Red Caltrip Lord. Even if it is an Empyrean, they will have to pay a huge price to launch an attack in this universe passage. Not at the moment. Yang Feng shook his head and waved his hand, and 100 holy step seal rulers appeared. The 100 holy step seal rulers flickered with rune light, which turned into seal light that shone on the huge cave. The terrifying cave that was blasted open by the Tier 5 hive's explosion began to heal inch by inch. Break! In the universe passage, the red Caltrip Lord roared, and the red Caltrip on her forehead released brilliant red light that slammed into the cave's seal barrier. Boom! The bodies of the 100 saint rank sealing sovereigns trembled slightly, and a crack appeared on each of their bodies. In the universe passage, the right shoulder of the red Caltrip Lord burst open, and a large amount of blood spilled into the passage. One seal ruler can't resist the desperate blow of the red Caltrip Lord. But with 100 seal rulers equally sharing the destructive force, even the red Caltrip Lord is helpless. Amazing. So this is the Heaven Holy's Golem Legion. How terrifying. 100 saint-level mechanical puppets. That's a terrifying existence comparable to human Holy Spirit warlocks. The Heaven Holy's alchemy is simply incredible. To think that he can even make holy step golems. His golem alchemy has already surpassed the golem lords. When the saints and great sages saw the 100 saint-rank sovereigns, their hearts shook slightly. They were both relieved and fearful at the same time. In the universe passage, the red Caltrip crystal on the forehead of the red Caltrip Lord shone brightly, and bright red light shot out and blasted into the entrance of the cave. The 100 sealed hegemons shuddered non-stop, and one crack after another appeared on their bodies. But the red Caltrip Lord, who is in the universe passage, is also riddled with wounds. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. It seems that the red Caltrip Lord has been blocked. Fortunately, the Heaven Holy discovered it in time. Otherwise, we would be in trouble this time. The Holy and Great Holy who are watching everything through various spells breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. If it was elsewhere, the 100 seal rulers would not be the opponent of the red Caltrip Lord at all. Only in this situation can they contend against the red Caltrip Lord. You want to stop me with this? You're too naive. In the universe passage, the red Caltrip Lord smiled coldly and waved her hand, and an ancient silver chest exuding wisps of eternal breath flew out and slammed into the barrier formed by the 100 seal rulers like a meteor. Retreat! When Yang Feng saw the silver chest, he felt alarmed. He barked. A defensive barrier appeared around him, and he retreated. Without hesitation, the God-Eye Great Holy and the other powerhouses followed Yang Feng and disappeared from where they stood. Boom! The moment the silver chest hit the barrier, it exploded, as if a universe had collapsed. The fearsome explosion set off a storm of energy that spread in all directions. The 100 saint-rank sealed rulers were vaporized by the terrifying explosion and turned into dust, disappearing without a trace. Even the core microchip was unable to be preserved. The terrifying explosion distorted everything, causing the huge cave to become even larger than before. In the universe passage, the left side of the red Caltrip Lord's body exploded, and a large amount of blood sprayed into the sky. Even with the fearsome resilience of her warlock emperor rank perfect immortal body, she still can't heal herself. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng and others appeared in the void. The God-Eye Great Holy, the Green Lightning Great Holy, and the Star Great Holy have a dozen-plus wounds on them, and blood dripped into the sky. Only Yang Feng, who is covered in the God Armor of Dawn, is unscathed. Chapter 1280. The God-Eye's Great Holy looked at the red Caltrip Lord in the universe passage with a dignified shade in his eyes. The red Caltrip Lord, how ruthless! The silver chest is clearly a broken eternal treasure. In order to pass through the universe passage, the red Caltrip Lord detonated the broken eternal treasure. He had also suffered an extremely terrifying backlash, and his origin had been severely damaged. It is extremely difficult for Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses to be injured. With the power of their perfect immortal bodies, ordinary injuries can be easily healed. However, the origin injuries suffered in the universe passage cannot be healed, even by Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. At the time, the invincible Time Lord suppressed the world. But because the origin injuries were too severe, he eventually died early, becoming one of the earliest emperors to die. In the universe passage, the blood-soaked red caltrop lord glanced this way with an unruly expression, smiled contemptuously, and continued to stride forward. But in the next moment, the smile on the red caltrop lord's face stiffened. In the void, traces of spatial ripples appeared, and a dense cluster of seal sovereigns and space sovereigns appeared. The hegemons of the seals resonated with each other, and beams of sealing light descended, illuminating the cave. Under the envelopment of the sealing light, the cave began to be sealed inch by inch. Break! The red rhombus crystal on the red caltrop lord's forehead flashed, and a crimson ray slammed into the seal barrier. Boom! The sealing barrier was shattered with a single strike, and the 1,000 sealing dominators immediately exploded and turned into dust. Although there are 500,000 seal rulers gathered in this starry sky, however, their sealing power and the endurance of their bodies were far inferior to the 100 Saint-tier seal dominators that had been destroyed. However, the number of the 500,000 seal rulers seems to be endless. Even after 1,000 were destroyed, the number didn't decrease in the slightest. Countless seal light entered the cave and sealed the entrance inch by inch. In the universe passage, the red caltrop lord's eyes flashed fiercely, and red light shot out from the crystal on her forehead and blasted into the entrance of the barrier. Boom! 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 Massive explosions rang out incessantly. Each time, 1,000 sealed-off sovereigns would explode and turn into dust. Every time Master Red Caltrop launched an attack, a wound would explode open on her body. She was dripping with blood and was in an incomparably miserable state. How savage! This is the universe-devouring battle. Even emperors were forced to fight with their lives on the line. Between our two universes, only the living beings of one universe can survive. When the saints and great sages saw Lord Hung Chestnut's pitiful state, a chill surged in their hearts. In the world of warlocks, a warlock emperor rank powerhouse is a universe overlord who can sweep through an era. Even in the Gamana universe, he is an important minister that the eternal sovereigns cannot afford to look down on. He is a top powerhouse in the universe. Even so, in this great calamity of the universe, they had to fight with their lives on the line, for themselves and for the race behind them. In this cosmic war, some saints might be able to protect their own race and hide in a corner of the universe. However, the weakening of the race was also a foregone conclusion. If they were targeted by an eternal sovereign, then even hiding in a corner of the universe would be an extravagant hope. The sealed-off sovereigns are virtually endless. No matter how Master Red Caltrop attacks, she can't destroy them completely. Standing in the void, Yang Feng watched the 500,000 sealed-off sovereigns being destroyed with an indifferent expression on his face. As long as he can slay Master Red Caltrop, even if all the sealed-off sovereigns are destroyed, it's an acceptable outcome. In the universe passage, Master Red Caltrop sighed. How troublesome. That's the universe great calamity for you. Sure enough, it won't be that easy to break through. This time, in order to send Master Red Caltrop, the Gamana universe took advantage of the changes in the world of Warlock's universe laws to detonate a Tier 5 hive. Then it sent 7 quasi-emperor rank powerhouses and used the newly developed barrier worms. After paying an extremely painful price, Master Red Caltrop almost stepped into the world of Warlocks perfectly. If it wasn't for the warning of the Blue Mirror of Fate, Yang Feng wouldn't have guessed that the Gamana universe would send another Empyrean at this time. However, in the face of absolute strength, the resistance of you ants is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A cold ray flashed in Master Red Caltrop's eyes. Her long hair fluttered, countless runes surged, and her bloodline burned. As if an invincible transcendent, she sprinted through the universe rift. Boom! Boom! Bursts of tremors came from the passage. Lord Red Chestnut's body continued to explode as she charged forward at high speed. Wielding the spear in her hand, the Master Red Caltrop pierced through all the barriers blocking her way with tremendous force. Originally, only when Empyreans of the world of Warlocks awaken can the barrier between the two universes allow Empyreans to pass through. If the Gamana universe's Empyreans want to break through the universe barrier by force, they have to pay a huge price. At the time, the Wave Rock Lord paid a huge price, and even injured his origin, in order to come to the world of warlocks. The barrier passage, opened by the barrier worms, was unstable to begin with. Now that Master Red Caltrip forcibly sprinted forward, she triggered a backlash from the laws of the universe, and was seriously injured. Red Caltrip Godlight slammed into the entrance of the cave, and shattered the barrier that the Seal rulers just set up. The Sealing Sovereigns were enveloped by the incomparably terrifying backlash, and they began to explode one after another. How scary! He has gone crazy. Who else can stop a crazy Empyrean? The saints and great saints felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this. The myriad star Holy's eyes shimmered with determination, and he uttered with a smile, "In this world, it isn't just the Gamana universe that has hot-blooded men. Heaven Holy, I'm willing to seal this passage. As long as I stake my life, I can seal this passage for another 500 years. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "No need. Listen to my instructions." Yes. Seeing Yang Feng so calm, the myriad star Holy's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he smiled and said no more. Seeing this scene, the divine eye Great Holy nodded and mused. As expected of the future master of the human race, he has the demeanor of a master. You're finally here, little bugs? Are you ready to die? Standing in front of the universe barrier, the Master Red Caltrip Lord is covered in wounds. Her left eye exploded, and her Empyrean blood is flowing out of her body. Yet she is still domineering, staring coldly at Yang Feng and the other holy beings in the central starfield. She revealed a ferocious smile. Idiot! Yang Feng showed a smile of ridicule and waved his hand. Ripples flickered in the void, and 1,000 Holy Spirit battle stars emerged from the void. Countless rays flashed, and beams of Saint Slaughter artillery barreled towards the Master Red Caltrip Lord like raindrops. Seeing this scene, the Master Red Caltrip Lord's face fell. In the outside world, she has 10,000 secret methods to avoid the beams of the Saint Slaughter artillery. But since she is in a universe rift, she cannot avoid them. The Master Red Caltrip Lord silently recited an incantation, and burned her bloodline, and the red Caltrip crystal on her forehead flew out, released resplendent light, and formed a semicircular red Caltrip shield. When the beams of the Saint Slaughter artillery slammed into the semicircular red Caltrip shield, they were distorted, and then blasted into the universe passage. A rain of light exploded in the universe passage, each of which can seriously injure a great holy and destroy a celestial body. After the rain of light disappeared, an intact red Caltrip shield appeared in front of everyone. How scary! What a terrifying defense! No quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse can block the bombardment of the Heaven Holy Fleet. The Master Red Caltrip Lord is really terrifying. As expected of an Empyrean, the holy and great holy beings inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. No quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse, even the devouring heaven demonic dragon, the strongest powerhouse under the Empyrean realm, can withstand the bombardment of thousands of Saint Slaughter artillery. Heaven Holy, is that all you've got? The red Caltrip shield flew into the Master Red Caltrip Lord's hand. Her eyes shimmered fiercely, and she stabbed forward with the spear and pierced through a membrane. The red Caltrip spear pierced through the universe barrier, and wisps of Empyrean might reverberated in the area. Red light shone, and the universe barrier was pierced through by the red Caltrip spear. A vast and boundless, invincible Emperor's pressure spread out from the red Caltrip Master's body, as she coldly looked in all directions. Amazing! Master Red Caltrip Lord! Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand. Ripples flickered, and the semi-finished level 7 stronghold flew out, and extended a 10-kilometer-long destruction artillery. Destruction artillery is the most powerful and fearsome artillery developed by the Shizu. Even if it is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, they may die if hit by the destruction cannon. Countless runes flickered, and in an instant, a beam full of destruction power barreled towards the Master Red Caltrip Lord. The Master Red Caltrip Lord's face flickered, and the red Caltrip shield appeared again and blocked in front of her. When the beam of destruction slammed into the red caltrop shield, it shattered the shield, and then swallowed the master red caltrop lord. So scary. What weapon is that? What weapon is that? How can it be so terrifying? Apart from Empyrean powerhouses, who can resist a blow from this weapon? When the holy and great holy beings saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with incredulity, and a chill spread from their soul. The power of the destruction artillery can seriously injure a warlock emperor rank powerhouse with a single blow. Unless an Empyrean awakens, no one can resist this fearsome beam. Chapter 1281. Is she dead? Is the red caltrop lord dead? Is the red caltrop lord dead? Everyone's gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked in the direction of the cosmic rift. Ripples appeared in the void, and 18 level, 6 strongholds appeared in the void, resonated with each other, and frantically extracted the starfield's energy. A semi-finished level, 7 stronghold and 18 level, 6 strongholds are what Yangfeng has accumulated over the years. A scorched black bone claw stretched out of the cosmic rift and tore the cosmic barrier apart with force. A scorched skeleton squeezed out of the huge hole. Countless runes flickered, and a large amount of flesh and blood poured out of the scorched skeleton and formed the red caltrop lord's body. The reborn red caltrop lord is blind in one eye, her body is tattered, and there are wounds all over her body. She looks miserable. The injury to one's origin wouldn't heal before one's origin was healed. She's here. The red caltrop lord, she's here. Damn it. When the holy and great holy experts watching from afar saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. An Empyrean, even a seriously injured Empyrean, is still a wounded tiger. Who knows what price you will have to pay to kill her? The red caltrop lord uttered indifferently. Has the energy in this starfield been extracted? It seems that you are well prepared. However, you are risking your life for some people who want you dead. Is it worth it, Heaven Holy? As far as I know, when you advanced to the Empyrean realm, many people in this universe intervened and destroyed your advancement ceremony. Is it worth it for you to fight to the death here for them? Sure enough, since you crossed the universe barrier and received such a big blow, it is impossible for you to come out unscathed. You are stalling for time. Unfortunately, I won't give you time to recover. Red caltrop lord, you are destined to die here. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, the dawn god armor shone brightly, and he appeared in front of the red caltrop lord in an instant. He brandished the halberd, and 100 green suns emerged, and turned into a green ray that tore through the sky, and slashed towards the red caltrop lord. Stupid guy. Even though I am seriously injured, I am not in existence you can contend with. Since you are so stubborn, then go to hell. With a fierce flash in her eyes, the red caltrop lord brandished the red spear, and stabbed at the tip of the green caltrop lord. The endless red caltrop god light erupted, and completely extinguished the green sun flames. Under the impact of the fearsome red caltrop divine light, Yangfeng was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. A long wound opened on his body, and a copious amount of blood spilled into the sky. So strong! Even the heavenly saint was defeated by him in one move. Caltrop Lord. Even if he's heavily injured, he's still an emperor, invincible in the world. Holy! The spectating saints and great saints sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. The surrounding holy caltrop Yang caltrop holy was caltrop Lord caused the holy. The caltrop Yang. The holy. The caltrop holy. Caltrop Yang caltrop. Yang caltrop his. Yang caltrop Yang. The caltrop Lord Yang. His face of Yang caltrop Yang's calp. After the red caltrop Lord seriously injured Yang Feng, her face flickered, and more blood flowed out of the wounds on her body. Countless lightning flashed, and the green thunder holy stepped on air, and stabbed towards the red caltrop Lord with the thunder spear in hand. The vertical eye on the forehead of the god, eye holy shone brightly, and waves of heaven eyes god light shot out. Myriad star great sage held a star scepter in his hand. Behind him, phantoms of stars appeared and shot towards Lord Hong Chestnut like meteors. A cold ray flashed in the red caltrop Lord's eyes, and she spread the fingers of a hand, and a red caltrop shield appeared and blocked in front of her. When the thunder spear, Heaven eyes God light, and star projections slammed into the red caltrip shield. They set off ripples. Stop, you three. Let me experience the power of the red caltrip lord. With a flash of light, Yang Feng stepped out from the rear. A pair of mechanical wings unfolded behind him, and looked coldly at the red caltrip lord. When the God Eye Holy and the other two quasi-emperor powerhouses saw this scene, they flew to the rear. Interesting. Heaven Holy, you want to challenge me? You're really reckless. The red caltrip lord laughed out of anger, then suddenly stabbed at Yang Feng with the spear in her hand. When the spear stabbed towards Yang Feng, the space distorted and collapsed, and the spear stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he stabbed with the halberd. Suddenly, a river of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole appeared and stabbed towards the red caltrip lord. The scarlet spear shone brightly, and the river of time collapsed. The spatial portal collapsed, the power star shattered, and the devour black hole pierced into Yang Feng's left shoulder at an incredible angle. A tyrannical power erupted from the red spear, attempting to tear Yang Feng to shreds. Mysterious runes appeared on the Dawn God armor, and Yang Feng strangely appeared 10,000 kilometers away. A large hole appeared in his left shoulder, and a copious amount of blood sprayed into the air. Tiny devour black holes appeared and devoured the law force in Yang Feng's left shoulder, healing his injuries. Amazing, as expected of an Empyrean. Even though he is seriously injured and his origin is damaged, making it difficult for him to absorb universe energy. But he is still so powerful. Amazing. Fourth form. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and a blurry phantom emerged and merged with him. An endless stream of power poured into Yang Feng from the Kunmo Dusk Stone, making his breath infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. A red afterimage flickered, and the red caltrip lord crossed the void, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and stabbed the spear in her hand towards Yang Feng like a meteor. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and a halberd appeared. He brandished the halberd, and countless martyrs appeared and slashed at the red caltrip spear. Boom! The void collapsed and twisted, and the red caltrip lord was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. A copious amount of blood sprayed from the numerous wounds on her body. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and a torrent of time surrounded him. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of the red caltrip lord, and slashed at her with the halberd. Boom! 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 In the void, incomparably terrifying explosions rang out incessantly, and incomparably violent shockwaves spread out in all directions. The starry sky where Yang Feng and the red caltrip lord fought is filled with collapsed and distorted holes, and stars exploded and turned into powder. So strong! The Heaven Holy is actually this strong. That's an Empyrean. To be able to fight an Empyrean to a draw. The red caltrip lord is an Empyrean. Even though he is seriously injured, he is still an invincible figure. To be able to fight an Empyrean to a draw. How can he be so strong? That's an Empyrean. The Heaven Holy, who is just a quasi-Empyrean, can already fight an Empyrean to a draw. How is this possible? How can this be? Seeing this scene, the eyes of the holy and great holy experts shimmered with incredulity. The gap between quasi-Empyrean and Empyrean is like a chasm, almost insurmountable. At the time, the Star Lord was suppressed by a powerful enemy in the Great Holy Realm. But as soon as he advanced to the Empyrean realm, he suppressed that great enemy. The God Eyes Great Holy exclaimed, "Amazing! That's amazing!" As expected of the Heaven Holy, the future Lord of the human race, the 9th Warlock Emperor. Once he ascends to the Empyrean realm in the future, he will be an invincible overlord like the Time Lord. The Myriad Star Holy said with a smile, "No, in this era, you can even fight for the eternal throne." The God Eyes Great Holy's eyes shimmered brightly, and he uttered slowly, "The eternal throne." The promotion to the eternal throne is the ultimate goal that countless human warlocks strive for. There has never been a human powerhouse who has set foot in the eternal realm. The human 8 warlock emperors are all peerless geniuses, with the potential to attack the eternal throne. Unfortunately, the laws of the universe have changed, and do not allow the birth of Eternals. And this era is the only era that can give birth to Eternals. At that time, many sleeping Empyreans will wake up and fight endlessly for the only opportunity to become Eternals. Heaven holy, if I wasn't seriously injured, you wouldn't be my opponent. In the void, bathed in blood, the red caltrop lord retreated again and again, and she uttered frigidly, "That's right. If you hadn't been injured repeatedly and injured your origin, I wouldn't be your opponent. However, you're doomed to die here today. Die at my hands." With the green sun halberd in hand, Yang Feng frantically attacked the red caltrop lord like an invincible god of war. "I lost today, but you want to kill me? That's impossible." The red caltrop lord smiled coldly. Countless runes shone on her, and she turned into a scarlet ray and flew away at a speed faster than the speed of light. As an Empyrean, the red caltrop lord is naturally proficient in countless life-saving secret methods. As soon as she saw that she isn't Yang Feng's opponent, she chose to escape. As long as the red caltrop lord is given some time, she will be able to recover from her injuries, suppress the injury to her origin, and become invincible in the world of warlocks. Countless space rulers emerged, and then a transparent spatial barrier appeared in the void amid the countless runes. Yang Feng has already made arrangements in this starfield, and the countless space lords have already sealed this starfield. "Break!" The red caltrop lord roared, brandished the red caltrop spear, and stabbed at the seal barrier. Boom! The seal barrier jointly set up by more than 1 million space lords collapsed, and 10,000 space lords were blasted into pieces by the backlash force. Chapter 1282. Yang Feng appeared behind the red caltrop lord, and slashed the green sun halberd at the red caltrop lord. Countless rhombus crystals appeared and formed a defensive barrier. Yang Feng slashed the rhombus crystals open a long wound on the red caltrop lord, and a copious amount of Empyrean blood gushed out and sprinkled the sky. The red caltrop lord cast a secret method, and countless rhombus runes appeared, absorbed part of Yang Feng's power, and rushed forward. The red caltrop lord was seriously injured many times in a row while crossing the universe barrier. Finally, she was hit by the destruction cannon. Seriously injured, she cannot continue to fight. Runes flickered, and 100 holy step spatial rulers appeared, resonated wildly, and opened a powerful spatial barrier blocking in front of the red caltrop lord. "Open!" A fierce ray flashed in the red caltrop lord's eyes, and she roared and stabbed the red caltrop spear at the spatial barrier. Boundless red caltrop divine light erupted with fearsome Empyrean might in an attempt to penetrate the spatial barrier. Ripples began to appear on the surface of the spatial barrier. Cracks also began to appear on the bodies of the 100 saint-ranked space rulers. At the moment when the spatial barrier was about to collapse, a torrent of time emerged, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the red caltrop lord with a teleport and slashed with his halberd, and a green halberd ray slashed the red caltrop lord's right hand and cut it off. Transparent threads emerged from the void and stabbed into the 100 holy step spatial rulers. Countless runes shone from the semi-finished level 7 stronghold, and a steady stream of energy entered the 100 holy step spatial rulers. The cracks on the 100 holy step spatial rulers healed, and they became stronger. The spatial barrier that was on the verge of collapse reformed once more. The 1 million holy step spatial rulers shone brightly, and set up another spatial barrier in the rear, sealing off the red caltrop lord's escape route. "It seems that I'm doomed to die here today. I really don't want to. If I hadn't been seriously injured in the universe barrier, how could you be my opponent?" Sent flying by Yang Feng's halberd strike, the red caltrop lord's eyes shimmered with unwillingness. Her voice shook the sky, and a copious amount of Empyrean blood dripped from her wounds. "That's right, Master Hong Chestnut. If you were at your peak, then even if I used all of my strength, I still wouldn't be your match." Yang Feng admitted it calmly, but left behind countless afterimages. He frantically attacked the red caltrop lord without stopping. Countless braves appeared behind Yang Feng, and green halberd rays emerged from the river of time and slashed towards the red caltrop lord. The red caltrop lord's combat skills have reached the pinnacle, and her control of power is far superior to Yang Feng's. But every time he blocks a blow from Yang Feng, A copious amount of Empyrean blood flows out of the wounds on his body, and his breath drops continuously. As an Empyrean emperor, Red Caltrip Lord can extract universe energy from millions of light years in radius to repair herself and fight Yangfeng. However, all the power in this starfield was extracted by Yangfeng's mechanical fortified stronghold. Whether it is Yangfeng or the Red Caltrip Lord, they can only use their own strength to fight. Fine. Let me kill you. I'll get rid of a great enemy for our universe. After the Red Caltrip Lord was sent flying by Yangfeng's blow again, she spewed out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes became bright and spirited. Bright light shone, her bloodline burned, wisps of Empyrean might erupted, and she stabbed her spear towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng's face flickered, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he slashed out with his halberd. The four essences of Torrent of Time, Spatial Portal, Force Star, and Devour Black Hole erupted with world-destroying might. Boom! Endless red caltrip light cut through time and space, crushed everything, and crushed all of Yangfeng's attacks. Then in an instant, it stabbed into Yangfeng's right shoulder and blasted it apart. When the fearsome beam slammed into the barrier formed by 100 holy step space rulers, a large hole was blasted open in the barrier, and 5 space rulers collapsed and shattered. So strong. This is Empyrean might. This is real Empyrean might. Invincible. Empyrean might is invincible. The Red Caltrip Lord burned the last of her life origin. As expected of an Empyrean. So decisive. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Holy and Great Holy flashed with apprehension, excitement, schadenfreude, and other complicated emotions. The Red Caltrip Lord erupted with full battle prowess at once. Clearly, she used a secret method to burn her remaining life origin. She is destined to recover her strength in a short period of time, and then her origin will be exhausted, and she will die. After the Red Caltrip Lord severely injured Yangfeng, her face twisted, and she coughed loudly. A large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth, and the numerous wounds all over her body. Yangfeng retreated briskly 10,000 kilometers away, and waved his hand. Ripples shone in the void, and 1,000,000 blade rulers appeared, turned into a steel torrent capable of shredding holy step experts, and rushed towards the Red Caltrip Lord. Since the Red Caltrip Lord has burned her life origin, she is destined to not last long. Naturally, Yangfeng won't be stupid enough to fight her to the death at this time. You want to consume my life origin? It's not that simple. Bleeding from her facial orifices, the Red Caltrip Lord showed a grim smile. Countless runes shone, and the red caltrip crystal on her forehead flew out. Countless mysterious runes shone, and a crimson spear appeared. The Red Caltrip Lord collapsed inch by inch, turned into a pool of blood, and entered the crimson spear. The crimson spear turned into a ray of light, and stabbed towards Yangfeng at a speed faster than the speed of light. In an instant, the blade rulers blocking in front of Yangfeng collapsed and shattered. 100,000 Vajra rulers appeared, resonated with each other, and opened a transparent barrier. When the crimson spear stabbed the transparent barrier, it easily pierced through the barrier like tofu and stabbed towards Yangfeng. 100 holy Vajra rulers appeared, resonated with each other, and opened a giant shield-like barrier. When the crimson spear stabbed the giant shield-like barrier, resplendent red caltrip light shone. The giant shield-like barrier collapsed in an instant. 10 holy Vajra rulers collapsed and shattered. The scarlet spear's momentum didn't diminish as it stabbed straight at Yangfeng, pierced into his body, and exploded. What a pity. You're a step too slow. At the moment when Yangfeng's body collapsed, he showed a mocking smile, and then collapsed and shattered. A ray of light emerged from the semi-finished level 7 stronghold, and Yangfeng's true body emerged from the ray of light. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged, and swept towards the direction of the explosion. The devour black hole frantically devoured the crimson spear that hasn't dissipated yet. What a pity. I'm a step too slow. If I had attacked you as soon as I came out, I would have definitely perished together with you. What a pity. I'm a step too slow. The projection of the Red Caltrip Lord appeared in the crimson spear, and her eyes shimmered with bitterness, and she sighed faintly. When the Red Caltrip Lord emerged from the universe rift, she suffered terrifying origin injuries. When he fought with Yang Feng, his injuries became more severe. When the Red Caltrip Lord burned her life origin, she could no longer lock onto Yang Feng's whereabouts. Her desperate attack could only destroy a false substitute created by Yang Feng. The projection of the Red Caltrip Lord flickered and collapsed, and a tremendous amount of Empyrean life origin poured into Yang Feng's body, causing his body and soul to transform and evolve. Every Empyrean is a huge treasury. The Red Caltrip Lord is an Empyrean in the prime of her race. Even though she has been severely injured several times and burned her life origin, but there is still a tremendous amount of Empyrean origin inside her, which nourishes Yang Feng's body and soul. She died. The Heaven Holy actually slayed the Red Caltrip Lord. How terrifying. An Empyrean died at his hands just like that. The Red Caltrip Lord was an Empyrean in his prime. Yet she died at the hands of the Heaven Holy. How terrifying. That was an Empyrean. Yet the Heaven Holy killed her. That's incredible. The Heaven Holy is probably the strongest person under the Empyrean realm. When the spectating powerhouses saw Yang Feng devour the Red Caltrip Lord, a chill welled up in their hearts. Even though the Red Caltrip Lord suffered an origin injury after crossing the universe barrier, but she is still not in existence that a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse can contend against. Only Yang Feng can defeat him, or even kill him, leaving him no chance to escape. The Green Thunder Great Holy's eyes shimmered with a complicated ray, and he sighed faintly. Amazing! As expected of the Heaven Holy. The Divine Eyes Great Holy's eyes shimmered with gratification. As expected of the future Lord of the human race. That's really powerful. Even the Time Lord wasn't as powerful as him at the time. The Myriad Star Great Holy looked at Yang Feng with a scorching shade in his eyes. Eternal. If it's him, then he may be able to compete for the eternal throne. Our human race may be able to give birth to an eternal sovereign. The world of warlocks, the Weave. The Gamana universe's Empyrean Lord crossed the universe and was slain by the Heaven Holy. A piece of news appeared on the Weave and immediately set off an uproar. Empyrean. An Empyrean was slain by the Heaven Holy. How is that possible? That's an Empyrean. For the Heaven Holy to be able to slay an Empyrean, has he already advanced to a Warlock Emperor? The entire Weave Forum discussed spiritedly, and the eyes of virtually all human warlocks flickered with incredulity. Chapter 1283. Impossible, that's definitely a rumor. That's an Empyrean. How could the Firmament Holy kill him? The Firmament Holy clearly failed to advance to the Empyrean realm. That's right. It's a well-known fact that the Firmament Holy failed to advance to the quasi-Empyrean realm. How could he kill an Empyrean? This is definitely a rumor. The gap between an Empyrean and a quasi-Empyrean is like a chasm. After all, quasi-Empyreans are only pinnacle Great Holy. They have glimpsed a drop of the mysteries of the Empyrean domain. After all, they are still Great Holy, essentially holy. How can they be the opponent of an Empyrean? That's definitely a rumor. On the Weave Forum, countless enemies of Yang Feng commented and refuted the news. Many people also became dubious at once. Whether it is a Great Holy or a quasi-Empyrean, in fact they are essentially holy. There is indeed a terrifying gap between an Empyrean and a quasi-Empyrean. After all, the Red Caltrip Lord was an Empyrean. Yang Feng defeating him is already unimaginable. Now that he died at Yang Feng's hands, it is more like a fantasy story. Boom, boom. On the Tsangji Plain, the 36 primary material planes, and all the planes of the world of warlocks above grade 3, dark clouds suddenly surged and golden rain fell. Golden rain sky. This is the phenomenon of an enemy Empyrean falling. This is the phenomenon of golden rain sky, the phenomenon of an Empyrean falling. According to legend, this phenomenon only appears when Empyreans who are loathed by the will of the universe die. When the 6th Warlock Emperor of the human race, the Golem Lord, died, there seems to have been a phenomenon of golden rain sky. It seems that the Red Caltrip Lord really died. The Gamana universe's Empyreans are absolutely loathed by the will of the universe. The powerhouses from all over the universe looked at the endless golden rain with a dignified look in their eyes. It turns out to be true. Golden rain sky. This golden rain can change a person's physique. It can transform ordinary people and make their aptitude stronger. This is a gift from our universe. Golden rain sky. This is really a golden age. With the nourishment of this golden rain, our universe can give birth to more powerhouses and geniuses. On the weave, everyone understood that Yang Feng really killed an Empyrean, which is why the phenomenon of golden rain sky appeared. Heavenly saints are eternal. Heavenly sage eternity. The mortals and human warlocks of the Zhangji Plains east and west world came out of their homes, bathed in the golden rain, and issued cheerful cries. In the golden rain, even a piece of trash with an inferior grade 1 aptitude would be directly changed to an inferior grade 3 aptitude. The warlock with level 4 soul aptitude directly became a genius with level 5 soul aptitude. The whole Zhangji Plain was seething with joy. Another path. In our universe, there is one more path to becoming an emperor. The saints and great sages could clearly feel that another path to becoming an emperor had appeared in the universe. Whenever an emperor from another universe fell, if his path did not appear in this universe, a new path to become an emperor would appear in this universe. The heavenly saint actually killed a martial emperor. How unbelievable. Too strong. That's an emperor, equivalent to the 8 warlock emperors of our human race. For such an invincible overlord to be killed by a heavenly saint is truly inconceivable. Such a person can be called a hero. I heard that the heavenly saint is a figure from the same era as us. Zhangji Plains Bright Moon School's headquarters. A dozen beautiful warlocks of the Bright Moon School gathered together and watched the weave. Xiaoji, I heard that you once traveled with the heavenly saint. Is that true? A tall, beautiful warlock with a head of wavy, gorgeous red hair, seductive, and extraordinary temperament, asked a stunning beauty with a ponytail, exuding a cold, elegant, and noble temperament. In an instant, all eyes in the room were focused on Zhang Qiaoji. Zhang Qiaoji's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated shade, and she sighed faintly. Yes, I once traveled with the heavenly saint. When they were in the demonic realm, Yang Feng's cultivation base was far inferior to Zhang Qiaoji's. But now he can already kill emperors. Zhang Qiaoji, however, barely advanced to a glorious sun warlock. If it was before the universe's recovery, a glorious sun warlock would have been a great figure in the Zhangji Plain. But in the Great Tribulation, glorious sun warlocks are only at the level of elite soldiers. Warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank aren't even qualified to serve as cannon fodder in a universe war. When they heard Zhang Qiaoji's words, the eyes of many beautiful women lit up. The sexy and beautiful mixed blood said with a sweet smile, Qiaoji, can you introduce the heavenly saint to us sisters? The Bright Moon School and the Battle Demon sect have been allies for generations. The alliance between us must become even closer. Sisters, don't you agree? Yes. Big Sister Yi Mei said too much. That's right. Qiaoji, help us sisters. The beautiful women of the Bright Moon School jeered. Zhang Qiaoji was silent for a while, and then said slowly, I'll do my best. In a secret realm, Kong Fangao looked at the information on the weave with a complicated shade in his eyes, and he sighed faintly. He can even kill emperors. At the time, it was Kong Fangao who brought Yang Feng to the Eastern world's Great Cloud Dynasty. When they first met, Yang Feng was just an unremarkable level 2 warlock. But now, even a powerful emperor has fallen at Yang Feng's hands, which made him feel that the world is impermanent. In a secret realm, although Jiang Lang is covered in wounds, but his eyes are surprisingly bright. He stared at the weave with a smile. He even killed an emperor. As expected of Yang Feng, the speed of his progress is really despairing. However, I will eventually catch up to you step by step. In a bloody secret realm, the blood-haired demonic snake Great Holy stared at the weave with a pale face and trembling body, and fear flashed in his eyes. An emperor has fallen. The Red Caltrip Lord has fallen. How could this be? That was a martial emperor. That was an emperor realm expert. Why didn't you kill the heavenly saint before dying? In a safe star composed of obsidian, the brilliant black tortoise Great Holy, who looks like an ordinary middle-aged man, left the human weave and said to a crystal coffin with a wry smile, The red caltrop lord has fallen. The heavenly saint is really scary. Sir, if you don't take action, I can only kneel down and surrender to the heavenly saint. A sphere flew out of the crystal coffin and entered the brilliant black tortoise great holy's hand. I see. After the brilliant black tortoise great holy caught the sphere, his eyes flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. On a green and lush planet, there are all kinds of red-crowned cranes, each of which exudes extraordinary power. It looks like a paradise on earth. In the center of the star, there are exquisite and luxurious palaces. Among the palaces, there is a floating city supported by countless clouds. The beautiful flying crane great holy sighed faintly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated look. An emperor has fallen. The heavenly saint actually killed the red caltrop lord. He's really strong, how despairing. A delicate and lovely-looking crane girl said, God Lord, the heavenly saint is very powerful. Can't we just hide? As long as we hide at the edge of the universe, the heavenly saint's anger will subside in 10 to 20,000 years. We'll sneak back. The flying crane great holy sighed faintly and said, How can it be that simple? The heavenly saint controls the blue mirror of fate. If there are no emperors, he can only find a powerhouse proficient in the essence of fate to interfere with fate, or get the third fate emperor treasure. The beautiful crane girl's eyes flashed with despair and fear. Then what should we do? The flying crane great holy smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, I already have a solution. In a star shrouded in endless light, the light sea great holy's eyes flashed with a complicated look, and he sighed faintly. The heavenly saint. Even an emperor had fallen. This was already the second emperor that had fallen at his hands. It's really despairing. The battle demon sex branch floating continent. A blood-colored light appeared, and wisps of quasi-emperorian rank might spread from the light, and the blood-haired devil snake great holy slowly walked out of the light. That's the blood-haired devil snake great holy. He is the blood-haired devil snake great holy who stopped the divine eye great holy. Is he going to fight the heavenly saint to the death? It's over. When two quasi-emperorian rank powerhouses fight, we will all die without a burial place. When the powerhouses in the starport saw the blood-haired devil snake great holy, their countenance changed greatly, and their eyes flashed with despair. A battle between quasi-emperorian rank powerhouses is earth-shaking and terrifying enough to destroy stars. Even if it is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse, they will be turned into powder if hit by the aftermath. Most of the powerhouses in the starport are below the infinity warlock rank. Once they are hit by the aftermath of a battle between quasi-emperorian rank powerhouses, they will die. Blood-haired devil snake great holy, are you looking for death by coming here? Ripples flickered, and Mycelia, wearing the angel armor, appeared from the void and stared coldly at the blood-haired devil snake great holy, and said coldly, Greetings, Lady Mycelia. I was blinded by greed, and was incited to stop the divine eye great holy. It's all my fault. I came here today to apologize to Lord Heavenly Saint. Please spare my dog, Lord Heavenly Saint. I am willing to do anything for Lord Heavenly Saint in exchange for your forgiveness. The blood-haired devil snake great sage knelt in front of Mycelia and begged bitterly, his knees giving way. Chapter 1284. That's the blood-hair snake great holy. Are my eyes deceiving me? It's indeed the blood-hair snake great holy. This is incredible. That's a quasi-emperorian step powerhouse. He doesn't even care about his face. He's a quasi-emperorian. In the spaceport, the experts from the various clans were dumbfounded when they saw this. They couldn't believe their eyes. The blood-hair snake great holy is a quasi-emperorian step powerhouse. Yet he knelt in front of Mycelia in public. That's throwing his face to the ground and letting Yang Feng trample on it. Looking at the blood-hair snake great holy kneeling in front of her, Mycelia was speechless, but at the same time excited. Come in. Yang Feng's voice sounded in the void, and a golden passage emerged from the battle demon sex floating continent and landed in front of the blood-hair snake great holy. After all, the blood-hair snake great holy is a quasi-emperorian step powerhouse. Since he has taken the initiative to throw away his face, Yang Feng naturally has to show him some respect. "Thank you, Sir Heaven Holy," the blood-hair snake Great Holy said respectfully, and then set foot on the golden passage. With a flash of golden light, the golden passageway disappeared. To make a quasi-emperor kneel, the Heaven Holy is comparable to the human 8 warlock emperors in terms of power. The Heaven Holy is invincible at this time. Unless an Empyrean step into the world, who can stop him? Even an Empyrean died at the hands of the Heaven Holy. What does a mere quasi-Empyrean count for? In the spaceport, the powerhouses from different planets were all excited, discussing spiritedly. For these powerhouses from different celestial bodies, a holy is already a bigwig among bigwigs, an existence they need to look up to. For them, seeing a quasi-Empyrean kneel is a great event that they can show off in their lives. The battle demon sex branch floating continent, in a luxurious palace. Gold light emerged, and the blood-hair snake Great Holy appeared in the center of the hall. The person sitting on the throne in the center of the hall is Yang Feng. A deep and frightening aura is accumulating inside him. He looks like a peerless beast quietly entrenched in his lair, overlooking the surroundings. So terrifying. This is a heavenly saint. Truly unfathomable. As expected of a terrifying figure, who can kill emperors. When the blood-hair snake Great Holy looked at Yang Feng, he felt the terrifying breath coming from Yang Feng, and his heart trembled at once. Sinner greets Lord Sky Saint. When he saw Yang Feng, the blood-hair snake Great Holy knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Yang Feng glanced at the blood-hair snake Great Holy, and said with a cold smile, "Blood-hair snake Great Holy, you're smart. You know that my next target is you. Release your soul." If the blood-hair snake Great Holy had come a step later, Yang Feng would have gone to the blood-hair snake Great Holy, killed him, and devoured his life force as nourishment for his evolution. "Yes, Master." The blood-hair demonic snake Great Sage was very respectful. His body emitted traces of soul fluctuations, and a huge blood snake shrouded in boundless bloody light appeared, exuding an extremely fierce aura. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and mechanical tentacles extended from his hand, stabbed into the huge blood snake, and took control of it. The glorious black tortoise Holy requests an audience with the heavenly saint. A black ray emerged from the void, and the glorious black tortoise Holy appeared in the space outside the battle demon sex branch floating continent. Who is the glorious black tortoise Holy? You don't even know this? He is a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse on the eternal path. There are records of him being a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. As expected of the heavenly saint, so many quasi-Empyreans have come to see him. That's only natural. Even an Empyrean like the Red Caltrop, Lord died at the hands of the heavenly saint. What's so strange about quasi-Empyreans coming to see him? In the starport, the powerhouses of the major races looked at the glorious black tortoise Holy in the void, and discussed in low voices. A golden ray of light swept up black tortoise Great Sage He Yao. Inside the palace, there was a flash of light, and the glorious black tortoise Holy appeared in the center of the hall. The bloody hair snake Holy. When the glorious black tortoise Holy saw the bloody hair snake Holy standing respectfully beside Yang Feng like a servant, his eyes flickered with enigmatic light. The blood-haired demonic serpent Great Sage was also a notorious and lawless demon. He was a half-step sovereign. Now, as if a servant, he stood respectfully beside Yang Feng. Obviously, he had already sold himself to Yang Feng, becoming another fierce lackey under Yang Feng. The glorious black tortoise Holy bowed to Yang Feng and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Heaven Holy." Yang Feng said coldly, "Glorious black tortoise Holy, are you here to declare war on me?" The glorious black tortoise Holy replied, "I wouldn't dare. Heaven Holy, everything that happened before was my fault. I was possessed and offended you. Please forgive me. I am willing to compensate you with 2,000 springs of immortality." It generally takes a Holy Spirit warlock about 1,000 years to refine a spring of immortality. For the glorious black tortoise Holy, 2,000 springs of immortality is a large number. He has taken out almost all of his stock. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid light, and he uttered coldly, 2,000 springs of immortality? Glorious black tortoise Holy, Since you came to my palace, then I won't kill you today. Go back and wait for your death." Cold sweat trickled down the back of the bloody hair snake Holy, and he rejoiced. "Sure enough. Fortunately, I surrendered quickly. Yang Feng is only a step away from the Empyrean realm. Only by devouring the life force of holy step powerhouses, and above can he progress a little. For Yang Feng, who is proficient in the essence of devour, quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses are a great tonic. Every time he devours one, his foundation will become more solid. The blood hair snake Great Holy guessed that Yang Feng won't let these enemies go, which is why he took the initiative to sell himself, and let Yang Feng trample on his face at will. The glorious black tortoise Holy uttered, "Sir Heaven Holy, the lord I serve is called the Obsidian Emperor. For the sake of my lord, please give me a chance, how about it? With the great tribulation at hand, we should join forces to deal with the Gamana universe's powerhouses. If we form an alliance, there will be no force in the world that will be our opponent." Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, "It turns out that the Obsidian Emperor is behind you. After I kill you, I will naturally seek justice from the Obsidian Emperor." The bloody hair snake Holy was slightly startled, as expected of a Heaven Holy, to look down on an Empyrean. Of course, since he has already killed 2 Empyreans, he naturally won't fear the Obsidian Emperor. Any Empyrean is a bigwig at the pinnacle of the universe. They can slay an infinity warlock with a glance. Only someone as daring as Yang Feng would dare to ignore the Obsidian Stone Emperor and kill a trusted subordinate of the latter. Sure enough, the glorious black tortoise Holy smiled bitterly, took out a sphere from his bosom, and handed it to Yang Feng respectfully. "I heard that you are looking for this, Sir Heaven Holy. I specially found it and offered it to you, sir. Please forgive me for my previous offense, sir." Yang Feng smiled coldly, swept the sphere with his gaze, and then narrowed slightly, and the abyss of his eyes shimmered with ecstasy. The sphere is the rare treasure of heaven and earth's secret origin stone that Yang Feng hasn't been able to find even after using all his strength. Yang Feng grabbed the secret origin stone in his hand. Countless runes flashed in his eyes, and tremendous soul force enveloped the secret origin stone and analyzed its composition. It's indeed a secret origin stone. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ecstasy. This secret origin stone is the last material that Yang Feng lacks to build the level 7 stronghold. Once it's complete, the level 7 stronghold can be built successfully. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. "Okay, I like this treasure very much. In that case, let's forget about the past." The glorious black tortoise Holy uttered, "Thank you, Heaven Holy. My lord hopes to form an alliance with you, Sir Heaven Holy, to resist the great tribulation together." Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then responded decisively, "Alliance? Okay, I agree. In the Gamana universe, powerhouses are as common as clouds. There are 3 eternal sovereigns and 18 sacred races. Even though 2 Empyrean sovereigns have died, and the 18 sacred races have become 16 sacred races, they still have a profound underlying strength. The 3 eternal sovereigns are old monsters who have lived for more than 100 million years. Who knows how many trump cards they have hidden? If Yang Feng can cooperate with the Empyrean sovereigns of the world of warlocks, he naturally won't miss it. With a faint flash of light, a peerless, devastatingly beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament appeared outside the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent. The beautiful woman parted her cherry lips, and a pleasant voice reverberated in the area. "The Flying Crane Great Holy requests an audience with the Heaven Holy." "That's the Flying Crane Great Holy. Another quasi-Empyrean. This is the 3rd quasi-Empyrean." The powerhouses of the various races in the Starport sect discussed spiritedly. Every quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse is a bigwig among bigwigs. For the powerhouses of the various races in the Starport sect to see 3 quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses at once is an extremely precious experience. A golden ray of light emerged and swept towards the Flying Crane Great Sage, pulling her in. The palace blurred, and the Flying Crane Great Holy appeared in the center of the palace. They came as well. The Flying Crane Great Holy looked around and saw the glorious black tortoise Holy standing quietly aside. as well as the blood-haired demonic snake Holy standing next to Yang Feng like a respectful old servant. Chapter 1285. The crane great Holy saluted Yang Feng, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Greetings, Heaven Holy." At the time, I mistakenly believed the words of a despicable person, and offended the Heaven Holy. Please forgive me, Heaven Holy. Yang Feng uttered coldly. If that's all you want to say, then go back and wait for your death. At the time, the crane great Holy stopped the void-eye tiger Holy in order to let the mini quasi-empyrean powerhouses, hidden in the void, kill Yang Feng. Only then will he have a glimmer of hope of advancing to the empyrean realm. How can such a great enmity be resolved with a light apology? Seeing this scene, the black radiant black tortoise Holy smiled bitterly. If he hadn't taken out the secret origin stone as a tribute to Yang Feng, he might have ended up like this. Tears welled up in the beautiful eyes of the crane great Holy, and he pleaded pitifully, "It's all my fault. Lord Heavenly Saint, I'm willing to give you 2,000 springs of immortality, and all the treasures in my possession. Please spare my life and spare my people." Yang Feng uttered frigidly with a cold look in his eyes, "Go back and wait for your death." The crane great Holy's pretty face turned pale. He didn't expect Yang Feng to be so decisive. The 2,000 springs of immortality, and his hidden treasuries, are of astonishing value. Even empyrean powerhouses will be tempted. Yang Feng, however, is unmoved. He wants to wipe out his people, and let them experience his terror. "Sir Heaven Holy, I am willing to serve you as a slave. Please spare the lives of our clan." The crane great Holy looked at the black radiant black tortoise Holy standing respectfully beside Yang Feng, gritted his teeth, knelt on the ground, and pleaded with tears in his eyes. As a quasi-empyrean steppe powerhouse, the crane great Holy has his pride. However, Yang Feng has already wiped out the True Ruins Divine Country. The heads of the True Ruins Divine Country's holy rank are hanging at the entrance to the True Ruins Divine Country. He is well aware of Yang Feng's terror. The crane great Holy's race, which is the mother race of the crane great Holy, has paid who knows how many resources for him to advance to the quasi-empyrean realm. Countless relatives and friends died for him to advance to the quasi-empyrean realm. No matter how arrogant he was, for the sake of the entire race, he could only lower his noble head. The blood-hair snake great Holy submitted to Yang Feng for his own safety, while the flying crane great Holy submitted to Yang Feng for the sake of his race. Yang Feng said coldly, "Open your soul." Wisps of soul fluctuations diffused from the crane great sage's body, and a beautiful crane full of sacred aura appeared. Bursts of exotic fragrance pervaded the palace. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the black tortoise great sage. Innate seductive body. The flying crane great sage really hit it well. I've never heard of her having this kind of physique. When the blood-haired demonic snake great sage smelled the fragrance, greed flashed in his eyes, but he suppressed it with great difficulty. He was slightly startled. Innate charming body. It seems that she will occupy an important position in the heavenly saint's harem in the future. I must not offend her. The innate fragrance body was a special physique. There might not even be one in a trillion intelligent life forms. A woman with such a physique was definitely a stunner among stunners. As the fragrance diffused, the pretty face of the flying crane great sage flushed red and filled with shame. She has always been a headstrong person, so she sealed the innate charming body with a secret method. Today, she had to expose herself in front of everyone, making her feel ashamed. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and mechanical tentacles pierced into the soul of the flying crane great sage, and left a brand on her soul. With a flash of cyan light, the green thunder sage appeared in the hall. The green thunder great Holy glanced at the blushing flying crane great Holy, the blood-haired demonic snake great Holy standing next to Yang Feng like a servant, and the black radiant black tortoise great Holy standing quietly next to the hall, and he understood what happened. The green thunder Holy said, "Heaven Holy, the light sea Holy asked me to pass on a message to you. He knows that he was wrong. He is willing to give you 500 buckets of spring of immortality, and write off the past. From now on, the light sea race will form an alliance with you." There was a flash of ridicule in Yang Feng's eyes, and he smiled coldly and stood up saying, "Let bygones be bygones? How can it be so simple? Since he wants to die, then I'll fulfill his wish." The Sea of Light is a starfield shrouded in strange light. In the Sea of Light, except for the Light Sea race powerhouses born from the Sea of Light, other powerhouses, even if they are Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, must open magic barriers at all times to resist the erosion of the various beams of light. Once the magic barriers break, even Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are in danger of dying. In the deepest part of the Sea of Light, there is a celestial body 10 times the size of the Earth. In the center of the celestial body, there is a beautiful and luxurious palace. Inside the palace, there are 3 people sitting. A giant werewolf made of white jade suddenly showed a smile. The blood-hair snake great sage actually knelt on the ground and begged for mercy outside the battle demon sect. What a disgrace to us quasi-emperor powerhouses. The giant werewolf made of white jade is the white jade spirit wolf great sage, the leader of the eternal emperor race white jade spirit race, and a quasi-emperor step powerhouse. A blood jade spirit tree great sage with a haggard face, a head full of green leaves, and countless vines wrapped around his body said lightly, "The blood-hair snake great sage is a petty man who fawns on those in power. Since the Heaven Holy killed the Red Caltrip Lord, he naturally couldn't withstand the pressure." There was a flash of unwillingness in the eyes of the Light Sea great sage, and he uttered fiercely, "Heaven Holy, I really didn't expect him to grow so fast. I should have killed him together with the Star Moon Heavenly Snake great sage." The Blood Jade Spirit Tree great sage said, "That's right. No one expected that the Heaven Holy would grow so fast. Light Sea great sage, the Heaven Holy is not a good-natured person. If he comes, how are you going to deal with him?" The Light Sea great sage smiled confidently and uttered, "If it was elsewhere, I would naturally not be the opponent of the Heaven Holy. But the Sea of Light is my domain. If the Heaven Holy comes, then as long as I force him back a few times, and then sue for peace, I'll give him a way out. I can definitely turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. I hope the 2 brothers can help me get through this calamity." The White Jade Spirit Wolf Great Sage frowned slightly and remained silent. The Blood Jade Spirit Tree Great Sage, however, said straightforwardly, "Okay, Light Sea Great Sage, I'll help you. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's the Heaven Holy's fleet. The Heaven Holy's fleet is attacking." A loud alarm resounded in the palace, and the complexions of the 3 powerhouses changed dramatically. With an unsightly expression on his face, the Light Sea Great Sage pointed with a finger, and countless rays shone, and a light screen projection appeared in front of him. A fleet of 12 Holy Spirit-class interstellar warships traversed the Sea of Radiance at a terrifying speed. Countless mysterious runes shone on the Holy Spirit battle stars, and absorbed all kinds of energy drifting in the Sea of Light. "Light Sea Great Sage, come out and kneel before my lord." A terrifying blood-red light emerged from the fleet and distorted the countless rays of light. The blood-haired demonic snake great sage walked out of the blood-red light and roared. 3 rays of light flashed, and the Light Sea great sage, and the other 2 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses appeared in the void. The Light Sea great sage glanced at the blood-haired demonic snake great sage with contempt in his eyes, then shifted his gaze and fell on the top of a battleship. With a dignified look in his eyes, he said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Well met, Sir Heaven Holy. Sir Heaven Holy, what brings you here?" On the top of the battleship, there is a person sitting. It is Yang Feng. On his left and right stand the Flying Crane Great Sage, and the Black Radiant Black Tortoise Great Sage. "Do you 2 want to be buried with the Light Sea Great Sage?" Ignoring the Light Sea Great Sage, Yang Feng looked at the 2 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses beside the Light Sea Great Sage, and said coldly, "Heaven Holy, the Light Sea Great Sage and I are just ordinary friends. I have no intention of standing up for him. Heaven Holy, please understand. I'll leave now. Please don't misunderstand." The White Jade Spirit Wolf Great Sage bowed respectfully to Yang Feng, and then flew away and disappeared in a breath of time. The Light Sea Great Sage's face turned extremely unsightly. "Curses! The blood jade spirit tree great sage frowned slightly and uttered unhurriedly, "Heaven holy, during this great tribulation we should unite. Only then can we compete with the other universe. The light sea great sage can compensate you for your losses. Please forgive his sins." "Very well. Then you shall be buried with the light sea great sage." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stood up from his seat. A pair of mechanical wings unfolded on his back, and he fluttered, appeared in front of the blood jade spirit tree great sage, and sent a fist barreling towards him. A torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole appeared and barreled towards the blood jade spirit tree great sage. Countless rays of scarlet light erupted from the blood jade spirit tree great holy, and formed a scarlet barrier. Countless runes flickered on its bark, and its defensive power became comparable to that of dragon skin. When Yang Feng's fist slammed into the bloody defensive barriers, the bloody defensive barriers shattered, and then slammed into the blood jade spirit tree great sage, and blasted him to pieces. A devouring black hole emerged and swallowed the blood jade spirit tree sage's body, and madly devoured the life essence of the blood jade spirit tree sage. When the blood hair snake great sage saw this scene, his heart filled with joy and lingering fear. So ruthless. That's a heaven holy for you. What a murderous nature. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the heaven holy as an example to others. The eyelids of the dark radiant black tortoise great sage twitched, and he rejoiced inside. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. The flying crane great sage's eyes shimmered with ridicule. What murderous nature! To step forward at this time. That blood jade spirit tree great sage is really stupid. He's really courting death. Chapter 1286. Heaven holy, you dare to kill the blood jade spirit tree great holy. You dare to kill him. A look of horror in his eyes. The light sea great holy's figure fluttered, and he hid in the celestial body shrouded in endless divine light. Countless runes shone, and a 10,000-kilometer tall cloud giant exuding quasi-empire rank breath flew out of the celestial body. The cloud giant extended its hand, and countless rays of light in the sea of light converged in its hand and formed a huge spear, which it hurled at Yang Feng. A devour black hole emerged, swept towards the huge spear, and devoured it in a breath of time. The devour black hole expanded, crossed space, and swallowed the 10,000-kilometer-long cloud giant. Countless runes flickered, and the quasi-empyrean rank cloud giant was devoured, and turned into pure energy that replenished Yang Feng's consumption. The celestial body split open, and a 10,000-kilometer-long snake, covered in mysterious light flew out, and wisps of immortal empyrean might slowly diffused from it. The blood hair snake great holy was startled. Empyrean! An enigmatic ray flashed in the flying crane great holy's beautiful eyes. No, it's an empyrean skeleton, and an invincible overlord rank empyrean skeleton to boot. Heaven holy, this is the first invincible overlord rank fierce beast born in the sea of light, the brilliant snake. After being nourished by the light sea elves for 10,000 years, it can even fight an empyrean. It's not too late if you leave now. Otherwise, we can only fight until both of us suffer. The light sea great holy's voice came from the celestial body. Both sides suffer? Do you think you're worthy? Yang Feng smiled coldly. Countless runes shone, and the God Bones fortress flew out. A God Bones fortress full of holy rank bones emerged. The eyes of the empyrean skeleton sitting on the throne flickered fiercely, and it took a step, appeared in front of the brilliant snake, and extended its hand towards the brilliant snake. The fortress of divine remains was the nemesis of all skeletons. Almost all skeletons were powerless before it. However, the snake of light opened its bloody maw and fired countless dazzling rays of light, making it hard for the God Remains fortress bones to advance. A ferocious glint flashed in the eyes of the Emperor skeleton of the Divine Remains fortress. Countless runes shone as it opened its mouth and inhaled. Traces of extremely strange fluctuations shone. A part of the snake of light's body suddenly collapsed and strangely entered the Emperor skeleton's mouth. Exuding fearsome might, dazzling light twisted its huge snake body and pounced towards the Empyrean realm skeleton. The two extremely terrifying existences were locked in a fierce battle in the void. It was hard to tell who was the victor and who was the loser. Yang Feng said with a cold smile. Does your light sea race only have this much foundation? Rays of teleportation light flickered, and the swarm of sixth-generation battle robots turned into a terrifying mechanical flood that surged forward. Since you're so overbearing, Heaven Holy, then go to hell. The Light Sea Great Holy's ferocious voice came from the star. A white jade finger bone flew out. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the white jade finger bone, and wisps of aura surpassing the eternal realm diffused from the white jade finger bone and suppressed the surroundings. As soon as the jade white finger bone appeared, all of the energy within a radius of several million light years was sucked into the jade white finger bone. The blood hair snake Great Holy's face flickered. Eternal finger bone. The complexion of the black tortoise Great Holy flickered. This is the legendary eternal finger bone. A finger bone that surpasses the eternal realm. This is the Light Sea Great Holy's final trump card. The Heaven Holy is in danger. The flying crane Great Holy's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect it to be this thing. So that's how it is. With this thing, you do have the capital to fight me. Unfortunately, although this thing contains terrifying power, but it isn't yours. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Countless runes flickered, and the Wheel of Time appeared. A river of time gushed out of the Wheel of Time and swept towards the jade white finger bone. Wisps of eternal aura emanated from the white jade finger bone and severed the river of time. Yang Feng brandished his halberd and slashed at the white jade finger bone. And a strange devour force erupted and devoured the power that the Light Sea Great Holy attached to the white jade finger bone. After the Light Sea Great Holy's power was completely devoured, the white jade finger bone regained its calm. Yang Feng also has such a white jade finger bone. After he advanced to the quasi-empyrean realm, he can activate the power of the white jade finger bone at any time. However, although the power contained in the white jade finger bone can slay an empyrean, but even quasi-empyrean step powerhouses can't control it. Charge! Yang Feng brandished his halberd and ordered coldly towards the star shrouded in endless light. Yes, my lord. The blood hair snake Great Holy smiled ferociously, and countless bloody hair turned into snakes that shot towards the star. The radiant black tortoise Great Sage transformed into a radiant black tortoise the size of a star, opened its mouth, and shot meteorites barreling towards the stars down below. The crane Great Holy silently recited an incantation, and countless feathers turned into a rain of light that barreled towards the star. When the three quasi-empyrean powerhouses joined forces, they blasted the star where the headquarters of the Light Sea race is located. Under the apocalyptic attack, one after another, the Light Merfolk powerhouses turned into ashes. The barriers set up by the Light Sea race were destroyed by the three quasi-empyrean step powerhouses one after another. Countless rays of light shone, and the Light Merfolk powerhouses fled in different directions. The huge and seemingly endless mechanical army flew out and intercepted the Light Merfolk powerhouses, engaging in a frenzied slaughter in the starry sky. Each of the Light Merfolk powerhouses is a glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse. But compared to the Mechanical Legion, which has Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess at the very least, they are far inferior and suffered heavy casualties. Light Ocean Sage, I'll use your head as a gift to the Lord. The blood hair snake Great Holy found the Light Sea Great Holy at once. A fierce ray flashed in his eyes, and he urged countless bloody snakes to bite at the Light Sea Great Holy. He is my prey. The beautiful eyes of the crane Great Holy shimmered coldly, and she stabbed at the Light Sea Great Holy with the gold dragon spear in her hand. In his lair, the Light Sea Great Holy is fighting 1 against 2 with the help of the Sea of Brilliance. Yet he doesn't fall into a disadvantageous position. He forcibly withstood the siege of 2 quasi-empyrean step powerhouses. Heaven Holy, I am willing to submit to you and serve you. Spare my life. I am willing to be your slave. While resisting the siege of 2 Great Holy, the Light Sea Great Holy roared at the top of his lungs. The Light Sea Great Holy thought that with the help of the Sea of Brilliance, he can resist Yang Feng's offensive, but reality gave him a heavy blow. The White Jade Spirit Wolf Great Holy left, The Blood Jade Spirit Tree Great Holy was insta-killed by Yang Feng. The Light Sea race is now at a critical juncture of life and death. Even though the Light Sea Great Holy has resisted the siege of Two Great Holy, he still can't change the situation. It's too late. I gave you a chance long ago. Since you didn't seize it, then go to hell. With a flash of a shadow, the river of time, the space portal, the power star, and the devouring black hole appeared. A punch landed directly on the Light Sea Sage's body, blasting him into pieces with just one blow. The devour black hole appeared, swallowed the remains of the Light Sea Great Holy's body, and devoured his life origin. The blood hair snake Great Holy felt a chill in his heart, filled with rejoice and lingering fear. The Light Sea Great Holy died just like that. He didn't even accept my surrender. Fortunately, I saw the opportunity early. The Crane Great Holy's heart is filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I surrendered early. The Heaven Holy is going to attack the Empyrean realm, so he needs more accumulation. He needs to kill more enemies. Use the enemy's life origin as nourishment. Originally, a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse took the initiative to surrender and sell himself as a slave. Even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse wouldn't refuse. Since Yang Feng rejected the Light Sea Great Holy's surrender and killed him, it is clear that he wanted to devour the Light Sea Great Holy's life origin and enhance his potential. If Yang Feng killed a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse for no reason, it would cause an uproar in the universe. However, no one would dare to say anything about killing a quasi-Empyrean rank enemy. After devouring the Light Sea Great Holy, Yang Feng said flatly, "Blood Hair Snake Great Holy, I'll leave this to you." The Blood Hair Snake Great Holy replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord, I will definitely exterminate the Light Sea clan and leave no one alive." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. The Heaven Holy wiped out the Light Sea race. The Light Sea Great Holy and the Blood Rain Spirit Tree Great Holy have died. When this news appeared in the Human Magic Net forum, it set off a storm at once. Heaven Holy, has he finally started to act? Two quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses have died. These fellows are courting death. They actually dare to cause trouble for the Heavenly Saint. They are truly courting death. With two quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses dead, who else in the universe will dare to look for trouble with the Heaven Holy? The Heaven Holy is already invincible. Without an Empyrean rank powerhouse, who can compete with him? Indeed, without an Empyrean rank powerhouse, who can compete with him? If the Empyrean rank powerhouses don't come out, the universe will become the Heaven Holies. When the powerhouses of countless races saw the news in the Magic Net forum, some were happy, some were frightened. However, no matter who it is already clear that this is the era of the Heaven Holy. Chapter 1287. As soon as the Light Merfolk were raised, Yang Feng immediately took over their sphere of influence, and a huge mechanical legion stationed themselves on the holy celestial beasts occupied by the Light Merfolk and frantically mined the resources inside. All kinds of precious resources poured into Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng took over the forces subordinated to the Bloodhair Snake Great Holy and the Flying Crane Great Holy, and countless precious resources were developed from their original territories and sent to Yang Feng. After the news that the Bloodhair Snake Great Holy and the Flying Crane Great Holy sold themselves as slaves spread, countless races of the universe came to Yang Feng's side. The Battle Demon Sect's power expanded almost every day, and it became the #1 force in the universe. The Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent headquarters, inside a huge munitions factory covering an area of 100,000 kilometers, there is a circular mechanical fortress with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. In this mechanical fortress, countless runes flashed and shone with a mysterious light. A mysterious, resplendent, and abstruse rune slowly formed in the center of the mechanical fortress. It's almost done. In front of the circular mechanical fortified fortress, Yang Feng stared at the circular mechanical fortified fortress, his eyes flashing with a scorching glint. This mechanical fortress is an evolved version of the level 7 stronghold of the Shizu, the world of warlocks, the Blasteel race, and the Shido civilization. Once the level 7 stronghold is successfully built, Yang Feng will truly have the strength to face an Empyrean rank powerhouse. Originally, this level 7 stronghold was a sphere with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. But after adding secret origin stones and countless treasures of heaven and earth, it shrunk to 1,000 kilometers in diameter. The mysterious, resplendent, and abstruse rune condensed with great difficulty. All of a sudden, it trembled slightly, and a mighty force enveloped the center and crushed the rune. Crack! In the center of the circular mechanical fortified stronghold, a huge hole appeared. A mechanical egg located in the center was revealed. It failed. How could it fail? Shouldn't my deduction be perfect? What's missing? Yang Feng watched as the center of the mechanical fortress cracked open, and his gaze turned gloomy. Mechanical tentacles extended from all parts of the mechanical fortress and began to repair it. After consuming countless precious resources, the level 7 stronghold finally started up again, and the cracks healed quickly. Inch by inch, the mysterious runes condensed back into form. Standing quietly in front of the level 7 stronghold, countless runes flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he stared at the mysterious rune. The mysterious rune is a crystallization of the 4 universal civilizations deduced by Yang Feng. Yang Feng's level 7 stronghold surpassed the scope of Shizu technology and possessed infinite evolutionary potential. If he fails, Yang Feng will get a level 7 Shizu stronghold. However, the level 7 stronghold can barely suppress an ordinary Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse at most. Its evolution potential isn't great. After all, the energy level of the Shizu's universe was far lower than that of the world of Warlocks. The pinnacle and limit of the Shizu's technology was the level that suppressed ordinary emperors. It was naturally not that easy to surpass it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The mysterious rune of the level 7 fort finally began to condense to the last step. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared and blasted towards the mysterious rune. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and swept towards the powerful force. In an instant, the devour black hole collapsed, and Yang Feng's body exploded. Countless wounds appeared on his body, and blood dripped on the ground. Soul. He still lacks soul force. He needs the purest soul force. Without a soul, and almost advancing to the Emperor realm, he violated the laws of the universe. That's why he suffered the backlash of the universe. A trace of enlightenment welled up in Yang Feng's mind. Countless runes shone on the Twilight God armor, and tremendous soul force poured into the mysterious rune from the Kunmo stone. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, triggering the laws of the universe and tearing the void. The projection of the myriad soul temple appeared, and a tremendous amount of pure soul force poured into the mysterious rune. A soul seed that is as bright as a star and exudes endless mysterious aura condensed, absorbed the mysterious rune power, and then disappeared into the base. In an instant, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area of millions of light years in radius. Waves of terrifying energy gushed from all directions and converged in the battle demon sect, forming a terrifying energy vortex that continuously entered the battle demon sect's branch floating continent. What happened? Did the Heaven Holy finally take that step and advance to the Emperor realm? How is that possible? How can he advance to the Emperor realm so quickly? Didn't he fail to break through to the Emperor realm? The Heaven Holy has already failed to break through to the Emperor realm once. So how can he break through to the Emperor realm again so quickly? The major forces sent powerhouses to monitor the movements of the battle demon sect at all times. When the energy in the area of millions of light years was extracted, it formed all kinds of phenomena, which made the powerhouses of the major races shudder with fear. When Yang Feng was a quasi-Empyrean, he was already tyrannical and invincible in the universe. Unless an emperor appeared, who could compete with him? When he was a quasi-Empyrean, he suppressed the major forces of the universe to the point that they couldn't breathe. If he advanced to the Emperor realm directly, then the major forces of the universe could only bow their heads and let Yang Feng do whatever he wanted. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. A copious amount of water from the gold lake in the center of the battle demon sex branch floating continent churned and poured into the level 7 stronghold. The law of karma fluctuated in the void, and the gold lake's water from the other 8 branch floating continents was extracted and poured into the level 7 stronghold. The gold lake's water is the essence of the branch floating continent, the foundation of the holy step. If a quasi-holy wants to break through to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, they can get the support of the gold lake's water and increase their chances of breaking through by 10%. It is very difficult for anyone to get a bit of the gold lake's water. But Yang Feng extracted the gold lake's water. No one on the branch floating continent dared to say a word. The 9 branch floating continents have already belonged to the human race, with the battle demon sect occupying 2 branch floating continents. The Azure Dragon race, the Fenghuang race, and the other races have moved away from the floating continents they originally occupied. The level 7 stronghold absorbed all kinds of energy frantically. Yang Feng took out countless magic crystals and source crystals and threw them to the level 7 stronghold to absorb. Like the center of a whirlpool, the battle demon sex branch floating continent extracted the energy within millions of light years. 10 years passed in a flash. The energy whirlpool shrouding the battle demon sex branch floating continent suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The advancement failed. There's no anomaly. Is this an advancement failure? In 10 years he achieved nothing. That's great. He finally failed. Heaven holy, the advancement failed. In the various universes, the powerhouses who were watching this scene heaved a sigh of relief. If Yang Feng had advanced to the Empyrean realm and become the human race's 9th warlock emperor before the Empyreans awakened, no one would have survived. The battle demon sex branch floating continent, within the huge munitions factory, the control center of the level 7 stronghold split open, and a mechanical egg emerged. The mechanical egg engraved with countless runes opened, and a devastatingly beautiful woman with jade-like skin, waist-length black hair, and a mysterious aura opened her eyes. This devastatingly beautiful woman is the crystallization of the Shizu's level 7 stronghold, a king of sovereigns. As the crystallization of Shizu technology, kings of sovereigns can take various forms. They can be a burly man, a starry sky behemoth, or a tentacle freak with countless tentacles. However, Yang Feng still created a beautiful king of sovereigns according to his own aesthetic standards. The beautiful king of sovereigns leaped out of the level 7 stronghold. The planet-sized level 7 stronghold flickered with light and turned into a mysterious rune that entered the forehead of the king of sovereigns and formed a mysterious rune. Greetings, my lord. The beautiful king of sovereigns came to in front of Yang Feng, knelt on one knee, lowered her proud head, and said respectfully, as the creator of the king of sovereigns, Yang Feng has supreme authority and is recognized by the king of sovereigns from the bottom of his soul. Yang Feng looked at the king of sovereigns with a scorching shade in his eyes. Let me see what you can do. Yes, my lord. The king of sovereigns smiled sweetly, and mysterious light appeared on her. The 12 rulers with the highest evolution among the 12 rulers appeared. As soon as the 12 rulers appeared, they saluted Yang Feng, and then knelt in front of the king of sovereigns. Even the phantom ruler, who has already advanced to the great holy realm, is no exception. The king of sovereigns flickered with a flick of her wrist, and an exquisite whip appeared in her hand, and she whipped the great holy step phantom ruler. The phantom ruler trembled slightly, countless runes flickered, and she absorbed the power of the whip and broke through quickly. After a dozen plus breaths of time, Empyrean step power slowly spread from the phantom ruler. Chapter 1288. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes flashed with excitement. That's quasi-Empyrean rank power. To be able to promote a great holy step ruler to the quasi-Empyrean realm, how fearsome! Each quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse is a pinnacle great holy step powerhouse who has taken that step and set foot in the domain of the Empyrean realm. In theory, 100 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses can contend against an Empyrean if they join forces. But that's just a theory. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, The Transcendent Dynasty has produced the most quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, but it only has 36 quasi-Empyreans. Of the 36 quasi-Empyreans, only 7 are human quasi-Empyreans. The rest are powerhouses of different races who were subdued by the Transcendent Lord. If the sovereign monarch can produce 1,000 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, then apart from invincible overlord rank Empyreans, Yang Feng is confident that he can slay the rest of the Empyrean rank powerhouses. The sovereign monarch brandished the ruler's whip and whipped a Vajra ruler. Countless runes shone, and tremendous power entered the Vajra ruler. Countless runes shone on the Vajra ruler's body, and its fluctuations of power rose steadily. It broke through all the way, and a fearsome aura spread, and it advanced to the quasi-Empyrean rank in one fell swoop. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he laughed excitedly. Great! After the Phantom Ruler and the Vajra ruler advanced to the quasi-Empyrean realm, Yang Feng gained 2 more trump cards. They are terrifying existences that can reverse the situation at a critical time. Yang Feng looked at the sovereign monarch with a look of expectation, hoping that she can make the other 10 Holy Step ruler robots evolve into quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. The power I accumulated has been exhausted. To make them evolve, I need the following resources. Maybe after 100 years, one of them can advance to a quasi-Empyrean. The sovereign monarch shook her head and waved her lily-white hand, and a speck of light entered Yang Feng's hand. So many resources are needed. However, as long as there are enough resources, I can create a steady stream of quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. It's too cost-effective. Countless streams of data flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He frowned slightly, then relaxed his eyebrows and revealed a smile. Any quasi-emperor powerhouse was a terrifying existence that could shake the universe, and it was difficult to find a match for them. On the Eternal Road, the strongest experts among the Eternal Emperor clans were only peak great saints. A king of sovereigns could allow a saint sovereign to become a half-emperor in just 100 years. This kind of ability was simply heaven-defying. This meant that in 10,000 years, he would be able to create 100 quasi-emperors. The joint forces of 100 quasi-emperors was sufficient to crush an ordinary emperor. Yang Feng looked at the devastatingly beautiful king of sovereigns with a scorching shade in his eyes, and he uttered, "Come, let's fight. Let me see what you're capable of." "Yes, my lord." The sovereign of sovereigns smiled sweetly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge mechanical sphere appeared. Light of teleportation shot out from the mechanical sphere and enveloped her and Yang Feng. In an instant, the sovereign of sovereigns and Yang Feng appeared in a mysterious space as vast as a starfield. "This is a spatial world. It seems that you are very confident that you can withstand my power." Yang Feng looked at the vast starfield with enigmatic light in his eyes. At a glance, he saw that the vast and mysterious space is the space inside the level 7 stronghold. With Yang Feng's current strength, he can destroy stars and destroy a world with a wave of his hand. A grade 3 plane can hardly withstand his full power. Since the sovereign of sovereigns dared to use the space inside the level 7 stronghold as the battlefield to fight Yang Feng, he naturally has great confidence. The sovereign of sovereigns uttered with a smile, "My lord is about to promote to an Empyrean. This battlefield can no longer bear our fight." With his intelligence, Yang Feng understood what the sovereign of sovereigns implied at once. As a quasi-Empyrean, it is impossible for him to cause irreparable damage to the level 7 stronghold. Interesting. Fourth form. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. The armor of dawn shone brightly, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. A halberd of the god of battle appeared in Yang Feng's hand. With the halberd of the god of battle, Yang Feng slashed out, and countless brave phantoms and battle techniques emerged and barreled towards the sovereign of sovereigns. The sovereign of sovereigns smiled sweetly, and waved his snow-white right hand, and a mountain of white jade descended from the sky and barreled towards the countless brave phantoms. The mountain of white jade slammed into the countless brave phantoms like a meteor, crushed the battle techniques unleashed by the countless brave phantoms, and then slammed into Yang Feng and sent him flying 10,000 kilometers away. Haha, good, good, good. Although Yang Feng cut a sorry figure, but he laughed heartily, his eyes filled with joy. The stronger the sovereign of sovereigns is, the stronger Yang Feng is. After testing it, he found that the sovereign of sovereigns is unfathomable, far stronger than the seriously injured Red Caltrip Lord. Moreover, the sovereign of sovereigns hasn't used his full strength yet. Yang Feng looked at the devastatingly beautiful sovereign of sovereigns and showed a satisfied smile, saying, "You don't have a name yet, so I will give you one. From now on, you are called Zero." The sovereign of sovereigns responded with a smile. "Thank you, my lord." Ripples appeared in the starry sky outside God Blood Plain, and a fearsome interstellar fleet emerged. With a flash of bloody light, the blood hair snake Great Holy flew to the front of the fleet, looked down, smiled coldly, and barked. "True blood kindred, true ancestors, come out. My lord, the Heaven Holy wants to see you." Fearsome sound waves reverberated in God Blood Plain. Heaven Holy, the #1 powerhouse of the world of warlocks. The Heaven Holy who is invincible under the Empyrean realm. The Heaven Holy who killed the Empyrean realm expert Red Caltrip Lord. The future 9th warlock emperor of the human race. When the true blood kindred in God Blood Plain heard the voice of the blood hair snake Great Holy, their countenance changed dramatically, and they trembled. 6 kindred powerhouses flew out of the 6 palaces and floated in the void. "Greetings, Heaven Holy." Each of the 6 kindred true ancestors is a peerlessly handsome person with extraordinary temperament. Each true ancestor is a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse who founded a kindred family with tremendous power. In many universes, there are their bloodline descendants. Each of them is a bigwig in the universe. But at this time, they can only salute Yang Feng respectfully, not daring to make any unusual movements. "Heaven Holy, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. I am willing to offer you 20 springs of immortality. I will also give you all the bloodline descendants of the 7th true ancestor. Please forgive me." When the 3rd true ancestor saw Yang Feng sitting on a luxurious litter atop the flagship, his face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. Yang Feng glanced at the 3rd true ancestor with ridicule in his eyes and said with a cold smile, "You want me to forgive you? Fine, I'll give you a way out. Extract every single drop of true blood from your body." When they heard this, a chill ran down the backs of the 6 kindred true ancestors. True blood is the source of power for true blood kindred. The true blood of a kindred true ancestor is counted in drops. If the 3rd true ancestor's true blood is completely extracted, he will become a cripple and won't live for more than 3 years. "Heaven Holy, Heaven Holy, I was wrong. I beg you, please give me a way out." The 3rd true ancestor knelt on the ground and begged, cutting a sorry figure. Yang Feng possesses the blue mirror of fate. Even if the 3rd true ancestor escapes to the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape his pursuit. Only then did the 3rd true ancestor obediently leave the God Blood Plain. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes flickered and turned into rune chains that stabbed into the 3rd true ancestor. The 3rd true ancestor let out miserable screams, and drops of true blood were extracted from his body. The countenance of the other 5 true ancestors changed dramatically, but they didn't dare to move. On Yang Feng's left and right stand the 2 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, the Flying Crane Great Holy, and the Blood Hair Snake Great Holy. If they step in, only death will await them. "Heaven Holy, give me some face and stop. During the Great Tribulation, we should unite against the outside world instead of fighting each other." Along with a sigh, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes exuding quasi-Empyrean rank breath stepped out of the void and walked to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the 2nd true ancestor with frigid killing intent in his eyes, and he uttered frigidly, "2nd true ancestor, are you trying to make an enemy out of me by standing in my way?" The 2nd true ancestor uttered, "Heaven Holy, you are invincible. Without an Empyrean, no one is your opponent in a one-on-one fight. However, no matter how strong you are, you're just one person. When the universe barrier breaks, countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe will pour into this universe, and you'll need helpers. As long as you let the 3rd true ancestor go, we true blood kindred can become your most loyal ally. Unfortunately, he's already dead. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his finger, and the third true ancestor turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. Drops of true blood flew into Yang Feng's hand and radiated resplendent light. Every drop of true blood of the third true ancestor is extremely precious. If all of it is used on a human warlock, it will take less than 100 years to cultivate a true blood kindred Holy Spirit warlock rank bloodline. Chapter 1289. The second true ancestor's face turned unsightly, and he uttered coldly, "Heaven holy, you actually killed the third true ancestor. Do you want to be an enemy of us true blood kindred? For the third true ancestor to attack me, he deserved to die. Second true ancestor, does your true blood kindred want to be an enemy of me?" Yang Feng's cold gaze swept past the faces of the kindred true ancestors, and an earth-shattering killing intent swept towards them. The 5 true ancestors lowered their heads, not daring to look Yang Feng in the eye. Since Yang Feng quelled the Red Caltrip Lord, few people in the world of warlocks dared to be an enemy of the Battle Demon sect. Wherever the Battle Demon sect passed, powerhouses had no choice but to give way. After the light merfolk were exterminated, even the quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses went into seclusion, not daring to compete with Yang Feng. The Void-Eyed Tiger race, the Cyan Thunder race, and the Obsidian race, which allied with Yang Feng, swaggered around and expanded their forces. The Supreme Council of the human race was also constantly expanding every day. In the universe, countless human warlock forces and powerhouses of major races have taken refuge in the Human Supreme Council, allowing the Human Supreme Council to spread its tentacles throughout the universe. All the powerhouses of the various races were clear about one fact, and that was if nothing unexpected happened. If nothing unexpected happens, Yang Feng will become the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race and rule the world of warlocks. The second true ancestor uttered coldly, "Heaven holy, you killed the third true ancestor. Our race has a total of 9 true ancestors, and 2 of them died at your hands. Heaven holy, unless you destroy your eyes and kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, there will be no rest until one of us is dead." Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "Interesting. If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Do it." The eyes of the blood hair snake Great Holy shimmered fiercely, and countless blood hairs flew out and turned into snakes that pounced towards the second true ancestor. The flying crane Great Holy waved her lily-white hand, and countless light feathers swept towards the other 5 true ancestors. Terrifying blood flames erupted from the second true ancestor and the 5 true ancestors, and blasted towards the blood-hair fiend snake Great Sage and the flying crane Great Sage. The second true ancestor managed to block the blood-hair devil snake Great Sage, and even gained a slight upper hand. However, the 5 great true ancestors were no match for the flying crane sage at all. The 9th true ancestor was pierced by dozens of light feathers in a single move, causing blood to spurt out of his body. Sitting on the litter of the flagship, Yang Feng looked coldly at the second true ancestor and uttered flatly, "If you have any trump cards, feel free to use them. Otherwise, your true blood race will become history. Tiansheng, you're too arrogant. This is the God blood plane, my territory." At the time, your human race's 8 great warlock emperors didn't dare to speak to me like this. An incomparably terrifying blood-colored curse mark appeared in the center of God blood plane. "Great primogenitor. It's the progenitor. The primogenitor has descended." In God blood plane, the eyes of countless kindred powerhouses turned scarlet, and their eyes shimmered with madness as they roared. The 9th true ancestor suddenly screamed, and appeared in the center of the blood-colored curse mark, and the true blood inside him flew out and merged with the curse mark. A pool of blood emerged, in which the bones of ancient true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, devils, fiends, and many other extraordinary life forms floated. Every drop of blood in the pool of blood exudes immortal Empyrean might. A stream of dark red blood gushed out of the pool and entered the blood-colored curse mark. Countless rays of bloody light shone, and a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes and an extraordinary temperament walked out of the void with an aristocratic smile on his face. Wisps of immortal Empyrean might diffused from him. Yang Feng frowned and said unhurriedly, "First true ancestor, have you woken up?" "No, you haven't woken up yet. This is one of your avatars." "That's right, this is one of my avatars. It's not the time for us to wake up yet. However, the current environment is getting closer and closer to the time for us to wake up, and the laws of the universe have loosened. It's enough for me to wake up. Originally, I didn't intend to wake up. Unfortunately, since you came to my god blood plane to behave atrociously, then stay." There was a cold flash in the eyes of the first true ancestor. Then endless bloody light appeared behind him, and wisps of immortal Empyrean might gushed out and swept in all directions. The countenance of the flying crane Great Holy and the blood hair snake Great Holy changed dramatically at once. The first true ancestor is an old monster who has lived since ancient times. No one knows how long he has lived. Such an old monster who has lived for countless years must have collected countless resources and hidden many trump cards. True blood kindred have been around for countless years, yet they have only given birth to 9 Holy Spirit Warlock rank true ancestors. Apart from bloodline shackles, most of the resources have fallen into the hands of the first true ancestor. This avatar exuding immortal Empyrean might is one of the trump cards of the first true ancestor, and its battle prowess is likely far above that of the seriously injured Red Caltrip Lord. Yang Feng said, "There should be a limit to your avatar. It can't leave God blood plane too far. If this avatar could leave God blood plane, then true blood kindred would have already jumped out and expanded their forces. In the world of warlocks, true blood kindred were once extremely powerful. They captured powerhouses of major races and turned them into kindred life forms. That period of time was called the Blood Disaster Era by human warlocks. It was during the Blood Disaster Era that the Taboo Lord appeared, killed countless kindred powerhouses, defeated the first true ancestor, and seized a drop of true blood from him. Yes, my avatar can't leave God blood plane too far. However, Heaven Holy, since you're here today, then stay here for me. We don't want you to be alive." A crimson light flashed in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and a vast expanse of crimson light surged forth, transforming into a terrifying world of blood that completely obscured this space. In this terrifying world of blood, only the first true ancestor in Yang Feng's flagship remain. In the strange and viscous world of blood, bloody light surged, and a bloody true dragon exuding wisps of immortal Empyrean might appeared and extended its claw towards Yang Feng. In an instant, the blood-colored light mixed with the fearsome true spirit dragon Qi, and formed a negative energy capable of destroying everything, and pressed towards Yang Feng. "Break!" Yang Feng brandished his halberd, and 100 green suns appeared. Green sun fire that can burn and purify, everything rose into the sky. The dragon claw formed from distorted negative energy, as if an Empyrean-ranked true dragon slammed its claw with all its strength. The azure suns were blasted apart by the blood-colored true dragon. Boom! Yang Feng was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away by the bloody true dragon's claw, and blood slowly oozed out of the corners of his mouth. It turns out that there's such a big gap between me and an Empyrean. Invincible under the Empyrean realm. But after all, I'm just a quasi-Empyrean. Fourth form. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and a blurry figure emerged and merged with him. Yang Feng took a step, appeared above the bloody true dragon, and slashed with his halberd. Countless martyrs emerged and barreled towards the bloody true dragon. The bloody true dragon brandished its claw, and sent a copious amount of bloody energy and true dragon force barreling towards Yang Feng. Boom! 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 In the bloody space, fearsome explosions resounded continuously, and fluctuations of power spread in all directions. Amazing Heaven Holy! You're stronger than before. Devouring the Red Caltrip Lord really brought you great benefits. Unfortunately, you must die here today. The first true ancestor's voice, full of killing intent, came from the bloody world. Countless rays of bloody light shone, and a bloody fenghuang covered in fenghuang flames appeared, and belched a pillar of bloody flames barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, countless runes flickered, and a defensive barrier suddenly appeared. When the pillar of bloody flames slammed into the barrier, it shattered the barrier Yang Feng hastily formed in an instant, and endless flames engulfed Yang Feng. A series of devouring black holes appeared and devoured the strange flames one by one. The bloody true dragon sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng barely managed to block with his halberd, but was immediately blasted away by the bloody true dragon, and a copious amount of blood spilled from his body. Yang Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said coldly, "With my current strength, it's really too difficult to fight against an Empyrean. Come out." Rays of light flashed, and 12 incredibly beautiful girls, with a pair of mechanical wings on their backs, appeared in the void. They were clad in a layer of mechanical armor, and wielding different weapons. These 12 beautiful girls are the 12 holy apostles, the personal guards of the King of Sovereigns. Each of the 12 holy apostles has the potential to evolve into an Empyrean. They are the crystallization of the 4 universal civilizations technology that Yang Feng spent countless resources to create. The beautiful eyes of the ruler Saint Yi, who has long black hair and is dressed in black armor, flickered, and she blurred, appeared above the blood-colored true dragon, brandished the black sword in her hand, and slashed at the blood-colored true dragon. A black blade ray flashed, and a piece of the blood-colored true dragon was cut off. The bloody true dragon roared and brandished a giant claw barreling towards Yi. Chapter 1290. A capable-looking Yi with short hair, a voluptuous figure, and a giant black shield in hand flew out and blocked in front of the bloody true dragon's claw. A huge shield projection appeared and blocked in front of the blood-colored true dragon. Boom! When the bloody true dragon's claw slammed down, a tremendous force erupted. An incomparably terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, setting off waves of blood-red ripples. Yi, who was like an ant in front of the bloody true dragon, forcibly blocked the bloody true dragon's attack. Yi's figure fluttered, and he slashed at the bloody true dragon with the battle blade in his hand. Black light shone, and huge holes appeared on the bloody true dragon, as if it was dug out by something. With a flash of a torrent of time, Yang Feng emerged from the torrent of time, and slammed a blow into the back of the bloody true dragon, and a devour black hole appeared, and devoured the bloody true dragon. Countless devour runes emerged, and a stream of true dragon origin poured into Yang Feng from the bloody true dragon. The bloody true dragon is a fearsome existence that the first true ancestor used a secret method to extract true dragon bone marrow and blood essence from an Empyrean rank true dragon skeleton to form. Possessing a true dragon origin, it is extremely powerful and can fight a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. The bloody Fenghuang opened its maw and fired a pillar of fire barreling towards Yang Feng. Yi blocked in front of Yang Feng with a giant shield. The pillar of flame slammed into the huge shield, and was immediately blocked by it. Yi San, who has shoulder-length hair tied into a single ponytail, and a huge dragon spear in his hand, looks valiant and formidable, and his body radiated green light. In an instant, Yi San appeared in front of the bloody Fenghuang, and stabbed the huge dragon spear in his hand into the chest of the bloody Fenghuang. A fearsome devour force spread from the dragon spear, and frantically devoured the phoenix force of the bloody Fenghuang. The flames of the bloody Fenghuang gradually weakened. Yi Si, who was dressed in a silver robe with a slit in it, opened a book in his hand. Countless mysterious and resplendent runes surged out of the book, and frantically devoured the blood origin power in the blood-colored space. The power of the blood-colored space was rapidly extracted, converted into the purest form of power through the ancient book, and entered the bodies of the 12 divine apostles. The reason King of Sovereigns Zero was only able to produce 2 pseudo-emperors was because he had used most of his power to produce the 12 holy apostles of sovereigns. Each of the 12 holy apostles of rulers possesses frightening battle prowess comparable to that of Yang Feng. This is the terror of King of Sovereigns Zero. Additionally, each of the 12 holy apostles has the potential to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm. Who are they? How could this be? The first true ancestor's shocked voice came from the blood-colored space. The first true ancestor has studied the video of Yang Feng, slaying the red Caltrip Lord countless times. He has deduced the limits of Yang Feng's power, and is certain that he can kill Yang Feng in the blood-colored space. But he never expected that Yang Feng would be accompanied by the Holy Apostles. Moreover, the Holy Apostles are 12. First true ancestor. Today is the day of your death. You have lived for so long, you should have lived long enough. Be my stepping stone. Let me climb to the peak and advance to the eternal realm. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and he turned into a black hole and frantically devoured the origin force of the blood-colored space. The blood-colored space trembled slightly, and a bloody Qilin, a bloody Kuimpeng, and a 10,000-meter-tall multi-armed troll with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. 9 of the 12 hegemonic apostles flew out, splitting into groups of 3, and attacking the 3 blood-colored true beasts. Each of the 3 bloody true spirits is evenly matched with a holy apostle. But besieged by the 3 holy apostles, they were soon riddled with scars. Inheriting Yang Feng's devour force, the holy apostles frantically devoured the power of the bloody true spirits while fighting. As the 3 blood-colored true spirits continued to fight, they were constantly being weakened. Yang Feng devoured the origin force of the blood-colored space, and weakened the power of the blood-colored space inch by inch. The blood-colored space is a space formed by the first true ancestor using Empyrean force. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot shatter it with a single blow. However, it can devour the origin force of the blood-colored space and make it collapse on its own. Heaven holy, go to hell! Ripples flickered, and the first true ancestor appeared in the blood-colored space. With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, he crossed the void, slashed at Yang Feng with a blood flame sword burning with terrifying blood flames in his hand. As soon as the blood flame sword approached Yang Feng, the blood inside him began to boil, almost burning. The first true ancestor wields the essence of blood. In front of him, any being weaker than a holy step will have all their blood directly drained, or have their blood burned. Even a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse will have their blood boil and burn if they are careless in front of the first true ancestor. Countless mysterious runes emerged on the god armor of dawn, and they sliced and devoured the blood origin force. Second Knight blocked in front of Yang Feng with a giant shield. The giant black shield flickered, and changed into a giant shield that looks like it can support the sky. The first true ancestor's sword slashed at the terrifying giant shield, causing boundless blood flames to erupt and forcibly split the giant black shield apart. Expressionless, Yi Jiu with a huge wolf-tooth club in his hand, slammed the huge wolf-tooth club, containing the essence of power towards the first true ancestor. Scram! A fierce ray flashed in the first true ancestor's eyes, and 2 burning blood god rays slammed into Yi Jiu. Unaffected, Yi Jiu appeared in front of the first true ancestor, and slammed the huge wolf-tooth club into the first true ancestor, breaking his bones and spilling Empyrean blood. No blood? They are all mechanical creations? How is this possible? They clearly have a human soul. Shock flashed in the first true ancestor's eyes. Yi flickered, appeared behind the first true ancestor, and slashed at him with his sword. A blood-colored, distorted shield flickered and deflected Yi's sword. The fearsome sword slashed at the first true ancestor's left shoulder, and forcibly cut off his left arm. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the first true ancestor's left arm. Heaven holy, you're courting death. Both shocked and angry, the first true ancestor's eyes shimmered with determination. The blood-colored space collapsed, and endless blood light converged and entered the first true ancestor's body. When the first true ancestor's body collapsed, he absorbed a copious amount of blood light, and formed a huge blood sword. A fearsome Empyrean might slowly diffused from the blood sword. The first true ancestor used the power of the entire blood space, and gave up his clone, and a part of his origin force in order to slay Yang Feng. Break! Yi Si pointed at the blood sword formed by the first true ancestor with the mysterious ancient book in his hand, and barked coldly. Strange runes emerged on the blood sword, and then they exploded. With the exception of Yi Er, who was guarding in front of Yang Feng. The 12 holy apostles attacked the collapsed blood sword together and smashed it with a blow. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the collapsed blood sword. A tremendous amount of life force origin poured into Yang Feng from the blood sword. The blood sword is a treasure the first true ancestor cultivated by extracting countless true spirit remains. Now that Yang Feng devoured it, it is equivalent to Yang Feng devouring a weak Empyrean. He died? The first true ancestor's clone also died? How is that possible? That was a contingency set up by an Empyrean. The blood hair snake Great Holy was taken aback, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity and ecstasy. When Yang Feng was pulled into the blood space by the first true ancestor's clone, he already despaired. Now that he saw that the first true ancestor's clone was slain by Yang Feng, he was ecstatic. The flying crane Great Holy was taken aback, and her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Amazing! The Heaven Holy is really terrifying. As expected of the future 9th Warlock Emperor, the first true ancestor's clone was slain by the Heaven Holy. How is that possible? The first true ancestor is a flawless Empyrean. How can the Heaven Holy crack the means he set up? When the second true ancestor saw this scene, his eyes shimmered with horror. He clenched his teeth, and then his body collapsed and turned into a mist that fled in different directions. An engulfing black hole appeared and swept toward the mist, instantly devouring all of it and forming the body of the second true ancestor. Countless devour runes flickered and frantically devoured the second true ancestor's life force. The devour black hole engulfed the few remaining kindred true ancestors and frantically devoured their life force. The true blood kindred are done for. Unless the first true ancestor's true body comes out, the true blood kindred are done for. God blood plane looks like it's going to fall into the hands of the Heaven Holy. When the powerhouses attracted by the battle saw this scene, a chill welled up in their hearts. With the kindred true ancestor devoured by Yang Feng, the kindred fell from a superior race to an inferior race. God blood plane, one of the 36 primary material planes, will fall into Yang Feng's hands. Chapter 1291. After Yang Feng devoured all the true ancestors of God blood plane, countless runes shone, and the blue mirror of fate flew out and illuminated the void. Countless mysterious runes gushed out of the blue mirror of fate and illuminated God blood plane, searching for the location of the first true ancestor's true body. Since the first true ancestor is asleep, he is at his weakest. Yang Feng naturally won't let go of this great opportunity to eliminate the weeds by the roots. Ripples flickered, and a world filled with bloody light appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the world filled with bloody light, there is a black coffin suspended in the air. Wisps of Empyrean Qi diffuse from the black coffin. This is the center of God blood plane. Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he waved his hand. Countless engineering robots flew out of a flagship and headed for the God blood plane. Boom! Boom! Loud rumbles sounded, and the engineering robots with Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess quickly dug a passage leading to God blood plane's center. God blood plane's underground world, 100,000 kilometers long. A world filled with bloody light appeared in front of Yang Feng. A thick smell of blood wafted out from the blood-red world. Once a powerhouse with strength below the Infinity Warlock rank gets close to this bloody world, all their blood will be extracted, and they will turn into a mummy. Yang Feng glanced at the bloody world and sneered. So that's how it is. God blood plane has been declining in order to provide for you, you old fart. God blood plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. True blood kindred are extraordinarily talented beings with lifespans far longer than humans. But after countless years, the entire God blood plane only had 9 true forefathers. In addition to the infighting between the true ancestors, the first true ancestor has extracted the entire God blood plane's origin, which nourishes his true body. Heaven Holy, I have integrated with God blood plane's origin. This is my domain. Unless an Empyrean awakens, you will never be able to break my domain. In the sea of blood, a ferocious head formed and roared at Yang Feng full of resentment. What big talk! Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand. Countless runes flickered, and a huge black hole emerged and swept towards the bloody barrier. An immense devouring power emerged from the black hole, frantically devouring the power of the blood-colored barrier. Mysterious runes emerged and locked the power of the bloody barrier. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng can't devour any power. The fourth form, a blurry phantom, emerged from the god armor of dawn and merged with Yang Feng. He waved his halberd and slashed out. Countless heroic spirits appeared and unleashed all sorts of terrifying combat techniques towards the blood-colored barrier. A mysterious rune emerged from the scarlet barrier and absorbed the attacks of the martyrs in an instant. The blood-colored world surged for a moment before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Amazing! This was the power of an ancient emperor. No wonder he dared to set up his lair here. The first true ancestor was a primordial emperor. Legend had it that he was an old monster who had survived from the Eternal Era. There were also rumors that he was a failed Eternal Realm cultivator. As the origin of the true blood race, and the primogenitor of a race, he was definitely an invincible and tyrannical existence. If the first true ancestor was not asleep, Yang Feng would not dare to provoke him. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless runes flickered, and 100 holy grade Devour rulers appeared and pounced on the bloody barrier. The Devour sovereigns swallowed furiously, creating small holes in the blood-colored barrier. You actually have such a mechanical puppet. Break! The blood-colored world churned, and in an instant, a blood flame spear appeared, crossed the void, and stabbed the body of the saint-class Devour ruler. Countless blood flames surged, and the saint-ranked Devour ruler was incinerated by the terrifying blood flame spears, turning into ashes. Yang Feng frowned and waved his hand, and the holy step Devour rulers flew back and disappeared. Although the saint-tier Devour dominators could devour the blood-colored barrier, they did not manage to devour it completely. They were about to be killed by the first true ancestor inside. Each holy grade Devour ruler requires a large amount of resources to refine. Even Yang Feng finds it difficult to manufacture them in large quantities. Heaven holy, leave half of your blood essence behind. I can pretend that today's events never happened. Otherwise, when I wake up, it will be the day of your death. Even the one behind you won't be able to save you. The first true ancestor's threatening voice, full of killing intent, came from inside the blood-colored barrier. Yang Feng smiled coldly. With a thought, he issued one order after another. One after another, battle stars emerged from the void and covered the starry sky of God Blood Plain. One after another, mechanical fortresses flew out from the interstellar battleships. Countless machines extended from the mechanical fortresses, resonated with each other, and formed a huge seal barrier that sealed the void where God Blood Plain is located. Numerous level 6 mobile fortified strongholds appeared and activated their barriers. They frantically extracted the energy of the star field, draining it dry. What's going on? Heaven holy, what are you doing? In the universe, holy rank powerhouses focused their curious gazes on this starfield. Huge interstellar fleets entered God Blood Plain one after another. From the interstellar fleets, teleportation lights swept out and captured all the vampires, extraordinary life forms, and other intelligent life forms with blood in God Blood Plain. Countless fleets flew in God Blood Plain, and tens of billions of battle robots captured all intelligent life forms. 10 days later, all the creatures in God Blood Plain had been captured. The first true ancestor sneered. Heaven holy, what you're doing is meaningless. As long as I wake up, a drop of my blood can create 10,000 true blood kindred, and they will continue to multiply and spread. Even if you kill all the true blood kindred, it won't shake my will. Yang Feng smiled coldly and said indifferently, Kill them? From beginning to end, the only person I want to kill is you, first true ancestor. Come out, Zero. The magnificent king of sovereigns, Zero, walked out from the back, followed by the 12 holy apostles of sovereigns. Every single one of the 12 holy apostles was devastatingly beautiful, but in front of Zero, they were like green leaves that served as a foil to Zero's beauty. The first true ancestor's eyes lit up slightly, and he revealed a look of excitement. They are the golems you made? How extraordinary! Your alchemy has surpassed that of the former warlock Emperor Golem Lord. Heaven holy! As long as you give me all these golems, I can pretend that nothing happened today. Moreover, after I wake up, I can become your ally and help you promote to the human race's 9th warlock emperor. Besides, after I wake up, I can become your ally and help you promote to the 9th warlock emperor. Even for the first true ancestor, they are a force to be reckoned with. Even for the first true ancestor, they are a force to be reckoned with. First true ancestor, today is the anniversary of your death. Zero sneered and swung the whip of ruler in his hand at the blood-colored barrier. Boom! The entire god blood plane shook violently, mountains collapsed, tsunamis rose, gales rose, and islands sank, as if the end of the world has arrived. The bloody barrier collapsed and shattered in an instant. Empyrean! How is this possible? You're actually an Empyrean. How is this possible? How can anyone promote to an Empyrean in this era? How can a living Empyrean wake up in this era? Did you wake up ahead of time? No. If you wake up ahead of time, your aura will weaken and your soul will be damaged. Your soul is intact, and there is no aura of decay. How can this be? How can this be? The first true ancestor's voice filled with horror came from the sea of blood. Yang Feng smiled coldly and stepped into the bloody world, where a devour black hole formed and frantically devoured the bloody world's origin force. The bloody world is a product of the combination of God blood plane's plane origin force and the first true ancestor's power. Originally, it would be very difficult for Yang Feng to devour a grade 2 plane's plane origin force. However, since God blood plane's plane origin force has materialized, it is a great opportunity for him to devour it. Countless amounts of plane origin force poured into the small world inside Yang Feng, causing the small world to expand, become more vigorous, stronger, and the plane grade to rise. Go to hell! The first true ancestor's furious roar came from the bloody space. Blood flame swords appeared and slashed towards Zero with enough power to slay a quasi-Empyrean powerhouse. Zero swung the ruler's whip and casually lashed out. Everything that the ruler's whip touched was shattered into pieces. Waves of terrifying devouring power emanated from the whip of the ruler, madly absorbing all the energy in the surroundings. As a king of sovereigns cultivated by Yang Feng, Zero has mastered all the essences Yang Feng is proficient in. At the same time, he possesses power far beyond Yang Feng's. In the bloody space, countless extraordinary life forms such as Bloody Fenghuang, Bloody Dragon, Bloody Flood Dragon, and Bloody Wolf emerged and attacked Zero. Chapter 1292. Ling brandished the whip of ruler in her hand and wantonly stirred like a violent poisonous dragon. Wherever the whip of ruler touched, everything fell apart and was devoured by the whip of ruler. Layers of barriers set up by the first true ancestor collapsed under the whip of ruler. Taking a haughty and elegant step, Ling came to in front of the black coffin and swung the whip of ruler at the black coffin. Boom! The entire god blood plane trembled, and a terrifying sound shook the heavens and earth. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, gales blew, magma gushed, and all kinds of natural disasters erupted in god blood plane. Traces of black light emerged from the black coffin and blocked Zero's world-shaking strike. Stop! Heaven holy! This coffin of God Source has integrated with God blood plane. If you destroy this coffin of God Source, it's equivalent to destroying the entire God blood plane. This is one of the 36 primary material planes of our universe. It's hopeful to promote to a grade 1 plane in the future. The first true ancestor's voice came from the black coffin, filled with shock and anger. In the world of warlocks, there is only one grade 1 plane, the Tsangji plane. In the Eternal Era, the 36 primary material planes were grade 1 planes capable of giving birth to warlock emperor rank powerhouses. At present, only these 36 primary material planes have been discovered to be capable of promoting to a grade 1 plane. Once they are destroyed, it will be a huge loss to the universe. As long as I can kill you, then the destruction of God blood plane doesn't matter. Besides, it won't be in vain. I'll make sure it's worth it. A devouring black hole appeared in the blood-red space, frantically devouring the God Blood Plane's origin power. God Blood Plane's origin force poured into the small world inside Yang Feng and strengthened the small world's origin force. First true ancestor, rest in peace. Ling smiled sweetly, and the whip of ruler in her hand suddenly changed into a fearsome drill that stabbed at the black coffin. The black light curtain covering the black coffin only lasted for a moment before collapsing. Rumble! The whip of the ruler slammed heavily into the black coffin, causing a terrifying crack to appear on it. Traces of a mortal emperor aura seeped out from the crack and enveloped the surroundings. Heavenly Saint, you're courting death. The lid of the black coffin flew open, and the handsome first true ancestor shrouded in bloody light stood up from the black coffin and stared at Yang Feng with an ominous glint in his eyes. A strange and twisted emperor's aura spread out from the first true ancestor's body and spread out in all directions. So powerful. This was a monarch at his peak. What a terrifying law of blood. Just suppressing the bloodline in my body requires 5% of my strength. At the moment when the black coffin lid was blasted away, Yang Feng had already left the scarlet space. Even so, he can still feel the blood inside him boiling restlessly, as if it could burn at any time. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and monstrous bloody light surged. He spread the fingers of a hand, and bloody light emerged and turned into a giant hand that slammed towards Yang Feng. The giant bloody hand is filled with the malice of God Blood Plane's plane origin. Any intelligent life form below the Empyrean realm that is hit by the giant bloody hand will have their blood essence drained and turn into a dried corpse. Yi second blocked in front of Yang Feng with the giant black shield. Countless runes flickered, and the giant black shield turned into a black mountain blocking in front of Yang Feng. When the giant bloody hand slammed into the giant black shield, it blasted Yi second and the giant black shield into a passage and blasted open a bottomless hole. The 12 holy apostles flew up one by one, unleashing all sorts of offensive techniques against the blood-red hand. When the giant bloody hand slammed into the giant bloody hand, 5 holy followers were sent flying and embedded in a passage. Zero's figure fluttered, and she appeared behind the first true ancestor, and whipped the whip of the ruler at the first true ancestor. Lightning fast and containing the spell of the law of karma, the whip of the ruler slammed into the first true ancestor in an instant and blasted open a bone-deep wound on the first true ancestor's body. Countless bloody lights flashed, and the bone-deep wound on the first true ancestor's body healed. A fierce ray flashed in the first true ancestor's eyes, and he extended his hand, and an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Ancestor Sword, appeared in his hand. The Ancestor Sword is a treasure the first true ancestor refined by consuming the blood essence of countless powerhouses, and even extracting the essence of 16 Empyrean-ranked bones, and countless Empyrean-grade treasures of heaven and earth. When the first true ancestor slashed out with the sword, boundless Empyrean might erupted, and a bloody sword ray that looks like it can split the universe slashed towards Zero. The complexion of Zero, who has always been full of confidence, finally changed. With a flick of her wrist, the shield of the ruler appeared in front of her, and a clear and powerful defensive cover opened. Boom! The clear and powerful defensive cover was instantly smashed by the bloody sword ray, and then slashed into the shield of the ruler and sent Zero flying, and she slammed into the passage. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. Amazing! This is an Empyrean who is infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank. Sure enough, he's hopelessly strong. The battle prowess displayed by the first true ancestor is simply heaven-defying. The seriously injured red caltrip lord cannot compare to him. Go to hell! When the first true ancestor's gaze fell on Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he slashed out with his sword. Bloody light condensed, and formed a bloody sword ray that slashed towards Yang Feng with immortal Empyrean might. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes shone on him, and the God Bones Fortress appeared. In the God Bones Fortress, constructed from countless bones, an Empyrean skeleton opened its eyes, and a fierce ray flashed in its eyes. It beckoned with a hand, and a huge bone shield formed from bones appeared and blocked in front of it. Boom! When the overbearing bloody sword ray slammed into the huge bone shield, It split it open, and then chopped off the right hand of the Empyrean skeleton. Yang Feng brandished his halberd, and four phenomena, namely Torrent of Time, Spatial Portal, Force Star, and Devour Black Hole, appeared and mercilessly slashed at the broken bloody sword ray. An overbearing force gushed out of the blood-colored sword ray, and blasted Yang Feng hundreds of kilometers away. He slammed into the underground passage, embedded himself in the wall, and blasted open a bottomless hole. Amazing! That's an old monster who survived from ancient times for you. Unfortunately, how long can you last in this state? With a sweet smile, Zero strolled through the endless bloody space, appeared in front of the first true ancestor, and brandished the whip of ruler at the first true ancestor. This is enough time to kill you. The eyes of the first true ancestor shimmered with resentment, and he smiled frigidly and brandished his sword, and bloody light gushed out and slashed towards Zero. The whip of ruler suddenly scattered and turned into countless silver threads that radiated devour runes and offset, and devoured the power of the first true ancestor, blocking his strike. Even so, Zero was still blasted back 100 kilometers and cracks appeared on her body. Do it, Yang Feng ordered coldly. The perpetual motion energy furnaces all over God Blood Plane activated, and frantically extracted the plane's origin force. A tremendous amount of energy was extracted and poured into the level 7 stronghold, suspended in the void that Zero released. The entire God Blood Plane began to slowly crumble and collapse. God Blood Plane is a grade 2 plane of the world of warlocks, one of the cores of the universe. If it is destroyed, you will definitely suffer a backlash from the universe. However, the first true ancestor extracted God Blood Plane's origin force first. Using God Blood Plane's origin force to nourish his fleshly body, if he destroys God Blood Plane, he will bear more than 90% of the backlash. In the bloody space, the bloody light began to dissipate slowly, and the power of the first true ancestor declined. A look of horror on his face, the first true ancestor roared and rushed towards Yang Feng. Stop! Heaven holy, stop! Do you know what you're doing? You're destroying a primary material plane. Zero, who is covered in wounds, flew out and brandished the whip of ruler at the first true ancestor, opening up a bone-deep wound. Surrounded by bloody light, the bone-deep wound can't be healed no matter what. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile. First true ancestor, your strength has declined a lot. After all, it's not time for you to wake up yet. The complexion of the first true ancestor changed several times, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, Heaven holy, let me live. I have a total of 136 treasure troves in the outside world. As long as you let me live, I can give you 89 of the treasures. The first true ancestor is indeed a peerless and ambitious person. Seeing that the situation is bad, he took advantage of his advantage and began to compromise with Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed at the ancestral sword in the first true ancestor's hand and said coldly, I'm very interested in the ancestral sword in your hand. Give it to me. The first true ancestor refused. No, this is an Empyrean grade secret treasure that fits my path. I can't give it to you. Chapter 1293. Yang Feng uttered flatly. Then open your treasury now. Let me take a look and see if there's anything good inside. If there are treasures that satisfy me, then I can let you go. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and he took a deep look at Zero. If it wasn't for the fact that Zero, a king of sovereigns, possesses Empyrean rank battle prowess, the first true ancestor would have already killed Yang Feng. Okay. The fierce glint in the eyes of the first true ancestor receded. Then he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge space emerged. Countless treasures of heaven and earth appeared in the space, and radiated resplendent light. The first true ancestor is an old monster who has lived for countless years. He has even been active in the taboo imperial court era. Naturally, there are countless treasures in his treasury, and there is no lack of Empyrean grade treasures of heaven and earth. A rune flew out of Yang Feng's hand, and he grabbed a large number of the most precious treasures in the treasury. When the first true ancestor saw that a large number of treasures disappeared from his treasury, His eyes flashed with pain, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. The first true ancestor said, "Heaven Holy, please stop extracting God blood plane's origin energy." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "First true ancestor, tell me the address of your treasury in the outside world." There was a flash of suspicion in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and he uttered, "As long as you stop extracting God blood plane's origin energy, I will tell you the address of my treasury." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Do it." Zero walked out of the void, waved the whip of the ruler in his hand, and tore through the sky and barreled towards the first true ancestor. With a flash of anger in his eyes, the first true ancestor brandished his sword, and bloody light gushed out and erupted with fearsome Empyrean might that slammed into the whip of the ruler. Boom! The two supreme forces erupted and set off a fearsome energy storm in the endless scarlet space. Zero and the first true ancestor each retreated by 100 kilometers due to the fearsome impact. Large swathes of bloody light dispersed, and silver threads appeared on the first true ancestor's head. Although he was still as handsome as a young man, a decaying aura slowly spread out of his body. Any powerhouse, even the peerless geniuses of the human 8 warlock emperors, as long as they haven't advanced to the eternal warlock rank, will be eroded by time. Their soul will decay, and they will die. The first true ancestor was the origin of the true blood kindred, and the ancestor of the long-lived species. He was a peerless monster who had dominated countless eras, but in the end, he wasn't an eternal being. His soul had already decayed, and he spent most of his time sleeping, waiting for the best time to awaken. The price the first true ancestor had to pay for his premature awakening was that every breath he took felt as if thousands of years had passed. He was rapidly aging, and his power was rapidly fading. Zero smiled sweetly and took a step forward, and the whip of the ruler in her hand turned into a terrifying poison dragon that blasted towards the first true ancestor. "A drop of true blood. Sky Saint, I can give you a drop of my true blood. Let me go. I swear that from now on, I will never be an enemy of you again." The first true ancestor's face fell, and he frantically resisted Zero's attack and roared. In the past, the first true ancestor was an invincible overlord rank powerhouse. However, his soul has decayed and aged, and he is extremely weak. The value of a drop of his true blood is astonishing. 1 drop can create a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse. If a warlock emperor rank powerhouse can get a drop of true blood from the first true ancestor, they can advance a step further. At the time, the taboo lord took a drop of true blood from the first true ancestor. "It's too late." Yang Feng smiled coldly. In the starry sky, after the level 7 stronghold absorbed a tremendous amount of power from God blood plane, the 10-kilometer-long destruction cannon shone brightly. In an instant, a terrifying beam of destruction blasted out from the obliteration cannon, piercing through the ground and blasting into the blood-colored space. Boom! Following an earth-shaking blare, the scarlet space constructed from God blood plane's plane origin collapsed, and a tremendous amount of origin force collapsed, and was absorbed by the perpetual motion energy furnaces. No! The first true ancestor let out a terrified roar. Countless blood-colored runes flew out of his body and locked onto the origin of the plane. Zero appeared behind the first true ancestor, slammed the whip of the ruler into the back of the first true ancestor, and smashed his defenses. The first true ancestor spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and the barrier protecting him collapsed. The countless blood-colored runes collapsed, and the God blood plane's essences dissipated. No! The first true ancestor let out a heaven-shaking roar. His soul weakened, and his hair turned white in an instant. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground. No matter how strong you are, as long as you aren't eternal, you can't resist the erosion of the river of time. Yang Feng looked at the scene of the previously invincible first true ancestor, falling to the ground, and sighed slightly. A devour black hole emerged, devoured the first true ancestor, and extracted his life origin frantically. Formidable origin force poured into Yang Feng from the first true ancestor, and strengthened his fleshly body and soul. Boom! 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 Along with fearsome tremors, God blood plane began to collapse. God Blood Plane collapsed. The Heaven Holy destroyed the entire God Blood Plane. That's one of the 36 primary material planes. The Heaven Holy is just a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. How could he destroy God Blood Plane? In order to kill the third true ancestor, the Heaven Holy destroyed the entire God Blood Plane. Isn't this a little too much? When the interstellar fleets scattered all over God Blood Plane withdrew the interference force field, the holy experts who have been paying attention to Yang Feng saw the collapsing God Blood Plane. Everyone's eyes flashed with shock. At this moment, the soul imprint engraved in the universe representing the essence of blood path collapsed. Once again, a path leading to the Empyrean path appeared. Like meteors, stars fell to the Tsangji plane. Countless blood-colored dark clouds condensed, and a rain of blood fell from the sky, sprinkling on the ground. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky. An Empyrean has fallen. The path of blood is vacant. The first true ancestor has fallen. God Blood Plane collapsed. The first true ancestor has fallen. The Heaven Holy actually slayed the first true ancestor. How terrifying. The first true ancestor has fallen. Looking at the various visions, the entire world of warlocks shook. The first true ancestor has fallen. What a ruthless method. Heavenly Saint, this little fellow was growing too fast. I can't let him find any traces of me. In a secret tomb, inside a transparent crystal, a 10-meter-tall being with a green face and fangs opened his eyes, and wisps of a mortal Empyrean might slowly diffused from him. Traces of strange fluctuations flickered, and the transparent crystal disappeared. In the Tsangji plane, in the deepest part of a black sea with countless corpses floating, the first true ancestor has fallen. Another companion is gone. Even the first true ancestor has fallen in his hands. I can't let him find any traces of me. In the deepest part of the Black Sea, a giant black egg continuously extracted the corpse chi emitted by the corpses, and a distorted voice diffused from it. The giant black egg twisted slightly and disappeared. One after another, the restless Empyreans erased all traces and disappeared without a trace. The Heaven Holy destroyed God Blood Plane and slayed the first true ancestor. The 9 true blood kindred true ancestors were wiped out. A piece of news appeared in the Human Weave and set off an uproar in the entire Human Weave forum. God Blood Plane was destroyed. That's one of the 36 primary material planes. Only an Empyrean can destroy it. Did the Heaven Holy advance to the Empyrean realm? No. The Heaven Holy hasn't advanced to the Empyrean realm yet. There are no signs of him advancing to the Empyrean realm. The first true ancestor was slain by the Heaven Holy? How is that possible? He's an old freak who survived from the Eternal Era. That's the first true ancestor. He's an old freak who fought against the Taboo Lord at the time. To die in the hands of the Heaven Holy? That's incredible. Without an Empyrean, who can compete with him? Even if an Empyrean appears, they may not be the Heaven Holy's opponent. The first true ancestor died in the hands of the Heaven Holy. It seems that we humans will be able to give birth to a 9th Warlock Emperor in the future. The first true ancestor died in the hands of the Heaven Holy. Who can be his opponent in the universe? At this time, the Empyreans will probably retreat, not daring to be enemies with the Heaven Holy. The Human Weave Forum is in an uproar, and human warlocks are excited. Ever since the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty Dawn Dynasty, the Dawn Lord escaped by faking his death. The status of the human race in the universe has plummeted. Now that Yang Feng has appeared, he swept away the 9 true ancestors of God Blood Plane. And even the first true ancestor, known as an invincible overlord, died in his hands. It was just like how the 8 Warlock Emperors swept across the world in the past, which naturally made many human warlocks excited. Countless human geniuses have joined the Battle Demon sect, feeling proud to be a member of the Battle Demon sect. From the universe, various races have joined the Battle Demon sect and become vassals of the Battle Demon sect. There are even many superior races, sheltered by Holy Spirit warlocks, who joined the Battle Demon sect and became members of the Battle Demon sect. At every moment, the Battle Demon sect's power is expanding, and precious resources are pouring into the Battle Demon sect from all over the universe. Chapter 1294. The World of Warlocks. In a celestial body shrouded by a mysterious barrier, there is a huge tower rising into the sky. There are countless source crystals inlaid on the tower, including 9 perfect grade source crystals, and 1 eternal source crystal exuding eternal fluctuations. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the tower, and a resplendent beam of light shot into the sky from the tower. In accordance with the laws of Nether, the resplendent beam slammed into the void and blasted open a very distorted and unstable passage in the void. Wisps of the Gamana universe's aura came from the other side of the passage. A wing as large as the sky appeared on the other side of the passage, and countless feathers containing eternal fluctuations of aura flew out from the wing and landed on the distorted passage. As if a small world, each feather exudes fearsome fluctuations of power. Enveloped by the countless feathers, the constantly twisting passage became stable. A huge stone egg flew over from the other side of the passage like a meteor. A powerful repulsive force came from the passageway and crushed the huge stone egg. The stone egg exploded one after another, and powerhouses were forced to fly out of the stone egg and unleash various secret methods to protect the stone egg. Under the fearsome pressure of the universe, the powerhouses inside the stone egg exploded one after another, turned into a mist of blood, and became nutrients for the universe of the world of warlocks. Within a dozen plus breaths of time, more than 20 powerhouses flew out of the stone egg and exploded. In just a few breaths of time, the stone egg crossed a great distance, flew out of the passage, and descended into this universe. Crack! Following a crisp sound, the stone egg collapsed, and 9 Gamana universe's powerhouses exuding quasi-empyrean rank breath walked out of the stone egg. The person in the lead has short silver hair and is badly mutilated. Yet he is still handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. Among the 9 half-martial emperors, he was like a crane among chickens, giving off an otherworldly feeling. At the foot of the tower, origin crystals were piled up like a mountain. Each of the 9 quasi-empyreans exudes a fearsome attractive force that shrouds the mountains of origin crystals. When the origin crystals flew towards the 9 quasi-empyreans, they were instantly drained of their power and turned into a pile of dust that scattered on the ground. Countless precious treasures of heaven and earth and top elixirs flew out and entered the 9 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses. The power of the 9 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses is increasing at an alarming rate. The powerhouse in the lead with short silver hair waved his hand, and a scroll containing the essence of fate flew out. A tremendous torrent of fate gushed out of the scroll, entered the void, distorted fate, and erased all traces of fate. The battle demon sect, in a secret room on the branch floating continent. Yang Feng quietly sat cross-legged in the secret room, surrounded by bloody light. Countless treasures of heaven and earth flew to him, and then their power was devoured. 1,000 springs of immortality floated in the void, and a tremendous amount of holy spring of immortality poured into him. At every moment, Yang Feng's aura is growing, transforming, and evolving. In ancient times, the first true ancestor was an invincible overlord rank powerhouse. He is proficient in the essence of blood, and every drop of true blood inside him possesses mysterious and unfathomable power. After Yang Feng devoured the first true ancestor, he refined the first true ancestor's origin force and became even more terrifying. Originally, after Yang Feng advanced to the pinnacle quasi-empyrean rank, it would have been extremely difficult for him to advance further. Even if he devoured a holy powerhouse, it would only make him a little stronger. But after devouring the first true ancestor, he is getting stronger almost every day. The power he obtained from the eternal wall is constantly being released, making him more and more terrifying. This is the power of fate. The blue mirror of fate is warning me. Amid the endless bloody light, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and pointed with a finger, and the blue mirror of fate flew out. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the blue mirror of fate, and a tremendous breath of fate gushed out of the blue mirror of fate. There was a slight distortion in the blue mirror of fate, but there was no display or change. Yang Feng frowned slightly. There's no change. Could it be that a powerhouse proficient in the essence of fate took action? Or is there a guy in charge of the third treasure of fate, concealing the traces of fate? No matter which it is, as long as that guy doesn't show up, I can't do anything about him. The best way is to improve my strength. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then no longer paid attention to him, closed his eyes, and began to refine the first true ancestor's tremendous life force. Powerhouses proficient in the essence of fate may not be the strongest in head-on combat, but they are definitely the most difficult to kill. If Yang Feng let Zero take action, then powerhouses proficient in the essence of fate will definitely avoid him, making it difficult for others to discover his traces. Greetings, sirs. A great holy with a wolf head and a human body bowed respectfully to the 9 Gamana universe's quasi-emperors. A beautiful quasi-emperor with long blue hair and 2 dragon horns on her head said with a sweet smile, "Wolf Demon Holy, you did a good job." "This is what I should do," the Wolf Demon Holy responded. Then, his gaze fell on the silver-haired powerhouse, and he hesitated for a while before asking respectfully, "Is this His Majesty the Silver Emperor?" A burly quasi-emperor with a ferocious face said coldly, "That's right, this is His Majesty the Silver Emperor." The Wolf Demon Holy's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and he shouted, "Since His Majesty the Silver Emperor is here, he will be invincible in this universe." In front of His Majesty the Silver Emperor, a clown like the Heaven Holy can't withstand a single blow. He is destined to be a stepping stone for His Majesty the Silver Emperor. In the Gamana universe, there are 4 monarchs. Each of the 4 monarchs is invincible in the same rank, far stronger than ordinary quasi-emperors. They are only half a step away from the Emperor realm. Sky Sage. When the Gamana universe's quasi-emperors heard this name, their faces flickered, and apprehension shimmered in their eyes. In the Gamana universe, the Red Caltrip Lord is an invincible figure, the master of the 18 sacred races, a genuine emperor. Be it battle prowess or status, they far surpass the 4 monarchs. For such an invincible character to die at Yang Feng's hands, the Gamana universe's quasi-emperors naturally felt apprehensive. On the other side of the universe, the Heaven Holy Yang Feng has become the public enemy of the Gamana universe. If it wasn't for the universe barrier, the 3 eternal sovereigns would have killed Yang Feng at all costs. The Silver Emperor smiled faintly and said, "The Heavenly Saint was able to kill Master Hongling head-on, so his strength is far above mine. None of the Gamana universe's 4 emperors can compare to a Heaven Sage." An incomparably heavy atmosphere enveloped the area, and everyone's faces were shrouded in a layer of haze. However, now that I'm here, the Heaven Holy is destined to die at my hands. Full of confidence, the Silver Emperor spread the fingers of a hand, and a silver light, exuding fluctuations of eternal power, appeared in his hand. When the Wolf Demon Holy saw the silver light, he inhaled a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "Eternal origin! Who was the one who severed a part of his eternal essence?" The other 8 quasi-emperors focused their gazes on the ball of silver light as well, and their eyes revealed traces of greed. The origin of eternity was the origin power of the Eternals, and it was their most precious source of power. Once it is cut off, it will cause irreparable damage and reduce the power of an Eternal forever. Almost no Eternal sovereign will cut off their eternal origin and give it to others. This is a part of his eternal origin that the great divine Eye's Eternal cut off and gave to me. With this eternal origin, I can take that step and advance to the Emperor realm in this universe. I'll block the path to the Emperor realm in this universe. An enigmatic ray flashed in the Silver Emperor's eyes, and he smiled and pressed the eternal origin against his chest. In an instant, countless runes emanated from the Silver Emperor's body, and a vast and terrifying aura gushed out of his body. The energy within a radius of several million light years was crazily drawn over. Under the guidance of the laws, it condensed into an emperor's door in the void. Who is it? Who set off such a fearsome energy storm? That's the Emperor Gate. Someone is attacking the Emperor realm. How is this possible? In this era, the Heaven Holy is the most promising powerhouse to advance to the Emperor realm. Who is it? To be the first to advance to the Emperor realm. Who is that person? Why is he attacking the Emperor realm? Even those reincarnated old monsters haven't been able to attack the Emperor realm. Who is he? The energy storm in this starfield attracted the attention of some holy ones. Soon, the attention of many holy ones, great holy ones, and even quasi-emperors of the world of warlocks was attracted by what is happening here. Someone is attacking the Emperor realm. In this era, apart from Yang Feng, this is the first time someone is attacking the Emperor realm. The Silver Emperor's aura rose steadily as countless silver runes flickered on his body. Under the nourishment of the eternal source energy, his immortal body had finally taken that critical step and become a perfect immortal body. He truly possessed a terrifying physical body comparable to an emperor. Chapter 1295. For quasi-empyrean step powerhouses flew into the void and stood in 4 different directions. Each quasi-empyrean step powerhouse has a 100-meter-long void flag in their hand. Countless dazzling runes poured out of the void flags and set off one void storm after another. The void within millions of light years in radius became chaotic, making it very difficult for any powerhouse to cross a great distance and come here through a spatial gate. The Silver Emperor took a step forward and stood proudly in the void. An incomparably resplendent silver beam of light pierced through the clouds, rushing towards the Emperor's door and fusing with it. The Emperor Gate shook and resonated with the Silver Emperor's path. Who is that? It's the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. What a vicious method. They want to advance to the Empyrean realm here. They want to take away the only person in this universe who can advance to the Empyrean realm. They want to take away the Heaven Holy's spot to advance to the Empyrean realm. The holy and great holy powerhouses are very astute. They saw through the Silver Emperor and them at a glance. There was a lot of discussion in the void. Many saints were gloating, but more great saints looked anxious, and their hearts were filled with coldness. Once the Silver Emperor advances to the Empyrean realm, he will be invincible in this era when Empyreans are asleep. The Battle Demon Sex Branch Floating Continent. Someone is advancing to the Empyrean realm. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and fearsome light flickered and distorted the void. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the secret chamber. At the edge of the chaotic starfield, a figure emerged. That's the Heaven Holy. So fast. He came so fast. How is this possible? This is a corner of the universe. Isn't the Heaven Holy still in the Battle Demon Sex headquarters? How come he is here? When the eyes of the holy and great holy rank powerhouses fell on Yang Feng, many people revealed shock in their eyes. Heaven Holy! The Heaven Holy is here. He's here. When the Gamana Universe's powerhouses saw Yang Feng appear at the edge of the disordered starfield, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The Gamana Universe's Empyrean Lord Hong Caltrip died at Yang Feng's hands, and even the Gamana Universe's 4 emperors, who are invincible under the Empyrean realm, admit that they are not Yang Feng's opponent. None of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses present is Yang Feng's opponent. Space rippled, and battle stars emerged from the void and formed a fearsome fleet that flew into the chaotic space. Beams of light flashed, and the interstellar battleships were enveloped in a layer of mysterious energy. They flew at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of light and headed for the Silver Emperor. Sitting atop the battle star, Yang Feng stared coldly at the Silver Emperor in the distance. As expected, it's truly too difficult to advance into the Emperor realm in this universe. The Silver Emperor faintly sighed. His eyes flashed with countless mysterious runes and a look of decisiveness. He frantically burned the eternal source and soared into the sky, punching the Emperor's door. Boom! The surrounding millions of light years trembled. The Silver Emperor had punched a large hole in the Emperor's door, and endless laws and power surged out from the Emperor's door, entering the Silver Emperor's body. A fearsome essence mixed with tremendous soul force entered the back of the Emperor's door, wanting to engrave his Empyrean brand in an obscure place in this universe. Once the Silver Emperor succeeds in engraving his Empyrean brand in the obscure place, he will truly become an Empyrean. You're courting death. Sitting aboard the flagship, Yang Feng frowned slightly and took a step forward. The surrounding space distorted, and spatial gates appeared and jumped in the chaotic starfield. Only a peerless powerhouse proficient in the essence of space like Yang Feng can jump in this chaotic space. Of course, even someone as tyrannical as him can only jump 10,000 light years. He can't jump millions of light years in one go and arrive at the area where the Silver Emperor is located. Heaven holy! It is forbidden to pass here. A powerhouse of the Gamana universe, covered in black gas, twisted like a slime, and exuding quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power flew over. Countless runes flickered, and a black sea containing the essence of corrosion swept towards Yang Feng, covering an area of billions of kilometers. The quasi-Empyrean is called Sea Erosion Great Holy. His true form is a black sea that can corrode everything. As soon as he shows his true form, he erodes and devours countless powerhouses. There was once a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse who was eroded by him and turned into a corpse. You dare to stop me? A fierce ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole, exuding devour light, suddenly appeared and swept towards the boundless Black Sea. A fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the Black Sea. With a flash of green light, a quasi-Empyrean rank assassin shrouded in the essence of speed appeared behind Yang Feng, at a speed many times faster than the speed of light, and stabbed at Yang Feng with a dagger in his hand. Go to hell! The eyes of a 10,000-meter-tall giant god race powerhouse, shimmering with mysterious runes, with 3 heads and 6 arms holding a giant wolf tooth club in each arm flickered fiercely, and he brandished the 6 wolf tooth clubs and slammed them towards Yang Feng. A peerlessly beautiful woman with a pair of goat horns on her head and dressed in a silver warlock robe pointed at Yang Feng with a blue staff in her hand. Countless blue chains extended from all directions and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Originally, quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses are top powerhouses in the universe, and they disdain to join forces with others. But in order to deal with the peerless overlord Yang Feng, the 4 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses joined forces and attacked Yang Feng. Die! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng's fist slammed into the quasi-Empyrean rank assassin and blasted him to pieces. The devour black hole inhaled and swallowed the remains of the quasi-Empyrean rank assassin. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the green sun halberd appeared. He brandished the halberd, and 100 green suns appeared, combined into one, and turned into a green halberd ray that slashed down. The green halberd ray slashed at the quasi-emperor from the giant god race, at an incredible speed. In an instant, the quasi-Empyrean's body was torn apart, and turned into countless fragments that flew into the devour black hole behind Yang Feng. Countless blue chains stabbed towards Yang Feng from the void. The devour black hole that devoured the 3 quasi-Empyreans extended, devoured the countless blue chains, and swept towards the beautiful quasi-Empyrean, with a pair of goat horns on the head. The complexion of the beautiful quasi-Empyrean with a pair of goat horns flickered, and she burned her bloodline. Surrounded by blue runes, she turned into a ray of blue light, tore through the sky, and fled into the distance. Yang Feng glanced at the beautiful quasi-Empyrean with the goat horns, and then his gaze fell on the Silver Emperor. He opened spatial gates and rushed towards the area where the Silver Emperor is located. So strong! 4 quasi-Empyreans besieged him. He had actually killed 3 of them and defeated 1. How terrifying! As expected of a monster who can slay the Red Caltrip Lord and the first true ancestor. The holy and great holy rank powerhouses inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Each of the 4 quasi-Empyreans besieging Yang Feng is a top quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, with battle prowess comparable to the Star Moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy. But despite being besieged by 4 powerhouses, Yang Feng easily defeated them. Even though the holy and great holy rank powerhouses know that Yang Feng's battle prowess is terrifying, but they are still shocked to see it again. Heaven holy! The Silver Emperor has already entered the Emperor Gate, and is destined to advance to the Empyrean realm. Surrender! There is no hope for your universe. Among the 4 quasi-Empyreans holding a void flag, a 100-meter tall freak with countless horns on his head, and a hammer-like tail uttered. The void flag runes in the hands of the 4 quasi-emperors shone, and formed a void barrier around the Silver Emperor, protecting him. The Gamana universe's powerhouses are aware that only when the Silver Emperor advances to the Empyrean realm will they have a chance to survive. Once the Silver Emperor fails to advance to the Empyrean realm, everyone present will become dust in Yangfeng's Devour Black Hole. A spatial gate opened in the chaotic void, and Yangfeng slowly walked out, glanced coldly at the 4 quasi-emperors, and sent a fist barreling towards the void barrier. A torrent of time, a spatial gate, a power star, and a Devour Black Hole. 4 phenomena emerged and blasted into the void barrier. Boom! When the void barrier was hit by Yangfeng's fist, it burst apart. So strong! This is the Heaven Holy who suppressed the Red Caltrip Lord. Sure enough, he's a freak. The 4 void flags split apart, and the 4 quasi-emperors holding the void flags spewed out a mouthful of blood and revealed shock in their eyes. Ignoring the 4 quasi-emperors who suffered a backlash, Yangfeng took a step forward and entered the broken Emperor Gate. As soon as he entered the Emperor Gate, Yangfeng turned into a fearsome black hole and frantically devoured the power of laws inside the Emperor Gate, and then walked towards the deepest part of the Emperor Gate. Heaven Holy, you're a step too late. In the deepest part of the Emperor Gate, the Silver Emperor shone with silver light, turned around and looked at Yangfeng. An immortal Empyrean might slowly spread from him and swept in all directions. Chapter 1296. In an area millions of light-years in radius, a fearsome energy storm was set off. Countless mystical flowers containing all sorts of laws appeared. Half of the magical flowers exuded sacred light, while the other half exuded vicious curses. Fearsome immortal Empyrean might slowly spread from the Emperor Gate and swept in all directions. Universe flower. This is the phenomenon of someone advancing to the Empyrean realm. The Gamana universe's powerhouse has advanced to the Empyrean realm. What a vicious method! This is cutting off our universe's path to the Empyrean realm. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Holy and Great Holy flashed with despair. The divine eyes, Great Holy's eyes shimmered with despair. Empyrean, that person advanced to an Empyrean realm. What a vicious method! To completely cut off a Heaven Holy's path to the Empyrean realm. The myriad star Great Holy sighed faintly. What a vicious move! As expected of a high-energy level universe that has gone through several universe wars. What a vicious move! The energy level of the world of warlocks is 1 level lower than that of the Gamana universe. Before the origin source of the world of warlocks is fully recovered, only 1 Empyrean can be born in each era. When the origin source of the world of warlocks is fully recovered, multiple Empyreans can be born. But at that time, the Empyreans will recover and Eternals will descend. Once the Gamana universe's Eternals descend into this universe, and there are no Eternals born in this universe, it will only be a matter of time before the universe is destroyed. The Silver Emperor is advancing to the Empyrean realm. A majestic and mysterious ripple spread throughout the entire universe. In the world of warlocks, no matter where they are, all holy ones heard the strange fluctuations. Silver Emperor? Who is that? Silver Emperor? Why isn't it a Heaven Holy who is advancing to the Empyrean realm? Silver Emperor, why haven't I heard of this name? In the world of warlocks, many powerhouses above the holy step were alarmed and began to pay attention to this name, curious looks on their faces. According to the laws of the universe, countless flowers exuding holy light and vicious curses appeared in front of the Silver Emperor, entered his body, and made his aura rise and become more powerful. The Silver Emperor absorbed the countless universe flowers into his body and said with a faint smile, "Universe flowers, sea of power, ring of starshine." Normally, there would be 3 phenomenons when one advanced to the Emperor realm. Currently, only the cosmic sea had appeared. And there's also a strong curse. This universe really hates me. Originally, when an emperor advanced, 3 or more phenomenons would appear. They would receive the baptism of the universe's origin source and undergo a perfect transformation and evolution from the soul to the body. As a quasi-emperor of the Gamana universe, The Silver Emperor carries the brand of the Gamana universe on his soul. Originally, it was almost impossible for the Silver Emperor to advance to the Emperor realm in the world of warlocks. However, he had used the eternal essence to break through in one go and become an emperor. No matter how much the origin will of the universe rejected the Silver Emperor, it could only follow the laws of the universe and create a phenomenon. A devouring black hole filled the strange emperor's space, madly devouring all sorts of extremely pure origin energy in the space. The Silver Emperor looked at Yang Feng and uttered, "Heaven holy, surrender. Since I have already become an emperor, your universe has no hope anymore. It's not too late to surrender. As long as you submit to me, I can promise to protect your battle demon sect's holy sovereigns. If it was the 3 eternal sovereigns, I could consider it. But you don't have the qualifications to make me submit." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step and sent a fist barreling towards the Silver Emperor. "How dare you?" A cold light flickered in the Silver Emperor's eyes. He let out a fierce roar, causing the space to tremble. Endless silver light condensed, forming a terrifying giant sword that was thousands of miles long. The sword slashed down, slashing at the Star of Power. Boom! The void shook. Under the impact of that incomparably terrifying strength, the entire mysterious space within the Gate of Emperor shook and collapsed. The Power Star was slashed by the giant sword, and Yang Feng was blasted away 10,000 kilometers away. There was a bone-deep sword wound on his body, and drops of blood turned silver and fell into the sky. Heaven Holy, Silver Emperor. They're fighting. That's the Heaven Holy and the Silver Emperor. To attack the Silver Emperor. That's an Empyrean. Even if he just advanced, he's still an invincible Empyrean. The Heaven Holy is really scary. When the Holy Sovereigns and Great Holy Sovereigns saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. When the Red Caltrip Lord crossed the universe, she not only suffered a backlash from the universe, she was also blasted by Yang Feng's destruction cannon, and was seriously injured, which was how Yang Feng killed her. The Silver Emperor is a flawless Empyrean. Even if he just advanced to the Empyrean realm, his life essence is far superior to that of a quasi-Empyrean. Yet Yang Feng dared to attack him, which is simply unbelievable. So this is an Empyrean. So strong. Even if he just advanced to the Empyrean realm. But he's really strong. Second form. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. The Dawn God armor he wore entered the second form, and he slashed at the Silver Emperor with the Green Sun halberd. What a powerful Empyrean grade secret treasure. So this is the Empyrean grade secret treasure you refined. Amazing, as expected of the strongest person under the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are only the strongest person under the Empyrean realm. With an indifferent expression on his face, the Silver Emperor released countless silver runes that turned into silver arrows shooting towards Yang Feng. With a dignified expression on his face, Yang Feng enveloped in a river of time. His speed increased by 300 times, and he brandished the Green Sun halberd at an extremely fast speed. When he slashed at the silver arrows, as if a fearsome storm, the silver arrows were blasted apart. Even though Yang Feng is already extremely fast, but there are still several silver arrows that pierced through his defenses, pierced through the Dawn God armor, and drops of silver blood dripped into the sky. What a pity! Although the Heaven Holy is extremely powerful, but he is still far from the Silver Emperor. After all, the strongest person under the Empyrean realm is no match for an Empyrean. A flawless Empyrean is really too powerful. When the saints and great saints saw this, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Some were excited, some were fearful, and some were taking pleasure in others' misfortune. At this moment, the huge interstellar fleet has already reached this starfield, and a swarm of 6th-generation battle robots poured out like a tide and attacked the 4 quasi-emperors. A bunch of ants. Go to hell. The Silver Emperor frowned slightly and pointed at the huge battleship. A 1,000-kilometer-long silver spear appeared, tore through the sky, and slammed into the huge warship. A fearsome force tore apart the warship's barrier and blasted the warship into countless pieces. The four quasi-emperors rushed into the mechanical torrent formed by the sixth-generation battle robots, unleashed various offensive secret methods, and blasted the sixth-generation battle robots into pieces. Inside the mechanical torrent, 12 sharp blade rulers split open, and 12 holy followers suddenly appeared and attacked the four quasi-emperors with various secret methods in groups of 3. As soon as the 12 holy followers were created, their battle prowess was not much different from Yang Feng's. After Yang Feng devoured the first true ancestor, his strength surpassed that of a holy follower. The four quasi-emperors were comparable in strength to the star moon heavenly snake Great Holy. But caught off guard, they were ambushed by the holy followers and were seriously injured. What's that? 12 quasi-emperors. How terrifying. Those are 12 quasi-emperors. Each of the 12 quasi-emperors is second only to the heaven holy in strength. They are invincible existences under the Empyrean realm. Where did the heavenly saint recruit such a powerful expert? 12 quasi-emperors. The heaven holy hasn't even advanced to the Empyrean realm, yet he already has 12 quasi-emperors following him. How terrifying. The death of the first true ancestor should be related to these 12 quasi-emperors. Astonishment flashed through the eyes of the saints and great sages when they saw the 12 overlord holy apostles. In the world of warlocks, a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse is the leader of a terrifying force like an eternal emperor race. A race generally can only give birth to one. Now that Yang Feng has 12 holy apostles with astonishing battle prowess under his command, this is simply shocking. Stop! When the Silver Emperor saw the Gamana Universe's quasi-emperor cut into pieces by Yi and devoured by the holy followers, his eyes flashed with anger, and he released a fearsome Empyrean might and sent it barreling towards Yi. Fourth form, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, countless runes shone on the armor of dawn, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. An overbearing force gushed out of the Kunmo stone and entered Yang Feng's body. He beckoned with his hand, and a halberd appeared and slashed at the Silver Emperor. Countless martyrs emerged, cast countless battle skills, and barreled towards the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor's face flickered, and for the first time, a dignified look flashed across his face. With a wave of his hand, a silver shield appeared and blocked in front of him. Boom! Blocked by the Silver Emperor, countless silver arrows barreled towards Yang Feng like meteors. A river of time emerged, and Yang Feng brandished the halberd in his hand, turned it into a storm, and forcibly blocked the Silver Emperor's attack. He blocked it. He blocked the Silver Emperor's attack. Amazing! That was a strike from an Empyrean. The Heaven Holy is really scary. The eyes of the holy experts flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.